Call this meeting to order at 9:05 in the morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please bear with me. It's my first real running of a meeting as chair. I unfortunately missed the last one, which would have been a nice dry run with a little less controversial material to deal with. But we'll start things off. Mr. Brader, was this meeting properly noticed under the Open Meetings Act?
Yes, Chair Dunn, it was.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I guess a little housekeeping before we get going on this. I'll probably put the gavel down. We're going to start off with public comment on these issues, and there have been white cards for the public to speak. We're going to take them. I'm going to try in some semblance of order of the issues, but please forgive if we're bouncing around a little bit. There are folks in the overflow room as well who would like to speak. Going to try and have it be people in this room speak, and then bring the people in overflow in to speak. Each member of the public will have 60 seconds, 1 minute, to state their case. We'll be keeping track of the time. We'll obviously let you finish up your point as that minute ends, but when that minute is up, we do ask that you please wrap it up and move along. We've got a lengthy agenda and a lot of people who would like to speak. And I think it's also, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't address the obvious controversy or controversial nature of the issue here. This is the reproductive freedom issue, abortion, what have you, is obviously a hot button issue, probably the hot button issue in this country, has been for 50 years now. The beauty of our country, in my mind, and the system we have, is that it's set up so that people with incredibly different points of view can state their case, feel as if they had their say, and coexist in peace. And so in that frame, I'd like everybody to keep that in mind as we're here today, as you are making your case. We're not here to talk about the issue of abortion. We're here to determine the validity of signatures in the form of the petitions as they have been submitted. Obviously, you have a right to state your case, but please do keep that in mind. We're not here to talk about the issue of abortion, whether it's right or wrong, and ask that you respect people who are speaking who have a different point of view than you. No booing, no hissing, no displays, no outbursts, things of that. We want to keep this civil and move these things along. So with that in mind, I'll move along on public comment here and call up the first person in the stack. I guess also, I'll reiterate this probably multiple times. When you come up to speak, please state your name and spell it for our court reporter so that she can have the transcript correct. We'll do a very quick swearing in and take it from there. So first one up is Jimmy Sam Woodard. You get to go first, no pressure. Come right up to the front here. And I believe there's the microphones. I would say probably sit and the microphone might pick you up better, and then make sure that the little red light is on so that you are being picked up on the audio. There's a little tiny button next to the microphone that should light it up.
Oh yeah, sounds good, or looks good anyway. My name is Jimmy Samwoodard.
And real quickly, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I certainly do, so help me God.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I first wanted to address the 22-2 proposal regarding the absentee voting provisions. The issues I had with it was the the fourth bullet that said provide voter right to single applications to vote absentee in all elections. I think now many of the clerks are letting us do that 1 year at a time or one election at a time. We get new applications for absentee ballots. But if we allow this thing to be endless, there's a lot of opportunity for those that move out of the state and for those who are deceased to continue to get absentee ballots at their previous address, which leaves a lot of opportunity for fraud. The next item on that particular proposal, 22.2, is the very last bullet, which requires canvass boards certify election results based only on the official records of votes cast. We've seen the lack of validity of that in the past election, in which we counted ballots and then we required recounting ballots, which means nothing. We have to see those envelopes that the ballots came in, to see addresses, to be able to affirm that they actually came from the individual person. And also, we did a.
If you can wrap it up.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the bell. I didn't know it was that long-winded.
It goes
Okay.
quickly.
And then the other thing was that we had a canvass in Macomb County and found that 40% of the folks that said, that's just in our little area, 40% of the folks that said that they didn't send in absentee ballots, but we had absentee ballots for them.
Okay.
What does that mean? That means bad. So.
Thank you, sir.
Do I get an opportunity to speak on the other abortion issue?
You know, you did put on here those two items.
Yes, I
so
did.
I will give you 1 minute to speak on that issue, but
appreciate
please
that.
do
I'll-
keep
I'll
it to
hold
1
to
minute.
Yes, sir. First of all, the idea of reproductive rights has nothing to do with this amendment. Let me just say this. The 100-word addition or deletion or the change is absolutely abominable, that we would pass out a petition, get the names based on what was put on the top of the petition, and then it would be changed by somebody else, about 100 words worth, for us to vote on. That sounds illegal. It does not seem right. It was not what we signed to have happen. So therefore, I ask that you do not approve of that particular proposal, Proposal 3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your advice about cleaning it up, too. I appreciate that.
No, I'll get good at it by the end of this meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I also kind of just want to remind, I believe we do have some people who have, I know I'm going to use the wrong word, provisions to be able to speak through the ADA, that it may be streaming. I just want to.
No, thank
Okay.
you for the reminder. Yes.
And
Why don't we go ahead, and if there are folks that are on, go ahead, Ed.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nope,
We
please do.
that. Maybe we're having some problems with the Zoom right now and trying to get it back and figure out what's going on. So if we could go with give us some time to work on it. Thank you.
Give me the heads up when it's ready. We'll make it happen.
just wanted to make sure that we are all available to take our public comment.
Thank you, Jeanette. Up next, have Matthew Shepard. And Matthew would like to speak about both of the proposals. So I'll give you 1 minute for each of those. Why don't we just set your timer at 2 minutes, and you figure out how you want to divide that time up. Mr. Shepard, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Matthew Shepard, Matthew-Shepard.
Thank you.
I'm with the U.S. Taxpayer Party of Michigan. We vehemently oppose any kind of abortion initiative to be decided by the people that have been misled through this petition drive. And I would agree with your last comment, Speaker, on the other issue of the voting. People were not given the proper information to sign this petition either. In regards to the abortion issue, the blood will be on the folks to decide this to be on the ballot of the innocent that is killed. If we continue to do so, then this country will continue to be condemned by God's word and his will. Many countries throughout our history, world history, I should say, have lived under condemnation from God. And we don't need to be in that kind of position any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Up next, Jeanette Wareham, I believe is how that is pronounced.
It's Wareham.
Wareham, okay. Jeanette, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you also would like to speak about both of the proposals. We'll set your timer at 2 minutes. Please state and spell your name.
Jeanette, Jeanette, Wareham, Wareham. And thank you for letting me speak today. I would just like to voice my, my personal opinion about both proposals and the language. My understanding first on the freedom for healthcare, reproductive freedom, the language on that ballot proposal is very unclear. There are 43 errors, per my understanding, on that proposal, and the wording, a lot of it doesn't make sense. It's very unclear, and I don't believe in its current form it should be included on the ballot. Also, there is language on the voting rights proposal that doesn't clearly state all the facts, specifically around prisoners being able to vote, which I don't think anyone should have that right when they violated our laws and are in prison. So thank you very much for giving me the time to voice my opinion.
You bet. Thank you for coming. All right, next we have Larry Hutchinson. Larry, are you in here? Yes. Okay. Larry, we'll do the same drill. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please state and spell your name.
Larry Hutchinson, Larry Hutchinson.
Take it away, Larry.
Okay. Honorable Board, Mr. Chairman, I rise and extend to myself as much time as I may consume to extend and revise my remarks. I'm Larry Hutchinson, Green Party nominee for Secretary of State. I support any measure that will make voting easier, including making Election Day a holiday. What happened on January 6th disgusted me and motivated me to run for office. I support any effort that would stop voter suppression. A clear message needs to be sent to any person or persons that tries to disrupt the residents of Michigan from their right to vote. And that is my spiel for the voting part of this issue. As it relates to abortion, morally, I think it's wrong. Thou shalt not kill. Unlike the Republican nominee for governor, Ms. Tudor, I do believe there should be exceptions. An unexpected birth is not one. Jesus was an unexpected birth. If you do the time, you do the crime. A woman's right to choose should begin at her right to choose to use contraceptives. And while my party may be a little perturbed at me, I do believe in a woman's right to choose. I believe in the law. Whatever the law is, I believe we should follow it. Thank you, Board. I yield back the balance of my time. Free Brittany Griner, free Larry Hoover. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. All right, up next, we have, yes.
Can I interrupt? We have not been able to get the Zoom link working, but we do have Mr. Gallant on the phone.
Okay.
So he can say, do you mind if we take him, I'd kind of out of order and take him now?
Yep, that would be fantastic. Is Mr. Gallant, can you hear us? No?
All right, Mr. Gallant, you're up.
Mr. Gallant, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
It's James Gallant, Gallant.
And Mr. Gallant, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do, and I have been provided a waiver to address every agenda item, and I believe it was 3 minutes that Mr. Brader determined. And Please reconsider all the actions at the last meeting, because they had a majority of Democrats at the last meeting that voted that in direct contradiction to the Constitution. You're not supposed to have a majority of one party on the canvassing boards, any of them. And any version of language for the ballot language that includes the phrase reproductive freedom for all would appear untrue and biased, creating a prejudice in favor of the proposal. It was conceived and sold as enshrining abortion rights in Michigan in response to overturning Roe v. Wade. Now, ask Mr. Lydell on the record if these new rights for reproductive freedom will extend to him personally so he can become a birthing individual. These people are going to be able to, these corporations are individual too. So corporations could farm human beings so they could be aborted for that they could then get and sell that genetic material and that those stem cells for future, whatever they want to live with it. It's all about profit and enterprise, isn't it? And it's about Planned Parenthood's vision of the future. And this should not happen. This was sold to the people of the state of Michigan as something other than the rights for everybody involved. That's every man and every woman would end up with the exact same legal rights to either have an abortion or have their child born. And you can't, that's untenable. You cannot do that. I did send an email about this, and Mr. Don, please follow the rules and make every legitimate effort to block this anti-human effort. And I'm supposed to get an accommodation for every agenda item. So please do that and identify the rules, because Mr. Brader made very clear with 3 minutes at the discretion of the chair for more time, not for less. You just changed the rules of procedure and you suppress the vote of the voters sitting on this board. These are electorates, right? They're these canvassing board members. You denied them the right to vote to change the rules about how much time today. And this is what's wrong in Michigan and in America in the election integrity fraud arena. And so, yeah, I expect time on every issue, man, Mr. Don, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. Jonathan or Adam, anything to address on the issue of the time, or are we good to continue moving on there?
No, I'll just clarify that 3 minutes is typically what we use, but the chair has discretion to modify that in either direction to allow everyone to comment and for the board to do its business.
Thank you. All right. Up next will be Patrice Johnson. Patrice. Don't see anybody moving. It doesn't say overflow, so if you are overflow, just hang tight and we'll get to you. Gary Donker. There's Gary. Gary, good morning. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, please state and spell your name and then take it away.
My name is Gary Donker, Garydonker. And I just wanted to address the proposal 22-2. And I disagree with this, and that the voter ID or signed statement, it shouldn't be or, it should be both of them. I believe you should be voting not absentee ballot every year. That should be a necessity, not something that's just a given. There should be in-person voting. And a lot of these things have different situations that could cause the voting to be inaccurate. I just want to end that with Deuteronomy 5:7 and 5:19 in the Bible. You shall not steal. For anybody that would think about doing that anywhere in this country and anywhere in the world. For proposal 22-3, Deuteronomy, on this, I agree with the other people that said that it was not written the right way. And I want to end with that, with Deuteronomy in the Bible, 5:17, you shall not murder. Everybody has to stand before God someday. We all have an account to give for everything we do, even every careless word we say. And I would hope and pray that you'd all consider that before you make these decisions. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless Michigan. May God bless the United States of America.
Sir, I do, oh, were you going to say something else, or? Oh, yeah, no, go ahead, yeah. Patrice? Good morning.
Good morning.
You probably know the drill. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, yes.
Please state and spell your name for the reporter.
It's Patrice Johnson, Patrice, Johnson, Johnsson.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm with Pure Integrity Michigan Elections, and we identified 2 legal insufficiencies in Promote the Vote. The petition to amend Michigan's Constitution, which justifies being rejected by the board. As a former teacher, writer, journalist, and corporate executive, it fails on all counts. It receives an F for being ambiguous. It receives an F for poor research. It buries the lead in journalistic terms and obfuscates the truth. And as a corporate executive, I would say that it fails in its fiduciary responsibility to reveal the truth. First, under vague provisions about the fundamental right to vote, the petition text unconstitutionally authorizes state courts to replace the state legislature's election code with a judicially created election code. And the lawyers, Eric Cardall, clearly stated that with precedent, and that the argument is being delivered to the U.S. Supreme Court is currently reviewing the case, applying the independent state legislature doctrine to North Carolina's adjudicating election laws. Similarly, the proposed Michigan Constitution Amendment invites Michigan state courts to replace state legislative regulations with the state court's own regulations based on vague state constitutional provisions. The invitation to the state courts to enforce the fundamental right to vote is too broad, it's too vague to pass constitutional muster under the state legislature doctrine. Second, the petition providing a citizen's court inaction is legally insufficient for the proposed constitutional amendment.
Wrap it up, Patrice. That was the timer there.
All right, thank you. Is the intention of the Michigan petition to waive sovereign immunity, create a private use action to sue election officials, or to eliminate the defense of lack of standing? We simply can't know from the hopelessly ambiguous text. And the signers of this petition could not have known what they were signing because it's hopelessly ambiguous and cannot be remedied. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice. All right. Donna Brandenburg. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
Awesome.
Do you?
He's back.
Boy, you look familiar.
Yeah, how's that working for us all?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Always.
Okay, and please spell your name.
Donna Brandenburg, DONNA, BRANDENBURG.
All right, go ahead. Please feel free to address.
All right, so I think the biggest problem I have here is the amount of confusion and everything, not only from our Board of Elections and this board and everything, where we can lose signatures, we can absolutely confuse entire processes and have absolutely no control of anything whatsoever. None of us in the private sector could ever have a process that's this poorly run and get away with this nonsense. Now, I read the gibberish in the confusion in the Reproductive Freedom for All, which is not at all. The titles are even misleading. And I really would like to say right now that anyone that would vote for this is a fool. And the reason being is because they can't even write individual sentences. or words. This is like a gibberish. There's 43 errors in this whole thing. And for this to stand as a constitutional amendment in Michigan, every single person involved in this should be ashamed of themselves. It's non-professional, it's absurd, and to get this through any process makes anyone involved in it look like an absolute moron. There's no possible way that this would stand just on the amateur attempt in anywhere else and have us on the books for the state of Michigan. Shame on everyone. So I don't even know why we're discussing this, and let's go back to this too. Let's call it what it is. This, our United States is involved in human trafficking, trafficking kids, and selling fetal parts and babies. We had discussions on what do you do after a live birth happens, and when do you kill that baby after the baby's born, and how many parts are being sold. This is about selling human body parts. The Red Cross right now, 20% of the blood is only going to help. The rest of it's being sold to Big Pharma. So don't think anybody out here is stupid enough to believe what's actually going on behind the scenes, because we're not. And the other thing with the vote proposal, this is once again going into making up policies on the fly, having no control over our elections, and to further this communist Marxist takeover of the United States of America with no process and confusion. And it goes back, right back to taking God out of this nation. You take God out of the nation.
Are you wrapping it up?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
getting there.
Okay.
So
No,
I would like to have all of them done. I could talk for longer because I'm going to be back again, but that's all right. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Some of these are labeled overflow, but they appear to be on the issue of the elections, so I'm going to try and bring them in. So if you're in overflow, please, and have submitted a card, kind of start making your way to the door here. The first one is Sandra Carolan. So perhaps we'll give Sandra a moment to get to the door here. And then next on that will be Holly Grandy. So Holly, you're in here, or if you want to start making your way here. Sandra? Yep. All right. Good double time there, thank you.
Yeah, for an old lady.
All right, Sandra.
Sandra Carolan, S-A-N-D-R-A, C-A-R-O-L-A-N, from Novi, Michigan.
All right, and do you
I swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. All liars will have their part in the lake of fire.
You want this?
Not yet. Normally, this body speaks without audience, which is our fault as citizens who have allowed it to continue this long. Things have been happening in both of the conventions in both parties, and hopefully there'll be a shaking up on both sides of extreme ignorance as citizens that are supposed to be voting on things, as legislators who are supposed to be making laws, and as judicial people who are supposed to be deciding things according to the laws. The promote the vote issue has been a problem. I know personally people who have received ballots for people who have moved years ago. I know that there's a lot of tongue wagging about whether there was or whether there wasn't fraud in the election in 2020. We're here today in 2022 because I want to make sure that there isn't irregularities like occurred enshrined in the law by the Promote the Vote. I saw people that looked to be conservative people foolishly signing this without reading it, and were led astray by, of course I want to promote the vote, of course I want to make it possible for our military ballots to get in. And so I think that the legislature needs to, and the board here, needs to be careful in the way that they form the sentences, that things are clear so that people are not having to figure out, wait a minute, you have to vote no if you want yes, or you have to vote yes if you want no. So I would encourage you as our leaders of this state to please listen to the people who are speaking today on both sides. And I would encourage the people on the opposite side of me, obviously, to not shush me and tell me not to say anything and then go ahead and talk in front of me. So I would encourage everybody who's here to be polite and gracious to the other side. These are firmly held beliefs, and I want everybody's to be able to be heard.
Oh, good timing, too. You're pretty good. Holly Grandy, and then behind that we have Linda Appling. So, Linda, if you want to start making your way. Good morning.
My name is Holly, HOLLY,
Holly, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you very much for this time.
Take it away.
I am very concerned with, as a member of the public, reading petitions and then having those petitions rewritten, and where we choose to sign those petitions, we expect to see the same language in the voting booth. We do not expect to have leaders of certain parties rewriting what that language looks like. I feel if I sign a petition, my signature should be an endorsement of that petition. I also believe that when I go to the voting booth, I should see the same language. When you are approached to sign petitions, you have people who are very skilled in convincing you on the merits of that petition. And I read every word, and I don't want those words changed. I don't want them changed to aggressively encourage others to vote for a certain party's position. I also want to make sure that we understand that if a different party was in rewriting this language for different purposes, such as like expanding open carry laws, maybe expanding the exploration of our environment for energy resources, and then rewriting that after petition is put out, I think we might have a different perspective. I think you should protect my signature. You should protect the fact that that's my legal tender when I'm signing a petition. And words matter. And in fact, there's a reason I choose not to sign petitions. And that matters to me, especially when it comes to the purpose of these petitions. I'm pro-life. I also want to let you know that we remember these changes. We remember who was in charge when these changes are made, and we will take decisions when we look at the voting booth for those changes. Thank you. I take your job very seriously, and I really want you to protect my signature or my decision not to sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Linda Appling. And after Linda, I have James Johnson. Linda, I like your shirt. Go green.
Of course, always.
Linda, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And all right, state and spell your name, and then we'll give you your minute to...
My name is Linda Appling, and that's spelled Linda, A, P as in Paul, another P as in Paul, Ling.
All right, take it away, Linda.
Okay. I'd like to say that I was one of thousands collecting signatures. I saw how much people were interested in protecting their voting rights. This is especially true in minority communities where fewer sites to vote are available, and many parents and others are required to work during voting hours. During these days, when many states and organizations are seeking to roll back voting rights, it becomes imperative that we protect those rights here in Michigan. Promote the Vote has submitted more than 664,000 signatures. This greatly exceeds the required number of signatures. The Canvass Board should approve our petition. I would also like to state my father, my grandfather, my husband fought for the right to vote don't throw their efforts away.
Thank you, Linda. Mr. Johnson. And after Mr. Johnson, we'll have Dawn Udell, I believe it is. Mr. Johnson, thank you, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and again, state, spell your name.
James Johnson, James Johnsson.
Probably the easiest one we'll have today, I would imagine.
Okay, I'm with Michigan Fair Elections, and we support the rejection of the Promote the Vote petition on constitutional reasons. Both, it's unconstitutional based on the Michigan Constitution, based on the argument that Mr. Dorsett has submitted in writing to you folks, and as well as the written argument that Eric Cadal has submitted that it's unconstitutional as far as the U.S. Constitution. Let alone it should be rejected on the deceptive nature of the 100-word summary. I know it's not relevant here to talk about the ominous nature of the petition and that it would make fair elections in Michigan almost impossible. The burden of the duty you folks have, I know, is heavy when you're carrying out this duty. My 8-month-old twin grandbabies recently moved to Michigan from Colorado, and it got me thinking about a question that I hope they never ask me. Grandpa, what did you do when we lost our country? If they do ask this question, I hope I'm able to say I stood up for what was right. And I ask you to do what you can today to help that question never be asked. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dawn? All right. After Dawn, I've got Ellen Koenig. I'm trying on that one. Probably got it close. Morning, Dawn.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. And state and spell your name, and then go ahead.
Okay, my name is Dawn, D-A-W-N, Udell, U-D-E-L-L. Regarding, first of all, thank you for having me. Regarding Proposal 1, it would end our election transparency. It would enable ballot harvesting, and please don't allow them to take our vote away. We have veterans that have fought for freedom. Our whole Constitution is based on Christianity, and I'm seeing it deteriorate. On Proposal 2, if a person takes the life of a pregnant woman, they're charged as taking 2 lives, yet abortions are legal. Organizations are profiting over abortions, which is wrong. And personally, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I want my children, my grandchildren to have the kind of life that I did, the freedom, and our freedoms are being eroded. Please, don't let them be eroded, okay? We would like to see freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Ellen, come on up. After Ellen, I've got Mark, looks like Hornbeck. Ellen, good morning.
Good
Do you swear
morning.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, state and spell your name.
Ellen, E-L-L-E-N, Koenig, K-O-E-N-I-G. I'm here to say to you today, I've read through the wording on these petition proposals to alter our state constitution. This is a big deal. And I hope you've read through these 100 pages because they're not well written. There are run-on sentences. There are big sentences that have all caps and don't have correct punctuation. And if we're going to put something on the ballot, it has to be something everyone can read and understand using the common languages that how we interpret English under our Constitution. So I'm just saying, first thing first, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. I believe this both of these have to be written properly, especially if they're going to try to change our Constitution. Because a lawyer or anyone trying to adhere to these ballot proposals, if they got into law, it would be a mess. So let's not put this embarrassing thing on our ballot. And that's what I'm asking of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Gonna assume you're Mark.
That's me. Mark Hornbeck, M-A-R-K, Hornbeck, H-O-R-N-B-E-C-K.
Mr. Hornbeck, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, take it away, sir.
I'm here as a volunteer for Voters Not Politicians. I was a petition circulator. We worked hard to get the 664,000 signatures to put this critical issue on the ballot. And I was among the thousands of volunteers who mobilized to collect signatures for this important issue. I urge the board to certify Promote the Vote 2022 to the November ballot. Throughout this year, especially during petition circulation, we highlighted that Promote the Vote 2022 will ensure everyone eligible to vote in Michigan enjoys the fundamental right to vote without intimidation or harassment. Omitting this crucial aspect of this proposal, which is also the very first element of the proposal's language in the summary, does a disservice to voters who deserve clarity and transparency as to what they're voting for. Additionally, Promote the Vote 2022 requires that military and overseas ballots be counted if postmarked by Election Day and received within 6 days, yet this important element is omitted in the caption. I respectfully urge you to address that so our veterans, our military men and women serving overseas, and those who support them understand that they'll have time to vote. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. I believe I forgot to mention the on deck. That was Melissa Ward. So Melissa, if you're in here or if you want to make your way, and then behind Melissa, we have Craig, looks like Cumber, maybe? We'll give Melissa a moment. The good news is I think the stack of what we've been through is starting to catch up with what's left. So strap in. Melissa? Good morning.
Good morning.
Melissa, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right, and please state and spell your name. And then
Melissa
take it away.
Ward, M-E-L-I-S-S-A, Ward, W-A-R-D.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, two of the major things is number 4 and number 7. Number 4 is promoting the vote. I actually was out there getting signatures for something else for decertified in Michigan at one time, and I saw a lot of people doing the petitions to promote the vote, and it was a bunch of lies. So it needs to be rejected, period. Number 7 is about reproductive freedom for all. That's also a bunch of lies. Abortion is, the meaning of abortion means abort, means to get rid of, murder, kill. Okay, look the word up. The word choice is not a noun. It means that you have to make a choice between life or death. Okay? Abortion is the murder houses that actually were point out Planned Parenthood started the abortion clinics by a white woman that wanted to get rid of all the blacks, and she used the word and the N-word, which I'm not allowed to say, right? But that was where the abortion clinics went. All set up in the cities, in the towns that were full of the black people to kill the black people. That's what their goal was. Constitution, it is not a constitutional right to promote death. It says in the Constitution to promote life. So what part of this don't you guys get? Okay. Also, the lies to cover up allowing the murder is huge. Very, very huge. The life of a mother, I am a mother. I did have an abortion when I was 17 years old because of something that I was lied to and lied to. It was traumatic. It left an impression on my life the whole time. God does forgive, which the churches have allowed us to believe a lie that that was the unforgiven sin. It is not. God still forgives, and he can forgive all of you for voting wrong, okay? We need to protect the babies. There is no exceptions for murder, okay? With the life of a mother, they say, well, the life of a mother, that should have an abortion. No, first of all, she would not go to an abortion clinic to get an abortion. It would not be called an abortion. It would be to save the life of the mother. And there has been no survey that has been done about saving the life of a woman.
And
The other
Melissa,
thing is adoption.
I'll ask-
Adoption is an option.
Your time is up. I've given you a little bit of time to wrap up, so 5 seconds.
Okay, adoption is an option, not murder. Okay, so abortion is murder, period. And if you guys allow something that is all, you know, the wording and everything according to this proposal is like ridiculous.
You're beyond 5
So it
seconds
needs to
now.
be rejected.
Thank you,
very
Melissa.
much.
All right, Craig. After Craig, I've got Dan Bonamy II. Craig, I apologize, I can't read the last part of your name. Was I close? Cumbo?
Close enough.
Okay.
It's been butchered a lot.
Craig, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help
Yes.
you God?
Yes, I
All
do.
right, and to correct that issue, could you state and spell your name?
Sure, I sure can. Craig, C-R-A-I-G, last name is Cumbo, C-U-M-B-O-W. And I failed handwriting, so yeah. I am here to urge the Board of Canvassers to accept the recommendation of the Bureau of Elections and place Promote the Vote on the November ballot. I was also, like Mark, I was one of the signature gatherers. I circulated, and I was one of the thousands that really helped circulate, and we got 200,000 more signatures than we needed. So this basically says the people of Michigan want this, and we're here to decide whether it should goes on the ballot. And obviously the people of Michigan think it should. So I won't go through all of the bullets in here, but I can tell you as an ex-process manager, that was my last job in my career. These are all process improvements. These make things easier, more convenient, but at the same time, they keep the integrity and the security and put those into the Constitution. So as somebody, voters, not politicians, I recommend that this goes on the ballot.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Dan, come on up, sir. Good morning. Dan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir. Thank you.
All right, please state and spell your name.
Dan Bonamy, D-A-N-B-O-N-A-M-I-E, II.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for my time today. I'd like to address the board not on an issue basis, but on the, as far as each individual basis. But I feel that any constitutional amendment must be clearly stated. When they're out collecting signatures, we need to know exactly what we're signing. And if a petition's unclear in any way, shape, or form that's changing our laws, it needs to be thrown out. It also does not clearly explain what it's removing from the law, especially in the election integrity. If we don't know what laws it's removing from our Constitution and what changes it's making, it should not be put on the ballot until those are clearly stated. And I would ask this board to deny both proposals under those circumstances. And if these things come forward, no matter what the position is on them, in a clearly stated manner, and have the correct signatures, then they should move forward. But without that, we should deny this.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Up next, I have City of Warren District 5 Councilman Eddie Kubasinski. And I think Eddie might be in overflow, so we'll give him a minute. The other folks would be Gary Smith, Frederick Nienstead, and then Robert Avers. So we'll give them a moment to make their way, and then we'll move to the next stack. Okay. I do want to thank on my behalf and others. So far, folks been following the rules pretty nicely and keeping things succinct. We ask that you continue doing that, and we'll get you out of here by dinner time. Hopefully today.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to say that, I've been on this board since 2013. And so, I actually, it's weird to be on this side of this room, so I'll just say that. But I've been on this board since 2013, and I am encouraged by the number of people who are starting to attend these meetings. And I say that, I do mean that, because we do make very important decisions on this board. And some of the comments that were made today are the same comments that I know I've made about legality of petitions and reading petitions before you sign them and understanding what you are doing. But I just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to everyone who is either here in person or, now that we are streaming, I believe we are streaming, to actually understand what this process is and what we do on this board. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me a comment.
Absolutely. All right, Eddie, you look a little worse for wear than the last time I saw you, sir. I hope everything's okay.
Yes, sir. Sorry, you gotta give us cripples a little time to get over here from the overflow room.
So, Eddie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right,
sir,
and
I do.
please state and spell your name, and then I'll give you 60 seconds.
My name is Eddie Kabasinski. I'm a Warren City Councilman representing District 5, South Central Warren N. I'm the only constitutional conservative on the Warren City Council. Yes, so referring to that, we had the meeting that was on the 19th at the Delta Township offices. And if you guys can see this shirt here, this is what happens to you when you're a conservative Republican and you go to speak out on these issues having to do with the voter ID situation and allowing illegal migrants to vote in our election, and also about the Kill Baby bill. That's what it should be called, because that's exactly what it is. My campaign manager and I, Fred Nastad, and I have been very vocal about these ballot proposal items in Warren, Macomb, and throughout the state of Michigan when given a chance to speak on them. And this is what happens. You get targeted, attacked in a rollover accident or traffic crash. You get targeted. And many Republicans have been targeted in this state and adjoining states because they've been very outspoken about similar bills that have to do with the Kill Babies and also about so-called voter integrity. So I just want to make everybody aware that this kind of violence is unacceptable, and this is what happens when you're outspoken and you're a Republican in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Give you a moment to get out of there, and then I believe I said Mr. Smith, Gary Smith would be next. And I'm been trying to keep things on the elections issue, then take the reproductive freedom abortion issue. Gary, you just wrote one, so I'm not sure which exact issue you're looking to address, but you're here, so I'll let you go on either one. So, Gary, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do,
All right.
as always.
State and spell your name, and then go ahead.
Gary F. Smith, G-A-R-Y-F-S-M-I-T-H. I'm glad that you're swearing people in. I think that means that you are in relentless pursuit of the truth. And so that's what I wanted to talk about, not the merits of any of these initiatives here, but about the truth. I don't believe that the truth was presented to the folks who were asked to support these constitutional amendments. I don't believe that the truth is represented in the text. I don't believe that the truth will be represented in the 100-word summary. So I petitioned the canvassers to insist on the truth and to not advance these petitions until that's all satisfied. Thank you.
Sir? Frederick Nienstedt, and then after that will be Mr. Robert Avers. Good morning, Frederick.
Good morning, Chair.
Do you
and
swear to
Board.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please state and spell your name and take it away.
Frederick, F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K, Nienstedt, N-I-E-N-S-T-E-D-T. Chair, may I address Director Brader directly?
Sure. You may address any of us, but please, again, please keep it
MCL
respectful.
168.32, right? That's for the nominating petitions, or the original language for proposals. Is that correct? And MCL 168.485 is the direct yes and no form of the question. 463A, is that also included in your description? That's been repealed, sir. I would like to know, what is the MCL that allows you to rewrite the ballot language?
I can just confirm for the board that the election law was followed in the drafting both of the petition summary, which was drafted by me and approved by the board, as well as the proposed ballot language, which was drafted by me and which the board is meeting to consider today for both petitions.
But you cannot quote an MCL.
Mr. Nienstedt, we're here to take comment, and I know,
Okay.
you know, I
All right.
obviously have
Then
disagreements
I
with
would make the
interpretations of
comment
things,
that
but
the only reason that we're following election law is because the Attorney General issued an opinion. One person in this state issued an opinion that will affect generations from now. I would like that to be stated clearly so that everybody understands that one person with a partisan nature has made this choice to change the 100-word ballot summary. So we need to make it truth, right? We have to have an exact description. But how can you do it in 100 words? Please, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Avers. Mr. Avers, I will admit, is a friend of mine, so I know he's an attorney, but he wishes to speak during public comment. I guess he's going to give his clients a discount. As an attorney.
Just keep going.
Licensed to practice law, I do not need to swear you in, but do please state and spell your name, and then we'll give you a minute to state your case.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, I am Robert Avers, R-O-B-E-R-T-A-V-E-R-S. I am an attorney, and I'm here this morning on behalf of the Ballot Question Committee, Secure My Vote. Speaking on agenda item number 4, the sufficiency of the Promote the Vote petition. That petition may not be certified by this board today. Article 2, Section 4, as amended by the Promote the Vote petition, would abrogate Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution because it would render the legislature's authority to exclude individuals, such as incarcerated felons, from voting. It would render that authority wholly inoperable. Now, Promote the Vote could have listed that provision in its petition as being abrogated. In fact, it's required to do so by law. It did not do that. That's a legal requirement. They failed to check that box. This board does not have the authority today to certify that petition. Now, in written submissions that Promote the Vote submitted to this board, they did attempt to gloss over their omission by characterizing that fatal defect as those requirements under Article 2, Section 2 as qualifications. That position, I'll wrap up. That petition is in direct conflict with Michigan law, and I'll just give you 2 citations. MCL 168.492 expressly defines qualifications to register to vote, and the things in Article 2, Section 2 are not there. The second would be MCL 168.492A, and that is a statute that was enacted by the legislature under their authority of Article 2, Section 2, which precludes convicted incarcerated felons from voting. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir. That would appear to conclude the request to speak on the elections issue. I'm sure there's some scattered in here. Does anybody wish or need to take a quick break? Okay, we will recess until 10:10. Do I slam this thing when I recess?
Interesting.
The beautiful, chaotic world of American democracy.
I'm sorry. You have to kind of call it, say it, yeah.
All right, folks. Call this meeting back to order at 10:15. I gave you 5 extra minutes. All right. We'll now be moving on to public comment related to the reproductive freedom abortion issue. And again, same rules in terms of time, respectfulness, stating and spelling your name. First, we have Renee Jasinski, and after that, I've got Nicole Kaufman. I'll try to give on deck as I move through these so you can be prepared. Good morning. Looks like the microphone is on. Renee, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, state and spell your name, and then go ahead.
Jasinski.
And if I may, just if you can just make sure you're speaking into the mic. When you turn away, it does kind of.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you all very much for hearing me speak today. Really appreciate it. I have concerns about the proposal regarding the reproductive freedom for all. There are many errors that are alarming to me. This may put the voter at a disadvantage for clearly understanding what they are voting for. A change to our Constitution should not be taken lightly. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Nicole Kaufman. And after that, we have Grace Kaufman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please state and spell your name.
Nicole, Nicole, Kaufman, Kauffman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Board. It came to my attention that this constitutional amendment for reproductive freedom is up for you to decide today if it should be placed on the ballot for November. I pulled up the amendment to educate myself on its contents and found it very hard to read due to very large paragraphs without spacing between words. This was confusing, and my concern is that this amendment were to pass and become law, it would be very difficult to interpret its meaning due to the errors. The wording is insufficient in this initiative to be entered into the law. As a concerned citizen of Michigan, I'm asking that you do not approve this amendment for inclusion on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Grace, come on up. And then I have Peter Dresser after that.
Okay.
Grace, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
I
help
sure
you God?
do.
All right.
And my name is Grace, Grace, Kaufman, Kauffman. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for your willingness to serve us. Thanks. Today, you have the serious responsibility to decide if the Reproduction Freedom for All Amendment should be placed on the ballot for November the 8th. There are errors on the back of this amendment. They're illegible and they can't be read. According to the criteria set, these errors would invalidate this amendment from being placed on the ballot or from even being entered into Michigan law. Your integrity matters today, and I'm asking you to disallow this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. We have Peter Dresser, and after Peter, Corey Shankleton. Good morning, Peter.
Morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
Peter, P-E-T-E-R, Dresser, D-R-E-S-S-E-R. I'm also concerned about the multiple errors of the Reproductive Freedom for All petition proposing an amendment to our state constitution. If you approve this petition to move forward, it will reinforce a governing culture that is sloppy, unprofessional, and negligent of important details. Clearly, many signed this petition, even our own governor and many legislators, without reading it. If you let it move forward, it reinforces negligence in the citizenry and our governing officials. A proposal that seeks to amend something as sacred as our state constitution that governs the lives of nearly 10 million Michiganders deserves the strictest of scrutiny. To glibly move this petition forward, forgiving human or technological error, would be derelict. Thank you for doing your job today to uphold the standard and honor of the petition process by not allowing our FFA amendment to move forward. Moreover, if you approve this amendment to move forward, it sets a dangerous precedent where future proposals could include nefarious wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Corey Shankleton, and after that, Lori Malakowski. Good morning, Corey.
Good morning.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Corey, C-O-R-E-Y, Shankleton, S-H-A-N-K-L-E-T-O-N. I am addressing the board today in regards to my concerns about the Reproductive Freedom for All proposed amendment. While I could address this proposal on ethical, health, and social grounds, that's not my gravest concern today. Abortion, women's health, parental rights, and tax appropriation are all major issues and must be addressed in clear, concise ways. A law or an amendment that is not clear is simply not defensible. As this board has been made clear, the RFFA is riddled with errors to which Michigan law makes no allowance for their correction. Those supporting this amendment argue that no state law addressing spacing between words is in Michigan code. Of course, this is not in Michigan code because it is an established practice. You do not write words without spacing. If these topics are to be addressed, we owe it to Michigan to do so in a clear, consistent manner. I ask the Board of Canvassers to vote no on the Reproductive Freedom for All amendment, reject it from the November 8th ballot, and I appreciate you giving this your attention today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lori Malakowski, and after Lori is Rick Wierzyłek. Probably butchered that one pretty badly, but Lori, go ahead. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, please.
LORIMALACKOWSKI. Hello, I am here this morning to voice my concern over Proposal 3. The syntax errors in this amendment consist of large, incomprehensible run-on words and poor grammar, which will appear as gibberish on the November ballot and the Michigan Constitution. Not only are the syntax errors concerning, but the language of this amendment is confusing and misleading. A constitutional proposed amendment should be written precisely and without ambiguity so the citizen clearly understands the outcome of their yes or no vote. Therefore, I ask that you not allow this amendment to be put on the November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, come on up. And then after that, we have Christine Augustine. Rick, please, well, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
And then please say your name correctly for me.
Okay, my name is Rick, R-I-C-K, Warzwak, W-A-R-Z-Y-W-A-K.
All right, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, on the reproductive freedom proposal, I believe the integrity of the canvassers are at stake because of the words, and it's kind of like if you go to a restaurant and it says, "We serve fine food," but they're serving it out of a dumpster and back. Whoever wrote that proposal certainly was not educated well enough as something as important as this. So I'm speaking to the canvassers of your integrity here. If you okay this, you're going to open up a Pandora's box of the future proposals who are sloppily worded, and I'm sure you have rejected proposals in the past. And so again, you really have to look at this very carefully. Your integrity is on the line here. Forget the political biases. Let's follow the rule of law. Let's go back to the integrity of how the canvassers are supposed to act. That's my opinion. So I really ask you to reject this proposal because of the wording on the back. That's and all the other things. And I'll say one thing, a nation who kills its kids will do anything to its people.
Thank you, Rick. Christine. After Christine, we have Ari Kaufman. I was trying to see if there was another Kaufman in there to bring you up with the rest of the family, so I apologize for that. Christine, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. State and spell your name.
Christine Augustine, Christine Augustine.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Board. I do not envy you today. We all want what's best for our state. I just wanted to echo what some of the other people here are saying about the syntax errors, about the ambiguity of the language. I had a friend who is pro-choice who did sign this petition. I read her the language from the proposed amendment. She said, "I didn't sign that. I did not sign that. That's not what I signed." I said, "Yes, you did." She said, "Well, that's not what I understood that it said." So I think that is something to be said, that people are not clearly understanding what they are signing with this petition. I'd like to read just one of these examples of gibberish. Or alleged pregnancy outcomes, including but not limited to miscarriage, stillborn, or abortion. That's all one word, no spaces. That is what we would be proposing to put into our Michigan Constitution, is gibberish. I know you take your job as canvassers for our state very seriously, and I call upon the gravity and implore you to disallow this document on our November ballot. It is not of a quality we would want permanently added to our state constitution. Anything added to the Constitution needs to live up to the quality and the permanency of that document, as others have stated, for future, for setting precedents, for legal lawsuits that will come as a result of this. They need to be able to defend it, and they need to be able to clearly understand what it says. For all of these reasons, I ask you to please halt this proposal's advancement to our ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Ari, come on up. After Ms. Kaufman, we have Tricia Fessler. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. And now, are you a high school student, or are you a college student, or?
I'm going into high school.
Okay. Well, good for you for taking time to come here and participate in the process. It's good to see young folks involved. I think all of us will agree with that. So go ahead, state and spell your name, and then let us know why you're here.
Ari Kaufman, Arikaufman. Hello, Board of State Canvassers. When our country's Constitution was written, our founding fathers wrote it to ensure that every American had their God-given rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It was written with care, read and reread, edited and re-edited to make sure that it was a strong, liberty-preserving standard. It is a Constitution to be proud of. Michigan's Constitution should be the same. So why is the Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment coming in with whole sentences written with no spaces? A Constitution is the standard of state on which all other laws are based, a law that preserves our rights and freedoms. Our Constitution should not be taken lightly. If an amendment is being proposed, it should be written with care, clear, understandable, and thorough. Our FFA clearly lacks these qualities. Can we let an amendment written so carelessly go on the ballot? Think of what that would look like on our Constitution. Our Constitution defines how our state works, so think how that would label our state. Michigan would be seen as careless and sloppy, a state that didn't bother to pay attention to the guidelines. No, I do not want that for state. You should not want that for our state. That is your job. You should make sure that this amendment does not go on the Constitution, to keep our Constitution a Constitution to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that you are far better spoken and intellectually consistent than a good number of the people who are in this room, not today, but most of the time. I won't name any names. Thank you very much for coming. Tricia Fessler, and then after Tricia, we have Herman Barbie. Tricia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, state and spell your name and take it away.
Tricia, Trisha, Fessler, Fessler. And of course, I have to go after her. So, thank you, Board, for having us here today. I am speaking to you in regards to the Reproductive Freedom for All proposed amendment. Not only is it the most extreme proposal content that I've ever seen, the pure sloppiness of the text should not be approved. There are over 40-plus instances of a gibberish that could bring much confusion to our Michigan Constitution if allowed. So I'm asking you to reject the Reproductive Freedom for All proposed amendment so that it will not be on the Michigan's November 2022 ballot for the reasons I discussed above. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Herman? After Herman, we have Victoria Zilch. Herman, good morning. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Amen.
All right, go ahead, sir.
My name is Herman, legal spelling German, last name Barbe, Barbe. Thank you for having me, having brought all of us. And I'm here today as a concerned citizen of the state of Michigan, a fan of the English language, and a father who likes and appreciates our Constitution and wants to pass that along to my 7-year-old son, who's now learning to read English. The Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment is a proposed constitutional amendment to the state of Michigan. Recently, multiple errors were found in the text of the Reproductive Freedom for All proposed amendment. 43 errors, to be exact. Because of these many errors, this amendment should be invalidated from appearing on the November ballot. These errors consist of multiple, large, incomprehensible run-on words. In specific portions of the amendment, spaces were removed between words, which created these large run-on words. These errors cannot be corrected. If the amendment's text were to be changed now, the Reproductive Freedom for All Coalition would need to recirculate petitions all over again. They would be back at square one, and their only hope is for these errors to be overlooked by you, the Board of Canvassers. If the Board of Canvassers were to approve this amendment with the errors and all, and if the amendment succeeded in November, the Constitution of the state of Michigan would look like gibberish. So I leave you with 3 sentences in English. Abort the amendment, abort the amendment, abort the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria. After Victoria, we have Dr. Heather Aldred.
Hello.
Good
My name
morning.
is Victoria Zilch, spelt VICTORIAZILCH.
And Victoria, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, take it away.
Good morning, Board. My name is Victoria, and I am a resident of Southfield, Michigan. I am here today to address you regarding the Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment. As I'm sure you are aware at this point, there have been many spacing errors found within this amendment. Although those who authored this amendment argue that people can understand what is written even with these errors, this is not the case. The lack of spaces in multiple sections of the amendment caused the amendment to be unclear and hard to be understood. Our constitutional amendments must be clear. Our Constitution is sacred, so this must be taken seriously. To allow a proposed constitutional amendment that has this many errors to be on the ballot in Michigan is to set the bar very low for all future amendments that may be proposed. Michigan election law is meticulous and incredibly exact when it comes to the formatting of petitions, of proposed amendments, and more. To abandon these meticulous standards because there's no specific provision that addresses spacing issues is foolish. It is clear that any piece of legislation that is to be considered should be of the highest quality and should be accurate and in alignment with the standards outlined by law. This proposed amendment does not meet those standards. All of this fails to include that our state would look incompetent at best if this were to become our next constitutional amendment. I am asking that you do not allow this sloppy, low-quality piece of legislation, this proposal, to be on our ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Dr. Heather Aldred. And after that, it looks like Lindy Dornsick. I might be butchering that. Perhaps your handwriting was a little sloppy. I don't know, but you're next. Go, Dr. Heather Aldred. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you know the drill.
My name is Heather Aldred, Heatheraldred. Good morning, Board of Canvassers. I'm asking the board this morning to vote no to include the Reproductive Freedom for All Constitution Amendment on the November ballot. The staff report on the petition wording says that the law is silent on the amount of space between letters and words in a petition. The law being silent on a topic does not mean that it is unimportant. It can also be so obvious that it does not need to be stated. Spaces in a written language are as important as the letters themselves. Consider this example set of words. Together, experts exchange, therapist issuing authorities. Or, with different spaces, to get her expert sex change, the rapist is suing authorities. Let's read that again. Together, experts exchange, therapist issuing authorities. Or is it to get her expert sex change, the rapist is suing authorities? Same letters, different spaces, very different meanings. Yet, with all the missing spaces, the wording would need to be added to the Constitution without being amended, according to Michigan law. The readability of the petition is undoubtedly fundamentally flawed. Signers of the petition were unable to easily read what they were agreeing to. I am asking this morning that you reject this ballot proposal because the readability of the petition is fundamentally flawed and the resulting amendment would be nonsense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If there's a sergeant or somebody that would maybe go out there and instruct those people to please stop knocking on the window and distracting, that would be much appreciated. Lindy, or Lindsay, I apologize if I'm just struggling to read that correctly. You are up. After you would be Jan Seeger.
I apologize. It was horrible writing. My name is Sydney. I have hand issues, but maybe I also wrote this ballot. I don't know.
Okay, that was a good one. Sydney. Sydney, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and please state and spell your name.
Sydney, Cydney, Domsic, Domsic.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm here to speak against the proposal 22-3, Reproductive Freedom for All. The proposal has vague, unclear, and misleading language, and it leads to confusion as to what this amendment would actually allow. As a personal experience, when talking to a petitioner that I had seen in the park and asked them to explain what this petition said, they could not. they had kind of a party line. When I asked for when I asked for further clarification, they couldn't give me any. So if they can't clarify it, then how can we expect the voters to? Due to the lack of clarity, it should not be allowed on the ballot, since people will be unsure as to what their vote will actually be allowing. I ask that you do not approve this proposal and do not allow it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Jan Seeger. After Jan, we have Regina Schuck. Good morning, Jan.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, same as the rest. State and spell your name.
My first name is Jan, Jan. The last name is Seeger, Seeger.
Go ahead, Jan.
Thank you for letting me speak before the board this morning. I want to express my opposition to the reproductive health freedom proposal that would be added to our state constitution. Number one, it does not follow correct format that petitioners signed, and the board did not sign off on it. Number two, it's sloppy. No one wants a sloppy amendment to our Constitution. Constitutional amendments are not easily tweaked, corrected, etc., so don't go there. Number three, there are over 40 errors in the petition. My understanding is that a petition cannot be changed once presented to the public for signature. Number four, they're attempting to break our laws that are in place for this very reason of preventing a bait and switch. Number five, there will be another election cycle, so tell the authors to get it right. And lastly, in God's word it says, "Thou shalt not murder." When you make this vote today, folks, you will be accountable not only to the people in the state of Michigan, but you will be accountable to our God. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Regina. Okay, after Regina, we have Jessica Frost. We are making progress. I just counted. There's 25 after Regina, so should be done just after 11. Now we get to hear from the attorneys. How joyful. Regina, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you for letting me.
State and spell your name.
Oh, Regina, Regena. Last name is Schuck, Schuck.
All right, go ahead.
I do have some concerns about the reproductive freedom that you're considering passing. I looked at this proposal, and when I was looking through it, I was confused about some of the things that I had seen, the verbiage and the way it was written and things that way. I'm looking at it, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this and what is that? I'm not typically one to go out and speak in public, but I do have some concerns about this because it is such a serious nature. I think that as we sign petitions and as we put proposals forward, everybody needs to understand what it is that they're signing and what it is that they're agreeing to. And I think that all Michiganders have that right. They need to know what it is. There's different kinds of misleading things going on in our world right now. And I think when it comes to the seriousness of this proposal, we need to really take a look at that and maybe just turn that down. Okay?
Thank you, Regina.
Thank you.
Jessica Frost. After Jessica, we have Leah Riley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
I want to apologize in advance that I was initially informed of a 3-minute, so I've done my very best to concise and we'll move efficiently through this.
And if you just lean a little closer to the mic so we can hear a little better. I'll give you a little bit of leeway. Obviously, thank you for doing your best. Jessica, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and state and spell, and go ahead.
Dr. Jessica Frost, Jessica Frost. Good morning, all. I'm a physician specializing in obstetrics and gynecology, serving the Lansing community. I entered this field to dedicate my life to the care of women and their reproductive health care needs. The U.S. Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade has made that a lot more difficult. To serve my patients and offer all treatment options available to them, we must restore the reproductive protections lost when Roe was overturned. We can't go back to the 1931 law that bans abortion. Physicians must be able to offer patients comprehensive care they require. being forced to adhere to an antiquated law that bans pregnancy-related treatments, including abortions, needlessly puts women's lives at risk. It puts doctors at risk of losing our jobs, of prosecution, or even jail time. I trust my patients to make their own decisions. Women have had the right under Roe since before I was born, for almost 50 years. It is my role to provide education, support, and proper treatment, not to judge or coerce. In my practice, I have offered comfort to a woman who wept over the decision to terminate her pregnancy due to abnormalities incompatible with life. I have seen a woman shock after learning her contraception failed her. I have had to tell a 13-year-old child she was carrying a child. Every pregnancy is different and requires me to be able to treat each one accordingly, without government interference, without fear of repercussions to patients or doctors. That's why I fully support the Reproductive Freedom for All ballot initiative, and I urge this board to certify the petition signatures so that Michiganders can decide this issue for themselves. Everyone should have the right to reproductive freedoms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't know why you were worried about the time. You did a great job there. Leah Riley, and then after Leah, Cassie Jones McBride.
Hello.
Hello, Leah. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right.
And my name is Leah, L-E-A-H, last name Riley, R-I-L-E-Y.
Go ahead.
All right, I am here today to express my concerns about the many errors that are present on the Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment petition. This petition addresses one of the most serious issues in the history of our nation and will impact every individual and family in Michigan, and as such needs to be held to the highest standards for text, formatting, and integrity that this board is designed to uphold. The language of this petition is dangerously vague, and the text formatting errors only add confusion and make large sections of the petition illegible. Simply put, the Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment proposal does not meet the rigorous standards that this board has upheld in the past and should not be allowed on the ballot in November. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cassie. Come on up, Cassie. After that, we have Billy Putman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Cassie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Spell your name, then take it away.
Right, is Cassie Jones McBride, C-A-S-S-Y, McBride, M-C-B-R-Y-D-E, Jones McBride. So my name is
Nothing to be nervous about, just take your time.
My name is Cassie, daughter of Mary, a beautiful black woman who is now my ancestor, but her spirit ushered me into this space today. I have been committed for years to trying to achieve sexual and reproductive justice for me and my community. Women who look like me have been fighting for agency over our bodies ever since my ancestors were brought to this soil. You cannot say that you are pro-life when there's a direct disregard of protecting the lives that are here, the life in front of you. We need reproductive justice to ensure we are able to raise our families in thriving environments. The passing of the RFFA is essential. Through this initiative, you can defend the freedom of all Michigan residents to make their own reproductive health care decisions, including abortion, keeping their choices private between their families and their doctors. The people of this state have spoken, as evident by the hundreds of thousands of signatures before you. Affirm our voices and stand up for our freedom and protect our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Billy Putman. Come on up, sir. I'm assuming you spelled that right, so.
Yes, I did. It is P-U-T-M-A-N.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting something wrong. Billy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Amen.
All right, and go ahead.
I am Billy Putman, B-I-L-L-Y, P-U-T-M-A-N. Good morning, board. I am Billy Putman from Carroll, Michigan. I want to let you know about my bias. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I take a knee to no man. There's a verse in the Bible in Esther 4:14 that says, "Perhaps this is the moment for which you have been created." State canvassers, I want you to be carefully evaluate yourself today and ask yourself if today is the moment for you in your life. I can't imagine a more important decision that you have to ever make in your life, because I know that you and I will kneel before Christ someday and answer for the decision you make today. And if I were you, I know which side of the vote I would like to answer to Christ with. Jeremiah 1:5, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. As I assume you know, if you pass this onto the ballot and it passes the proposal onto the general election, then you will have to put the most grammatically incorrect law into Constitution than has ever been. There is approximately 43 errors in this proposal. I would assume that you wouldn't want Michigan to be mocked for their lack of education and lack of due diligence for such an important issue to so many. I'm almost done. It would never uphold in the court in the way it is written. If you approve this, you're putting politics over punctuation. All the time, we force our kids to put into knowing how to write properly and teach them how important this is. But are we hypocrites when it comes to politics? As usual. However, do I believe this is a coincidence? Absolutely not. I just love how God works sometimes and love when my eyes are open to miracles such as these. But I also believe God is giving you, state canvassers, a way out. If you are embarrassed and don't want to vote this proposal down because you don't want to stand for Christ, then I believe God has given you a way to vote this proposal down because it is awfully written. So I leave you with this. Be careful with your decision today. God will allow us to be tempted in life, but He will always give us a way out of temptation. Take God's open door for you to walk through today and start fresh and anew. Remember, perhaps today is the very moment in which you were created for. God bless.
Thank you. I do want to gently remind folks of the 1 minute, and when you do hear the bell, wrap it up as quickly as you can. I forgot to do the on deck. That would be Mandy Sullivan is up next. And so if you want a little prep time, slowly walk up here. After Mandy is Lisa Capatina. I don't see anybody moving for Mandy, so why don't... Oh. It's like, how did she get behind me?
Little humor. Mr. Chair, don't joke about that because we did have a meeting that they did remove the board behind us. And that was when we put voters, not politicians, on the ballot.
Oh. I remember those days. I don't see Mandy. Is that you, Mandy? Lisa? Come on, Lisa. We'll hold on to Mandy and see if she shows up. After Lisa, we've got Gregory Goyert.
Good morning, Board of Canvassers.
Good morning.
My name is Lisa Capatina, Lisacapatina, and I'm from Plymouth.
And Lisa, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
My concern is whether or not an aired proposal for constitutional amendment is fit for the election ballot. It is obvious in the Reproductive Freedom for All proposal there are spacing issues that result in almost entire sentences with no breaks. To some, this dispute is much ado about nothing and a mere technicality. To me, there are two very significant issues I ask your board to consider. First is the actual presentation of the proposal words and form. Even though argued that Michigan election law is silent on spacing, Section 482 sets strict requirements on size, font, summary, and text. The full text as currently written is not clear and therefore does not comply. In fact, the actual word form does matter. And even though some may discern what the run-on words are in the ballot box, my experience is many will not. I have worked many elections and have been asked, can you please explain this proposal? I don't understand it. The citizens of Michigan are diverse in age, culture, language, physical ability, and cognitive ability. A ballot can be overwhelming. The language on a ballot initiative should only be concise, be physically clear, and not subject to any interpretation or misinterpretation. The larger issue to bear is that the same very constitutional provision in Michigan that provides for the right of the people by initiative to act, repeal, or amend laws also instructs that the right for those initiatives must be invoked in the manner prescribed by law. And that is what I ask your board to consider. To canvass is to examine or scrutinize carefully. I ask you to do that and therefore reject this proposal as written. Thank you for your time, the opportunity to speak, and your consideration. And if I might add, I have spoken in front of a number of boards in different venues, and it is your decorum today that's being respectful to us, that encourages us to do the same. And I thank you.
Thank you. Very kind of you, and I think we pride ourselves on this board of having strong disagreements on a lot of things, but doing so civilly and with an understanding that we come at things from a different perspective, so thank you. Gregory Goyert. After Gregory, we have Judy Seuss. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
Gregory Goyert, Gregory, Goyert. Good morning, members of the State Board of Canvassers. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you my perspective of the devastating impact that a return to the 1931 law governing women's health care would have on patients and on health care providers in the state of Michigan. I'm here today not as a representative of a particular health care system, but as a practicing obstetrician and board-certified maternal fetal medicine subspecialist for more than 35 years. Successful passage of the Reproductive Freedom for All ballot proposal will allow us to restore the rights of Roe versus Wade and continue to provide the very best care for our patients, both mothers and babies. A return to the law of 1931, however, means that our patients will receive substandard care, experience increased severe morbidity, and suffer a significantly increased risk of maternal death. Too often, the downstream consequences of return to pre-Roe laws are not taken into account. During the recent 72-hour interlude, however, when there was total uncertainty in Michigan regarding what was legal, we had a glimpse of what a 1931 landscape would look like. If a patient is experiencing a tragic miscarriage with heavy bleeding, can we offer her life-saving treatment? The 1931 law demands that patients be near death before her providers can treat her. If a pregnancy is developing in the fallopian tube, an ectopic pregnancy that can cause death, can her doctor provide evidence-based care without fear of a felony charge? Further, how much does the county that you live in dictate the care that your doctor will be able to legally provide? For 3 decades as an MFM specialist, these are the types of crises we see every day. The 1931 law forces physicians and the entire healthcare team to guess what risk of death must be present to avoid prosecution. No doctor should have to calculate those risks. No patient should have to suffer them. In contrast to the laws of 1931, this measure ensures that when serious complications arise during pregnancies, doctors can provide the necessary treatment options. Women and healthcare providers have relied on the protections of Roe for nearly 50 years to use best practices when pregnancy complications arise. With already unacceptably high rates of maternal morbidity and mortality, failure to certify this ballot proposal turns an already fraught circumstance into an even more dire one for all Michigan women, particularly those most vulnerable. Reproductive freedom for all ensures that women and their doctors have the freedom to make appropriate decisions about pregnancy-related care without governmental interference. Return to 1931 medicine is dangerous for the women of medicine and the doctors who treat them. I'm asking that this honorable body certify the hundreds of thousands of signatures that were submitted and place this measure on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Judy, and I'm going to guess that you're Mandy? Yes. All right, Mandy, we'll have you go. Well, no, go ahead, Judy. Go ahead, Judy, and then Mandy, you can go. You bet.
Good morning.
Good morning. Judy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
Judy Seuss, Judissuess. I am a family practice physician from East Lansing, speaking on behalf of the Committee to Protect Health Care. I am here to ask that this board place the Reproductive Freedom for All proposal on the November ballot. Abortions are safe, common, and an integral part of health care and reproductive medicine. Respected medical associations agree with this stance, including the American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and many others. In Michigan, we believe that women are capable of making their own medical decisions about their bodies in consultation with their physicians and without the interference or influence of politicians or the courts. That is why it is critical for the Reproductive Freedom for All proposal to be on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Mandy, come on up. After Mandy, we have Lynn Mills. Good morning.
Good morning. MandySullivan.
And Mandy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
The floor is yours.
Excellent. Forgive me for being late. I was in the bathroom with my 3-year-old son, who has impeccable timing. Anybody else on the board a parent? I would assume a good amount of you are. My son is 3, and so right now my life consists a lot of upholding standards despite backlash. So we have to wear pants at the grocery store, despite whining, despite crying. We can't go to the bathroom on our neighbor's front yard. We don't allow typos in the Constitution. And I would encourage you, despite backlash, despite whining, despite tantrums, to uphold the proper standards, because as a parent, creating a good citizen for our country, you guys are governing officials who have to uphold standards, so we have proper constitutional language and laws to guide our country as well and have a well-functioning country. So no typos in the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Lynn. After Lynn, Barry Aldman is up. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right, floor is yours.
LYNNMILLS. We've clearly identified multiple errors in the abortion amendment. If this board ignores the glaring mistakes and instead goes along with the reasoning from the sponsors of this proposal that the spacing errors are insignificant, then we must conclude that the words included are acceptable, including an or abortion. I don't know what an or abortion is. Do you? That's what the sponsors want in our Constitution. The RFFA wants unclear and gibberish nonsense as a proposed constitutional amendment on the ballot. They have the freedom to come back and try again, and perhaps they would get it right the next time. But not now, not today, and not before September 8th. And abortion is not health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Aldman, are you in here, Barry? No? Okay. Sandra Carolan, although I believe, did Sandra speak? Sandra spoke already, correct? Okay, thank you. Lisa Werner. Got Lisa Werner, perhaps she's in overflow, we'll give her a moment. After Lisa is Michelle Serlin, it would appear.
Sandra spoke on the other issue for a minute. Now she's back for this issue.
We'll give you a very quick 1 minute on this one, so.
Yep, I tell the truth. I've told you that before. I have reproduced, which according to the dictionary is to produce offspring by a sexual process. Abortion is the deliberate termination of a human pregnancy. Has little or nothing to do with health producing live, not dead offspring. Black lives matter to me. Black lives in the womb matter to me. Don't be deceived into thinking that legislating immorality will improve women's health. All citizens have the right to petition for ballot proposals, but everyone should be required to follow the same rules. Changes and errors should not be tolerated, no matter which side offers them. I urge you to reject the warp speed proposal because its inclusion in our state constitution would clearly show the academic bankruptcy of this board, as well as the moral ruin of our nation in front of a world waiting for leadership and excellence in these perilous times. A hastily and ridiculously carelessly written petition full of egregious errors of words run together without proper grammatical spacing, as well as dangerously and craftily assembled alterations to current protections of life, are being pushed irresponsibly at unsuspecting voters. Dangerous and severe collateral consequences dangled deliberately, obscured and unproven by the current changes being proposed before this board today. This amendment to our state constitution was meant written to intentionally being poorly misrepresented by misleading title of reproductive health freedom for all. Will further the dangerous loss of human lives, both mothers and children, in unsafe procedures by healthcare workers who now may not even be doctors. I was approached by paid signature collections that told me miscarriages would be threatened as a criminal offense unless this amendment were approved because of a blatant lie. Paid and unpaid collectors should be required to solicit signatures, true explanations, and correct legal language. Clearly, I oppose the amendment, but all future legislation, and especially congressional amendments, need to be presented properly with the care of even an artificial intelligence or autocorrect would have the mental capacity to reject. Get the idea? Run-on sentences are more difficult to understand and are as rushed 3-minute public comments compressed into 1 minute due to posting errors and last-minute changes to muzzle opposition. Haste makes waste.
Got a lot of energy, Sandra, I'll give you that. Lisa. Is Lisa in here? Okay. Then Michelle Serlin is Lisa.
Hi, my name is Lisa Warner. I'm from Riverview. My spelling of my name is Lisa Werner. And I can sit here.
Lisa, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
So help you
God bless.
Go ahead.
I can sit here and give you a million reasons why the Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment is dangerous to all women, all children, and all of Michigan. But that's not why we are here. We are here to make known that we, the people of Michigan, are very aware of the numerous errors plaguing this petition. By allowing this petition with 43 errors to be passed and put on the ballot, I'm sorry, I should have pulled my paper out. Be entered into the Constitution will make Michigan a laughingstock to this country. Let's do the right thing and vote no on this mess and make Michigan a lighthouse to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Michelle Serlin, I believe that's what it is. I could be incorrect reading. Oh, good.
So spelling that is going to be a little
Yeah,
difficult.
good luck. I hope you know what to do. Michelle, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, go ahead with your name and then go ahead.
Michelle, Michelle, Zukowski, Zukowski, Serlin, S as in Sam, Erlin. And thank you all for being here on this really long morning to hear this.
Better than working. So.
You are working. I am one of the over 911,000 people who signed the petition because we live in a democracy where when we have the right to do that, to get on the ballot, it should be on the ballot. My family
worked together to petition, my husband and my daughter who worked for Fieldworks. People were really well-trained. The problem isn't that the petition isn't clear. The problem for many of these speakers is that the petition is clear. It is clear that what we are talking about is the lives of women. It is clear that we are talking about making pregnancy safe so people don't have to fear miscarriage or tubular pregnancy. It is clear that this is about giving people all rights to decide about their pregnancy, whether it was by choice or not. In my real life, I'm a shrink working with, I own Choices for Change Counseling Agency. I have worked with thousands and thousands over 35 years of women that were victims of sexual assault, and I have worked with many hundred that were pregnant and didn't have choices, and won't have choices if this does not pass. But this is not about it passing. This is about following the Constitution and allowing the 911,000 people that signed to be able to have their voice heard, that they want this to be voted on, that they want people to make a choice on what they believe is the right thing in the state of Michigan, whether they choose to amend the Constitution or not. And your job today is to decide whether you are going to invalidate their decision or accept it. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And thank you very much for making a very important decision and honoring the over 911,000 people who signed.
Thank you. I did forget again to do the on deck. I apologize. Michelle, I believe it's Fisher, maybe in the overflow, so we'll give Michelle Fisher a moment to get here. After that is Jaron Totten, and then from there, Tracy Peace. Michelle, come on up. And Michelle, I'll ask you, as I've asked everybody thus far, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I do. Michele. Last name is Pfister. Today, it's a privilege to be able to live in a country, to be free, and have the opportunity to speak regarding what concerns me and for what I believe in. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I just want to tell a little history about my family. My parents were free to teach us 3 children, our faith and our values. They were thankful for our family of 5 to be able to have peaceful, involved family dinners. I'm thankful they honored life in each of us, protecting us, and had the freedom to resolve concerns and problems. Today, we are redressing the Reproductive Freedom for All amendment to our Michigan Constitution. The topic at hand is that this Reproductive Freedom for All amendment is invalid due to, and I counted them right here in this paragraph on the top of this page, up to 60 that I saw. And also what I'm very concerned about is that it repeals 13 Michigan laws. I ask that this amendment isn't added to the Michigan Constitution, not only for the errors, but because I was given the ability to live life by a loving God. And it says in Psalms 139:13, I was formed and woven in my mother's womb. My parents loved, taught, and nurtured me, and they had the freedom to do so. This amendment, not only because of the errors, it also has quite a repealing nature of 13 laws that talk about parental consents. It also defines what a healthcare professional is what I am. I am a nurse. And also in that definition is sanitation worker, social worker, and veterinarian. It also includes the word individual to include children. In summary, I say today that there are up to 60 typographical errors, and I ask that you really consider not accepting this on the November ballot due to that reason. Number 2, I only have 3. Number 2, it takes away the freedoms of mothers and babies to live life to the fullest, to be healthy and free. And number 3, it removes the parental rights and freedoms of mothers and fathers to love and care for their children. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jaron, is Jaron or Jaron? I apologize if I'm first one. All right. After Jaron is Tracy Pease. Jaron, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
My name is Jaron Totten. That's spelled Jerron. Totten is spelled T as in Tom, Otten. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to ask this honorable body to certify the petitions and put the Reproductive Freedom for All initiative on the ballot. My name is Jaron Totten, and I am the social justice engineer at LGBT Detroit. We are North America's largest Black-founded, Black-led LGBT nonprofit organization. In May, we began our signature collection efforts throughout the city of Detroit. I volunteered and collected signatures to get Reproductive Freedom for All on the ballot because I believe that a 1931 law that restricts access, even in cases of rape and incest, should not be on the books. So I went across the city, talked to people from all walks of life, and after informing people about what we wanted, was able to collect hundreds of signatures. Not only did I work at getting people to sign the petition, I also recruited volunteers. If you disregard these signatures, you're really disregarding the lived experiences of the people and the more than 730,000 voters across our state who want to keep the protections that were lost when Roe v. Wade was overturned. So I plead with you today. Mr. Chair, I agree, and when you started this meeting, you said we're not here to debate whether or not abortion is right or not. I agree. We're not here to talk about the fact that the people that scream pro-life only mean it if the child in question is not a child of color, is not poor, is not LGBT. And we're not here to talk about the fact that those holding up their abortion pics and signs don't care about the problem, the gun problem in this country that has taken so many lives of innocent people. We're here to answer one question. Did we or did we not get the required signatures to put this issue on the ballot? If we did, you know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Pease. After Tracy is Dr. Mark Gurley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tracy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Well, I'll be as honest as a United States Supreme Court justice candidate. I do not believe in God. With that being said,
Can you state and spell your name for the reporter?
Yes, Tracy Pease, Tracy Pease.
Go ahead, Tracy.
I have been listening to a lot of people talk about God and the Constitution in the same breath. Now, our founding fathers did not go ahead and make this a Christian nation. It is a secular nation, and it is protected under the First Amendment with the separation of church and state. In fact, it's the First Amendment. Now, I realize we tend to go ahead and overlook the First Amendment and jump right to the Second. All right? Where are the concerns when you're talking about kids? You have kids screaming to the adults, please, please go ahead and do something about assault rifles. We are dying in school. And what do they get? They get thoughts and prayers. Then we have our legislators that go ahead and say, oh, no. It states right here in the Second Amendment, we have a right to bear arms. You're going to quote the Second Amendment when those same founding fathers that wrote the Second Amendment wrote the First Amendment, separating church from state. I am not a Christian. I am not Jewish. I am not a Muslim. I am a pagan. And I am a witch. And while you might go ahead and find that funny, and you might find that ludicrous, think of how ludicrous I find it that I hear, oh, a man died, and 3 days later, he risen. There's a word for that.
Tracy,
it's called necromancy.
Tracy, I will say, maybe somebody forgot to set the timer. I know it's been a minute, so if you could wrap it up.
Okay, absolutely. As long as there are wire hangers in YouTube, there will always be abortion. The question is, how many women have to die before you actually go ahead and say, this is her choice? One woman dies of a self-inflicted abortion, the blood is on your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Mark. After Mark, we have Kermit Williams. And I will again kindly remind people of the minute timeline, as well as trying to please keep the comments related to the issues we're discussing, and specifically the issue of certification. Mark, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
My name is Mark Gurley, M-A-R-K-G-U-R-L-E-Y. I want to thank the Board of Canvassers for inviting me to speak today. There's been many valid points opposing this ballot proposal that have already been made, but I'd like to just address one of them since I only have a minute, and that is the parental consent issue in the Reproductive Freedom for All Amendment. While it may be difficult in our current culture to define a woman, I believe that we can all agree that parental consent applies to children under the age of 18. Anyone who has a parent or has been a parent of a child who just received their driver's license at the age of 16 would want consent before having rights to take their car for a solo drive. For a teenager to grab your car keys and head out in your car without consent would be reckless. A procedure that is surgically invasive should require consent before a minor can be subjected to this procedure or potential sterilization, or also issued puberty blockers. It appears that the parents of the drafters of this proposal would have done well to have provided their minor children with a subscription to Grammarly. This proposal is unclear and misleading and should be aborted and not on the ballot this November. It should be more appropriately named Freedom from Reproduction Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Kermit, come on up. After Mr. Williams, I'm going to try really hard with this one. Haima Kolanagaretti. It's the best I'm going to do. You're on deck. Mr. Williams, it does indicate you wish to speak on both of those. I apologize.
Promote the vote and reproduction for all. Good almost afternoon to the canvassers. I was not planning on speaking today.
May I sorry to interrupt you. State and spell your name for us, and then I'll swear you in, and then you can go.
Okay, all right, awesome. Kermitwilliams.
Kermit, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right.
And so I'm also an elder at my church. I just wanted to speak briefly because I've heard plenty of commenters talk about faith and other things that have to relate to what you have to do today. One of the key principles is fairness. letting the people decide is free will. And so I believe that by putting this on the ballot today for both of those issues, you will let the people decide. I know you hear a lot of passion on both sides, and the great thing about it is people have one vote apiece. And so put this on the ballot in November so people will be allowed to voice their opinion on both sides, and then the law will be because of the majority of the land and what people decide to do. And so don't be an impediment to the fairness that people have asked for. You've got the clear number of signatures on both of the petitions that are far exceeding what needed to happen in order to get them on the ballot. Don't be an impediment, and then everybody in this room and outside will be able to voice their opinion in November, and we'll look forward through a fair process. Thank you so much. I don't envy what you have to do today, but I ask that you would take the emotion out of it and make sure that you look at the fairness and the ability for people to vote. There's people in 3 rooms here all trying to decide, and everybody will get a ballot in November, so make sure you register to vote and vote.
Thank you, Kermit. Haima, come on up, and after that we have Denise Smith. Haima, was I close?
You were closer than most people, for
Okay,
sure. It's
good.
Hima.
Well,
It's Hima. The
Hima,
last name
okay.
you got it right, which is a surprise.
That's even more, that's
Yes.
more impressive in my mind. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
I
so help
do.
you God?
And I spell my name as Hima, last name Kolanagiredy. I'm sure you probably can't correct that. Anyways, my name is Hima, and I'm from Northville, Michigan. And as you can see, I'm a person of color and from a minority community. Usually, those are the kind of props that they use for these kind of ridiculous ballot proposals. So I just want to represent this community, minority community, and tell you that as a person who speaks English as a third language, we take English quite literally. Whenever people ask me, how do you pronounce your name, I say exactly the way it is written. And as you have heard from many people, that there have been a lot of sentences jumbled and this gibberish. For us, we cannot separate the words unless they're really separated because it's not our primary language. So it's kind of not serving needs of people who don't speak English as a first language. And secondly, I just was approached by a guy at SOS saying that, would you like to sign this Reproductive Freedom for All petition? And I immediately was ready for it because on the premise, the very premise of it says reproductive freedom, and I have reproduced 3 times. And I would like that reproductive freedom for everybody. But again, when you actually read the language, it is nothing but nothing about reproduction. It's all about abortion. And the last time I checked, abortion is exactly the opposite of reproduction. So how are we actually having a title and the content is completely opposite to the title? That is really deceptive on the very premise. And that is my reason for saying that you cannot actually consider this proposal because it is deceiving people. And we live in a generation where we are pretty much living in a Twitter world where we read 2 sentences or just the title and assume things. And the title of this proposal is misconstrued, misguided, and really cheating people because it is nothing about reproduction. It is not a health care. We're not talking about Botox or abdominoplasty. We are talking about a second person that is being murdered. So I just want everybody to look at the proposal language, like the very title, being misguided. Thank you.
Thank you, Hima. Denise Smith, and we have Patricia Dankin after that, I believe, and then there's, I think I just counted, Denise is one of 7 left, and then we'll take a quick break for folks and move on to the rest. Denise, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, and go ahead.
My name is Denise Smith, DenisSmith. There's been a lot of talk today about the number of signatures to move this bill forward and to present it to you to put on the bill or on the ballot in November. And I commend all of the people that worked so hard to do that. I was on the other side of the fence collecting signatures as well for a long, long time. And I can actually say I personally witnessed many things along every rest stop all throughout Michigan. They had people at every rest stop gathering signatures, not just on this one petition, but several. They had them stacked all around them. They weren't checking the box that said they were paid volunteers, which you guys implemented back in February of 2022, was it? We had to change the petitions to put that box at the top.
Subject to some court.
Yeah, right, which that wasn't being done, and the people were being flown in from other states like California and whatnot. So if you have that many petitions on there and you're being paid per signature, and you've got 5 different petitions, what are you telling that voter to get them to sign? That was a concern of mine, and I think that we are not positively sure that these signatures have all been verified. And I know there's a process that brings it to you without that happening, but at the same time, with the language issues and some of the inconsistencies on how they were collected, I would like to bring that to your attention. As far as the abortion issue or the Reproductive Freedom Act, irregardless of how we look at it, it's God's choice of whether we are born or not. He conceives us before, or He knows us before we're conceived. And I think that ultimately, when you look at it, anytime you take a life, no matter how you're doing it, you are going to be committing murder, and that what we would be doing is licensing the continuation of killing millions of babies that will not get that chance at life. I thank you each and all for what you have got to decide, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Denise. I thought maybe Jeanette would hop in, but I'll do it. It's just on the issue of the circulation. Obviously, we always make sure to state in these meetings, read before you sign. It's like anything else. It's a legal document, and you're affixing your name. So it's. I just want to know, because I had pictures of it, but I didn't keep them. So.
Mr. Chair, I did already mention that.
I've heard you mention it numerous
I
times.
say it almost every meeting.
Patricia, and after Patricia is April Snyder. Come on up, Patricia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Patricia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the health? Nothing. Sorry. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
And probably you're reading my mind because I'm here to talk about health.
And can you state and spell your name?
My name is Dr. Patricia Danks, Patricia
And I'll just ask if you could just make sure you're up close to the microphone and project your voice so we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I'm one of the 9,000 people that can read the amendment. And I think however we write it, there are going to be some people who are not going to be able to read it. And my nervousness is not nervousness, it's passion. I'm very passionate about this topic. I am pro-life, and I live that out as a pro-choice person. I was raised Christian, worked for churches many years of my life. I'm also a family therapist. I've been in therapy for 40 years and primarily have worked with women. For my personal part of this, I am an adopted mother. I've raised a beautiful daughter for 52 years. And I have 2 sisters who were raped. And I have another relative who was 11 years old when she was raped, and she gave birth to that child. It was a horrible time in our family. It pretty much broke my family apart. And we all did it because that's what our religion said we needed to do, that this 12-year-old had to have this baby. One of my sisters was raped in college, and she went to a religious home for girls, and the doctor took it upon himself to make sure that she would never get pregnant again. She was blamed. the young person in my family was blamed. I have a granddaughter who got pregnant, and we've been very open about this. When she was 15, and being pro-choice and being a marriage and family therapist, I laid out all of her options. And I learned early on that abortion is an option. We sat on her bed, and she cried. And she said, Mimi, I really want to keep my baby. And I said, then, Krista, we're going to do it. You and I together, we're going to do this. You are too young to have a baby and be a mother. So I said, you're going to go to high school, and you're not going to go to the one for pregnant girls because you're not a high school girl who got pregnant. You're a student who's going to have a baby. Very different a way to look at it. And so she and her family moved in with my husband and I for 3 years. We have an absolutely beautiful granddaughter, great-granddaughter, and working at a church at the time, I took her in when she was 2 weeks old and introduced her to my pastor.
Patricia, I really hate to interrupt.
I'm just not finished.
Okay.
And I introduced her to our pastor as our pro-choice baby. This is not a thing about abortion. It's about separation of church and state. And I do want it to be on the ballot.
April Snyder. After April is Kim Peters. And Kim is one that's snuck in here that was on the elections issue, but I don't think anybody's going to mind at this point. April, good morning. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely do.
Go ahead.
April Snyder, APRIL SNYDER. So when you walk up to a store and you see a sign that says no shirt, no shoes, no service, it's written very clearly so that everybody can understand it. It's very simple because the store wants to make sure that it's understood. But yet we have something so simple that's posted, and we have something that's going to amend our Constitution forever that is confusing and hard for people to comprehend. Any changes or alterations should be very clear and easy to understand for everybody. This proposal is anything but that. So I do ask you to vote no against putting it on the ballot. Ask any teacher or professor if they would accept this writing. They wouldn't. Ask a first and second grade teacher trying to teach students how to read and write, what to do with punctuation and run-on sentences. The last thing I'll say is when we come up here, you have us swear to tell the truth under God. Well, God help us all if we do not stop murdering innocent, precious babies. Saving a mother's life with a medical procedure is not the same thing as abortion. And if somebody does commit murder by murdering a pregnant woman, they can be tried for 2 crimes, for 2 murders. And so just murder is murder. It doesn't matter. It's worse when you choose to do it. So please vote no against this.
Thank you. Kim, you in here? We'll give Kim another moment. After Kim will be Aaron Martinez. And then I might as well just go through the Sharon Williams and then Madison. Tough, I'm having trouble reading this. Javiz, maybe. Kim? Yeah. All right, come on up, Kim. Good morning.
Hi there.
Do you, Kim, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
My name is Kim Peters, Kimpeters. I'm a volunteer with Voters Not Politicians. I was part of the petition signature collection campaign this spring. I supervised 30 volunteers. I collected over 700 signatures myself. Each and every person that I spoke to, I answered every question they asked. I directed them to more materials if they needed more information. I gave them the exact wording of the petition. You know, the people that didn't sign that said they needed to read more about it, I gave them links to the websites where the petition was printed. Every person that signed my petition knew what they were signing. I respect their ability to decide for themselves if they want this proposal to pass or fail. And I would hope that you would put this on the ballot and allow them to make that decision.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Aaron Martinez. Again, after Aaron is Sharon Williams, followed by Madison Javiz. Again, I apologize if I'm misreading that, and I would be remiss if I didn't make sure Mr. Barry Aldman never did show up, correct? Okay. All right. Aaron, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead.
My name is Aaron Martinez, AARONMARTINEZ. I don't want to belabor the point. I know we've all been here all morning, and you guys know kind of the crux of most of the points. But I just wanted to come up here because I'm one of the thousands of folks across the state of Michigan who were proud to circulate the Reproductive Freedom for All petition. And I want to just point out, a lot of this argument about confusion that we've been hearing all morning, it does not reflect what I saw when we were circulating this petition. My neighbors who believe in the equal rights of women knew what this petition said. My neighbors who are Republicans and former Republicans knew what this petition said. My neighbors who know how devastating pregnancy loss is knew what this petition said. My neighbors who know that parental rights are protected by the federal Constitution and not at risk by this proposal knew what this petition said. My neighbors who don't want 10-year-old children to be forced to carry their rapist child to term knew what this petition said. My neighbors who want to be parents so badly but know that the 1931 law would criminalize their in vitro fertilization treatments knew what this petition said. My neighbors who know that abortions will happen no matter what happens in November, but know that this petition will keep that procedure safe, knew what this petition said. My neighbors who believe in the Roe standard that prevailed in this country for 50 years knew what this petition said. Either this petition is clear or it's not, and judging by the comments of criticism today, I know that it was clear. The people of our state are not nearly as gullible or as unintelligent as folks will have you believe today. 700,000 plus signatures of Michigan residents who signed this petition knowing what it says, have all asked you to certify their signatures today. And I join them. I ask for you to certify this petition and place it on the ballot so that the people can decide the future of our Constitution in November. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Aaron, if I may, how often are you asked for pictures or autographs as Jonah Hill?
As Jonah Hill? That would be a first.
I mean, you're like a dead ringer in my mind, so.
I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sharon Williams. Good morning, Sharon. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, take it away.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say that the man who just finished speaking, he did not present facts. He just said, I know. He needs to have the facts to back it up. That's
Sharon,
item number one. Item number two.
Sharon, may I state and spell your name?
Oh, Sharon Williams, SharonWilliams. Again, I'm all about the facts, and I live in Realville, okay? And it seems to me that we don't know what Article 8, Section 1 of the Michigan's Constitution says, religion, morality, and knowledge being necessary for good government and the happiness of mankind, we're going to open public schools. Those schools are supposed to educate us. That means that we are able to write clearly and succinctly, and those who are in positions of leadership in government and who want to put some type of amendment in the Constitution, it needs to be very clear. Words mean things. When words are fuzzy and ambiguous, that means we have a lot of fuzzy and ambiguous legislation, and we don't need that. Mediocrity is consuming our country, and I am not happy about that. Item number one. Item number two, those doctors who have spoken today and who are in favor of this crazy language in this, they are belying and they are denying what they took an oath to do no harm and not to kill. Killing an unborn baby is killing. I don't care how you slice it. That's item number two. Item number three, For those of us who don't know it already, we are not a democracy, we are a representative republic. When this country was established, only 1/3 of the population was in favor of severing ties with Great Britain. So might and majority does not make it right. Alexis de Tocqueville said that America was great because America was good. When we stop being good, we'll stop being great. We have lost a lot of our goodness because we have lost our moral compass. And I think that it would be, as someone of color who at one time was thought to be less or 3/5 of a person, I think it's really, really doing a disservice when you think you're doing us a favor, as I heard someone say about the Black community, when we are killing, I think we're 1/3, no, we're 13% of the population, and 36% of all abortions are done on Black babies. And that's something that's facts. Like I say, I deal in facts and not a lot of opinion. Thank you very much.
Sharon? And our last individual is Madison. And Madison, I apologize, I just can't clearly read the last name, so.
It's okay, it's Jajuga.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that. So.
Oh, no, it's okay, it's Polish and it's butchered, it's fine. So, my name is Madison Jajuga. I am
Can you spell that?
it?
Yep.
Okay. Madison, last name Jajuga, Jajuga.
And Madison, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear all of that except for the God part because I am not a Christian, I am a Satanist.
Fair enough.
Do you mind if I stand? Because I'm very nervous, is it okay?
Whatever you're comfortable with, just
Okay.
as long as, why don't you tilt the mic up so we can hear you?
Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Okay. I wrote up a bit. So to start off, I just wanted to say that the Bible has a bunch of typographical errors and typos, just to make that very, very clear. And another thing, too, is I am a healthcare professional. I have been one for about 10 years now. I am a pharmacy tech, and I am going to school for nursing. I've already been through one nursing program. I am now switching to a university to get my BSN. And I would just like to know all of the people that were anti this bill. I would like their LARA numbers so I can report them because they clearly did not understand basic nursing knowledge. Also, I would also like to let you all know that I have had 3 miscarriages, and each one was horribly detrimental to me. I was unable to go to the hospital because I was too scared of what my parents would say. I am a child of someone who had parents that were do not talk about anything to anyone. And I don't care about how you feel about it. I should have been able to, at 16, 17, 18, I should be able to make all of these decisions on my own. And I think, technically once you're 16, you can make your own medical decisions. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure. Another thing too is that you all, right now, every single one of you, I don't know if you've been to medical school or not, but you are holding in your hands a medical decision that is made between a doctor and a woman or a person that can bear children, because it's not just women that have children. There are non-binary folks. There are gender fluid. There are multiple genders. I don't care what the other side says. And you are holding this in your hands. How do you feel to be able to possibly end the life of someone without your knowledge, without having enough education? We need to put this in the hands of people that can vote, and we need to be able to allow doctors to make their own decisions. And I have another thing for everyone that's very confused about the writing.
Madison, am
I too loud?
No. You're over your time, and
Okay.
I'm trying to give people a leeway, but
Okay. I just wanted to let you know, if anyone needs any help with their literacy of this, there are multiple programs in Michigan that I can help you find. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time and your service, everyone.
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the public comment portion of this. I do want to just say thank you very much for the passion, for keeping it civil and displays to a minimum. That is very much appreciated. It helped us get through this We're going to recess for a short break to use the restroom, and then we'll move on to the rest of business. We are in recess at 11:45. We'll come back at 11:55. Better start running.
Hey, Chris.
We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order at what would appear to be 12:04 on the clock. Thank you all once again for the patience and the way you've been handling things. Just so folks know, we're going to, what my intention would be to roll through the next few agenda items and then take a lunch break for folks, specifically me and the rest of the team here. I would like to get through the Promote the Vote 2022 items, if at all possible, before we break. But if we get much past 12:30 as we're doing that, we'll just have to take a break and have lunch and then come back. So thanks again for your understanding. I'm sure the attorneys, aside from Mr. Avers, are okay with this. You're just kind of sitting around collecting their hourly rate. So, up next, agenda item would be consideration of the meeting minutes for approval from August 19, 2022. Is there?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our last meeting that was held on August 19th, 2022.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and support. Is there discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. And the next item, item number 3, certification of the recount for the Office of State Representative, 34th District. We do have an individual who would like to speak, but I'm going to turn it over to Director Brader for a brief explanation of what this is and what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Chair Dott. So this concerned a recount of the 34th State House District Republican primary election in Lenawee County. So in this instance, according to the certified results, Dale Zorn was the winner by 8 votes. The second place candidate, Ryan Rank, had requested a recount, and Mr. Zorn did not object to the recount. And a recount of the entire race was conducted. The Bureau of Election staff conducted this recount on your behalf, with assistance both from county and municipal election officials in Lenawee County. And I would just commend the work of staff, both at the state as well as the county and local level in conducting this recount. The result of the recount did not change the result. Dale Zorn, who was the winning candidate, gained 13 votes during the hand recount of the paper ballots, and Ryan Rank gained 4 votes. That's fairly typical. We often find during a hand count, the numbers will go up slightly. The most common explanation for that is that a tabulator will read a mark either as an undervote, not cast for a candidate, or it might read something as an overvote and not count a vote for anyone because 2 boxes are marked perhaps by a stray pen mark. But when human beings look at that, they determine that it was a vote for one of the candidates that should be counted. And again, that is done by a team of recount officials. So nonetheless, the result didn't change. In fact, Dale Zorn's margin increased from an 8-vote margin to a 17-vote margin. And there are no outstanding challenges pending before the Board of State Canvassers there. Finally, I want to note that 10 of the precincts were not able to be recounted. by and large, the officials did a good job of keeping things in balance in that precinct, but there were two, in that county, but there were two precincts that had out-of-balance precincts that could not be explained during the recount, meaning that the number of ballots they had in the container was not matching the number of names of voters on the list. I expect that with additional time, probably it could have been determined what caused that, but during the recount period, it wasn't possible to explain that. There were no remarks with the materials that we had. And then additionally, several precincts, this is the predominant issue, were unrecountable because of issues with the way the ballot containers were sealed. For example, the seal number may not have been properly recorded, or in a couple instances, clerks had broken the seals on the containers to retrieve materials before they brought them to the recount board, which is an error. It needs to be brought to the recount board fully sealed. So unfortunately, because our recount statute is very strict, that meant that we were not able to recount those precincts. We will follow up with the county and the municipalities to make sure they understand the proper procedures in terms of maintaining the sealing of ballots in certified containers. I'll just note that those ballots in those precincts are still retained. So if you know, one of the candidates or any other member of the public wanted to view those ballots, they could by making a public records request, but we're not allowed to recount them under those circumstances. So with that, we recommend certification of the result as being unchanged from the certified result from the county canvass.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions, Jeanette? I see you have some. Please go ahead.
I always have questions about recounts. And I say that because I've been to a number of recounts. So I just want to make sure, because we are dealing with new lines now, that the House District 34, is that across county, or is that simply in Lenawee County?
I believe it's entirely within Lenawee County.
Okay. And then were there,
We're
going to double check.
But I believe it's totally within Lenawee.
And then you did kind of hit the spot, the questions that I was going to ask, which was about the improper ballot containers, the sealing of them. They didn't have like improper containers.
There were some instances, I believe, in which the ballots were in containers that were not certified for use under the current standards. So they were probably older containers that they were using that they should not be using. They should be using the current certified ballot containers.
Okay. And so in that case, that's probably where the seal, so you had sealing issues, and then there was containers that were used. And I know in the past, we've actually had municipalities that didn't even have the certified actual seals that we're supposed to use. I think I remember that a couple of years ago. And then the other question I had for you, was there any challenges made to the county board? That obviously we didn't have it come to us, but were there challenges made on petitions that were settled by the county?
On individual votes or on individual ballots or practices? Yes. Adam, do you have that available? Just go ahead.
So first, to answer your first question, it is wholly contained. I have confirmed that. Second, so there were challenges that were made at the recount that were addressed. They were withdrawn prior to it being closed, like prior to the recount being completed at the local level.
So just so everyone understands why I'm asking these questions, so on a recount, if there are challenges to ballots, and I know I've got the Bureau here to, that any kind of those challenges would be made to the County Board of Canvassers. And if the County Board of Canvassers did not come to a conclusion or an answer on that, then it would come to us on the State Board of Canvassers to determine any kind of issue on those ballots. Did I follow that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. It didn't even need to go to the county, county board.
Right, okay, so they were removed before that process would even happen. And then you said unremarked errors, balance errors. Can you go a little bit more into that, please?
Yeah, so when a precinct is out of balance on election night, if there's a remark that explains why it's out of balance, it can still be recounted. So for example, if you have one more name in the poll book than you do ballots, but somebody came into the polling place, checked in, and then left with their ballot, that explains that. And so that would be the kind of remark that would say, that would allow us to recount it, because it explains out of balance precinct. In this case, we didn't have something like that, so we weren't able to determine the reason during the recount why these precincts were out of balance, and for that reason, we're not allowed to recount them.
And this was a full recount, including absentee ballots as well, or no?
Yes, it also included the absentee ballots.
Okay, because you do have to have a separate request for AV ballots, or am I kind of?
Yeah, all of the precincts to be recounted have to be requested.
All right, I just want to make sure, because we have individuals who have not heard this before, so, or been through this process, so I want to make sure that everyone understands what we're doing and what our role is when it comes to recounts for these state house seats or state senate seats. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me my questions today.
Absolutely. We do have one witness anybody else have any questions? We do have one witness who would like to speak, Mr. Doster. Please come up. I'll give you 11 seconds. And Mr. Doster. It's a little tiny one next to the base of the microphone. Your 11 seconds are up. So. Can you help him, Steve?
How many lawyers does it take to turn on a microphone? Two. Eric Doster. I was representing Dale Zorn in that recount. And, Dale on election, or Senator Zorn on election night won by 7 votes, picked up 1 vote in the canvass, and then stretched to another 9 votes during the recount. So his new nickname is Landslide Zorn. But the reason why I'm here, I just wanted to report to this board that your staff on your behalf did an outstanding job. I know Dave Tarrant's here. Dave Foster ran the recount. Lori Bourbonnais is always around. It was very efficient. We had a lot of precincts. I've been doing this for 30-some years, and I didn't think we were going to get through the entire 58 precincts in one day, but we did. 10 of them were unrecountable, but like 3 or 4 of them, just, Jeanette, to your point or questions, 3 or 4 of them got taken out in one fell swoop. That the Director Brader mentioned the clerk who did she opened up the ballot box, but that's not. They did a really good job. So anyway, I am just here to say thank you. And then there was 2 things I do want to point out, and again, from this side of the table that I appreciate. When we got in, we had lanyards that said like Team Rank or Team Zorn or Team Moore. That's a nice innovation that I haven't seen before. And frankly, I appreciate it because it was able to allow me to identify my own representatives, okay? And then the second innovation that, again, I like it, I really commend it, I hope you use it in the future. We had a running total on a, what do you call that, David? Was it a spreadsheet? But it was on a board. It was on like a big smart board. It's a big TV. And
TV.
and I love efficiency, and this was very efficient. Monitor, but it was a big monitor, and I'm not technical, so I didn't know how to run it, but I could ask people to scroll through it for me. But normally during these recounts, you're sitting down and constantly sitting at a computer and saying, okay, what did you get for this precinct or whatever? I didn't have to do that because it was on this monitor. So I just want to say thank you. Your staff did an outstanding job, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but your staff, thank you.
Mr. Doster, I have to say that I appreciate the comments because having been to a number of recounts, and thank you for staff for actually identifying people because I've been in those rooms, during just even judicial recounts where I walk in and I don't, unless I know who you are, like I know you or Mr. Parrish when he was in front of us, I knew who you guys were, but, in most cases, but, they are open. I just want to say thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right. It would appear that we are looking for a motion on certification of the recount.
I will make that motion. So based on the examination of the recount of the votes cast at the August 2nd, 2022 primary election for candidates who sought the Republican nomination to the office of State Representative, District 34, I move that the board certify that the attached is a true statement of the votes given in the election, and I further move that the board certify that Dale Zorn, I'm not going to say landslide because that's not in this motion, was elected as the Republican nominee to the office State Representative, District 34.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion as stated, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. All right. Agenda item number 4, consideration of the sufficiency of the initiative petition submitted by Promote the Vote 2022. Mr. Brader, I will turn it over to you for a rundown of the staff report and items that you handled, and then we'll hear from our witnesses.
Thank you, Chair Daunt. So this is the Promote the Vote 2022 constitutional amendment petition. It was submitted on July 11th, 2022, and the number of valid signatures required for certification was 425,059. The total filing that was received and included 664,029 signatures on 141,339 sheets. Following the practice that the board has adopted, the Bureau of Elections first conducted a face review of all the sheets and determined which sheets should not be included for consideration as containing valid signatures because the entire sheet was invalid. And based on that, we determined that 13,614 signatures on 4,298 sheets should be excluded from the potential universe of valid signatures. At that point, we proceeded to sort, count, and stamp the sheets to get a total number of signatures before drawing the sample. Under the random sampling procedures that the board has adopted, we had a sample of 568 sampled signatures. And based on the universe, the total that they had, which was a pretty high cushion, they needed to have at least 389 of that 568 total sample be valid registered voters that are otherwise acceptable signatures in order for us to recommend certification. And that equates to I believe they needed a percentage of 62, is that right? 62.5%? Sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. 68.5, I apologize. So the result of our review of each of the signatures in the random sample indicated that they did have a total of 445 valid signatures in the sample, and that projects to a total estimated number of signatures that are valid of 507,780. And that's 62,760 more than the minimum threshold that would be required for certification. That the margin is high enough that under the statistical model that we use to extrapolate the projected number of valid signatures and predict how many there are based on the sample, because of that margin, the confidence level is 100%. I will note that there were some objections raised to some of the sheets that we excluded initially. There were a total of 200 signatures that we excluded from the universe initially based on our face review that the proponents Promote the Vote objected to. After looking at their review, we agreed that 200 out of the 264 signatures that they thought should go back in, which increased our universe of valid signatures from 650,415 to 650,615. But that is a 99.97% accurate universe, and therefore the difference was so small that it made no difference in our projected number of valid signatures. We did not get, so based on that, we're recommending certification based on the number of valid signatures. We did not get challenges to individual signatures on the grounds that the voter was not registered or a duplicate signature or something like that. But there was a challenge that was filed by Defend Your Vote, and their challenge concerns an argument, I'm sure we're going to hear about it shortly, that there are sections of the Constitution that will be altered or abrogated by this proposed constitutional amendment that were not listed in the petition. So Section 482 of the election law does provide that the sections that will be altered or abrogated should be listed on the face of the petition. Staff reviewed that challenge. We did provide you in our staff report with some of the relevant case law from the courts in terms of what constitutes a provision being changed or replaced or altered or abrogated. But given the fact that the petition did include sections that were altered or abrogated, and the argument we received was about the interaction between what would be the new sections of the Constitution and existing sections, and the interplay of those sections. In our view, that was a legal argument that was more of a judicial function, and therefore we didn't weigh in as the secretary and the staff to the board. We didn't weigh in on the legal merits of those arguments. So our recommendation is based on the number of signatures being valid, being in excess of what is required, and us not identifying a specific basis where the board could make those sort of judicial determinations about how sections are affected. And our recommendation is based on that.
Mr. Director, thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
You may.
Director Brader, just because we do have two constitutional amendments petitions sitting in front of us. Director Brader, can you go over what the role of this board is up until now and what our role is, up until now? We'll go do that question first. I might have to ask the second part, Chairman, after. But what our role is in this petition process, getting us to today?
Sure. Well, so first, if there is a proposed constitutional amendment petition, initiative petition, the proponents have the option, they're not required to do it, but they have the option of requesting that I draft a 100-word summary, which the board has to approve, that will go on the face of the petition. And that has to be fair and impartial and explain what the petition does. They did follow that process in this case, and the board did approve language that they used on the petition. That forecloses the board from considering an argument that the petition on the face was misleading because the board has already approved the language that went on there. The board also offers preliminary approval as to form. That's something that's done as a courtesy to petition circulators so that the board and staff can have a look at the petition form before it goes out. They also availed themselves of that in this case. And then they're also required under 483A of the election law to provide us with a copy of the petition that will be circulated before they go out and circulate. So that's been the board's responsibilities up to this point. And now, at this stage, the board's responsibility is to determine whether there are enough valid signatures on the petition, and that includes both the signatures belonging to voters who are registered and otherwise eligible to complete the form, and then also the sheets that those individuals sign have to meet the formal requirements of Section 482 of the election law. And then further on, we will consider the questions of the 100-word summary that will go on the ballot. That's also within the board's purview.
I was just going to say, thank you for the explanation. I think that it's important for everyone to kind of understand where our role is and that where we are in this process. And I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask that question.
Absolutely. Are there other questions for Director Brader? All right. In that sense, I will call up Mr. Trebilcock. He is representing the sponsors of this, correct?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
But typically, at least in past practice, usually the challengers go first and then we respond to their challenges. And that's the way the process works in terms of they submit a challenge and then we file a response to that challenge. But as chair,
I actually was just following some guidance I had of previous ones. So I am.
It's up to you.
I'm. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna.
I think that because a challenge was filed and a response was filed, that it does make more sense to have the challenger and then the respondent.
That's fine with me.
It's the way us lawyers are used to it, but hey.
I have no doubt that you guys are going to ping pong back and forth on this. So in that instance, I'll have Jonathan Koch come up on behalf of the challenger. And Mr. Koch, you are an attorney. Please state your name, spell it for a reporter who you're here on behalf of, and just for your edification, looking at giving around 5 minutes for you to expound. We'll ask questions. If you think you need more time, please just let us know, but our goal would be to try to wrap this. So,
Chairman Daunt, members of the board, my name is Jonathan Koch, Jonathan, space Koch. I represent the ballot question committee, Defend Your Vote. We are the entity that filed the challenge to promote the votes petition. There are 3 points I want to address to the board. First, the board has a duty to address the alter and abrogate issue and to declare that a petition that does not comply with the form requirements of the Michigan election law is insufficient and it must be rejected. And that the alter and abrogate requirement is a form requirement that falls within that. Second, the alter and abrogate requirement is a form requirement, but it matters. It's important because it ensures that voters are informed about the consequences of the proposed constitutional amendments that they're being asked to vote on. And third, promote the votes proposal would abrogate several constitutional provisions, including Article 2, Section 2, that were not republished in the petition. Because they did not republish those petitions, it is not in the form prescribed by law, which means this board has a duty to reject it and refuse to certify it. With respect to the duty to address the alter and abrogate issue, the Supreme Court has held that this board's duty with respect to petitions is to determine the sufficiency of the form. The MCL 168482 subsection 2 says that each part of the petition must, mandatory, be in the form prescribed by the rest of the statute. And in the very next subsection, it says that if the proposal would alter or abrogate an existing provision of the Constitution, it must so state, the petition must so state, and the provisions to be altered or abrogated must be inserted. As Mr. Avers mentioned earlier, to abrogate a provision means that it is rendered wholly inoperative. But it doesn't have to be the entire provision. It can be a discrete part of a provision, including something as small as a single word. The upshot is that the requirement that the petition republish the provisions that are altered and abrogate is a form requirement that this board is tasked with determining and deciding before it makes the decision to certification. And if a petition does not republish a constitutional provision that would be altered or abrogated if the petition is adopted, the Supreme Court has said that that is fatal to the petition, which means it must be rejected. Skipping over to ahead to whether it's alter and abrogates provisions, our challenge raised 5 separate grounds. Any one of them, if true, is sufficient. Today, I'm going to focus on Article 2, Section 2. That's the provision of Michigan's Constitution that gives the legislature authority to, quote, exclude persons from voting because of mental incompetence or commitment to a jail or penal institution. In plain English, Article 2, Section 2 authorizes our state's legislature to exclude otherwise qualified voters from voting if they are mentally incompetent or incarcerated. The petition, if adopted, would destroy that grant of authority in 2 steps. First, it provides that all qualified electors would have a fundamental right to vote. Then, it provides that no one, not the legislature, or any other person, can, quote, enact or use any law that would have the intent or effect of denying, abridging, interfering, or unreasonably burdening that right. Note that if that's adopted, even something that's a reasonable interference or a reasonable denial would be constitutionally invalid. If Promote the Votes proposal is adopted, the legislature would be prohibited from enacting any law that would exclude someone from voting because if they are otherwise qualified to do so. As Mr. Avers mentioned, there are 4 qualifications for voting under Michigan's Constitution and the Michigan election law. The 4 qualifications are U.S. citizenship, they have attained the minimum age, they are a resident of the state, and they are a resident of a locality in the state where they would be voting. The statute does not list incarcerated status. It doesn't list mental competence as qualifications for voting. This board, courts, no one, except for the legislature, can rewrite statutes to say that they mean something that they don't say based on their plain text. What that means is that someone who is serving a sentence, who's been convicted of a felony, serving in prison, who is currently incarcerated, but is a U.S. citizen, who's of the age to vote, who's a resident of Michigan, and the resident of a locality of Michigan, that person is qualified to vote in spite of, regardless of their incarcerated status. As I'm sure you're going to hear from Mr. Trebilcock, they disagree with that. They say that in their response to our challenge, they say, well, that isn't abrogated, that isn't affected, because a restriction on an incarcerated felon's ability to vote, that's just another qualification. But as we know from the statute that says, and the constitutional provision regarding qualifications of electors, that isn't true. And in fact, we know that from the statute that the legislature has enacted as an exercise of their Article 2, Section 2 authority. Can I continue for a minute or two? MCL 168492A provides that an otherwise qualified voter who is currently in prison but has not been sentenced or convicted can vote. But that same otherwise qualified person who has been convicted and has been sentenced can no longer vote. Which means that for the legislature to exercise its authority under Article 2, Section 2, it would be restricting someone who's otherwise qualified to vote, and the legislature has recognized that. Because that authority would just be obliterated by the amendments proposed in the petition, Article 2, Section 2 would be rendered wholly inoperative, which means it's been abrogated. It was not republished, so the petition doesn't meet the form requirements of the Michigan Election Law MCL 168482, subsection 3. We've heard a lot of talk about the substance of these petitions. That is beside the point for this board. It doesn't matter whether it's a good idea to have incarcerated felons vote. It doesn't matter if it's a good idea to allow ballot harvesting in Jackson State Prison. What matters is that the people have a right to be informed of the effects of the constitutional amendments they're being asked to consider. They have a right to know what is going to be abrogated. Here, the petition would abrogate Article 2, Section 2, but that was not republished. As a result, that failure to republish is fatal to promote the votes petition, and this board has a duty to reject it.
Yes.
Let me ask Director Britter, and then I will ask you. Is that okay? Because is this one of the petitions that came before us twice for approval to form? Because I cannot recall.
We'll have to check on that.
I can't remember if this was or not.
Don't think so.
I know the second one was, but this one.
Secure my vote, which was essentially.
Right, but that was the checkbox. I didn't know if promote the vote had, I can't remember if we did an approval pending that they removed the union label. I don't know if this one came under that, and that's why I'm asking this question.
I think it did, but we're checking.
Because it turns into my question for you. So
I
let me wait till I get the answer and then I'll.
If my recollection is correct, the sponsors agreed to make that change conditional.
Yeah,
so
that's
they
what I'm
didn't have to
conditional.
come back.
Okay.
I believe that's how it went,
Yeah.
but
I just want to,
That's correct.
Okay, so this one was not, all right. So the question I have is, if there was a question of abrogation or alteration, why was it not brought up when we were approving this petition to form?
I mean, the most honest answer is I don't know.
Okay.
My client didn't exist.
I
That's the best answer I have for you.
I'm asking, I mean, because obviously it's, we are now at the point that we are looking at signatures. It's already, this is why I'm asking the question to you, so.
I understand the practical reality of that, but I think my response would be that regardless of what has happened or whether it could have been raised earlier, this board still has a duty to follow the law, to apply the law as it's written, and that's what it says.
So my next question is to Director Brader, if that's okay?
Yeah,
Unless anyone has any other questions.
Go ahead, continue.
My next question, Director Brader, and I'm sorry, Adam, but I'm going to ask this one too. Have we, we probably have in my time on this board, but it's been a little bit. Have we had this issue come up before in front of us? And if we did, can you refresh my memory on that one? And that might even include the Attorney General representation we have too.
Not in my tenure, I don't.
I know not in yours.
Can I clarify, when you say this issue, you mean the alter and abrogation issue specifically?
After signatures have been collected.
I know the alter and abrogation has come up.
I remember that. That's
Yeah,
what I couldn't remember if it was before or after signatures were collected.
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest.
We'll try to research that quickly if we can.
Thank you.
If I could, there was a case, it was Protect My Jobs, or Protect Our Jobs versus Board of State Canvassers. It was a Supreme Court case in 2012. It was before you were on the board.
I was going to say, I believe I saw somewhere in some of the materials that this had come up before, which is my issue, my struggle on, form versus substance. I think I tend to think this is a form issue. Then, okay, squaring with previous form approval, what is kind of precedent, what has been done previously when things have been noticed after that initial form approval is provided. I sympathize with the argument on you've noticed something, you should address it. I just want to make sure that we're not just being made up on the fly.
So I understand that. I think, without having an encyclopedic knowledge of Michigan case law on all things, I do know that if the board hasn't voted to certify, whether it's deadlocked 3-1, or if there hasn't been a vote on decision on the certification, I don't know that you would have the mandamus remedy provided by MCL 168-479. So you wouldn't have kind of the legal hook for us to start fighting it out in court until that decision had been made. And I know that in at least some of the case law involving alter and abrogate, especially the 2012 Protect Your Jobs case, I believe that decision, it had been certified, which means it was after signatures. I don't know when it was raised, but it was at least decided, and the challenge was filed after that date.
And was that brought based on a deadlock, or was that the board certified, but the opponents or whomever ultimately decided, oh, you know what, we think we have a solid legal argument here, we're going to bring it anyways? How does that play out?
So Protect Our Jobs involved, I think, 3 or 4 petitions. So I believe the one where they said that it had been it had altered.
Casinos, wasn't it?
I think so. It was casino liquor licenses. Where regardless, it was a provision that had been altered and abrogated, and I believe the board had voted to that it had declared it insufficient. There had been I don't know what the vote was, but I don't believe it was
because of signatures or the alter and abrogation.
I believe it was because of alter and abrogate, but I mean that's.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I ask if we can, I know you're an attorney, but I would also like to ask our Attorney General representation at the table of what that proceeding looked like too, if that's okay.
The Protect Our Jobs issue specifically was a ballot question committee that brought an action in the Court of Appeals seeking a writ of mandamus directing the Board of State Canvassers and the Director of Elections to place on the 2012 general election ballot its proposal for amendments to the Constitution that provided for, among other things, various collective bargaining rights. The board had approved the form of the petition, and the director had, in that case, found that there were valid signatures to qualify the petition, but the board in that case deadlocked on whether the petition should be placed on the ballot. Then after that, there was an action for mandamus brought, which ultimately concluded with the court's determination. There was a lengthy opinion, ultimately concluding with roughly 5 paragraphs determining what was or was not altering or abrogating, leading to, I believe, affirming the judgment of the Court of Appeals, granting relief on the complaint of mandamus. In that case, to place the proposed constitutional amendments on the general election ballot.
One of them was not, though. I think there was 3 petitions, and 2 of them were put on, and one of them was not. And it was the one that was not was the one that abrogated without republishing. Sorry.
Closer to the
Sorry.
microphone. Thanks.
I know that, like, sorry, I don't mean to be confrontational, but I think that in the holding of the case, at the last paragraph, it affirms with respect to one aspect of it, which would be keeping a petition off the ballot.
Accordingly, I'm reading from the court's opinion here. Accordingly, in Protect Our Jobs, we affirm the judgment of the Court of Appeals granting relief in the complaint of mandamus. In Michigan Alliance for Prosperity and The People Should Decide, we grant relief on the complaints for mandamus in part and direct the Board of State Canvassers, the Secretary of State, and the Director of Elections to proceed as necessary to place the proposed constitutional amendments on the November 2012 ballot. We deny relief in all other respects. And in Citizens for More Michigan Jobs, we dismiss the complaint for mandamus filed in the Court of Appeals and deny relief in all other respects. But the conclusion in the court here, with the 5 paragraphs laying out the alter and abrogate language, is still, that applies to all.
So, thank you. There's obviously a ton of stuff that we read. I guess I'm trying to understand, because it's my understanding that one of those, and I believe it was casinos, something to do with casinos, was deadlocked because of an alter and abrogation and was not allowed to proceed. But what you're saying seems to contradict my understanding of that, so I'm looking for clarity on that.
I guess I'm not sure I understand. How can I clarify?
Well, it was liquor licenses, I believe, and that some kind of power was given to the casinos related to liquor license, but the Constitution only gives it to certain, to the Liquor Control Commission. And so because of that, that was an abrogation that was not properly addressed, which would mean if the court ruled that, then the casino issue wasn't allowed to move forward. But what you said is that they were all allowed to move forward.
But it was the last part where the complaint for...
I'm not an attorney, so I'm
Sorry.
very lost in the legal language, so.
In fairness, I think that kind of underscores what Director Brader was saying, is that there is a part of this that veers into legal determinations of whether or not what effect this proposal would have if adopted and how would it interact with other constitutional provisions. I suppose the thing to keep in mind, I think the other probably worth mentioning, is the Court of Appeals decision in the Citizens for Protection of Marriage versus Board of State Canvassers, which was from 2004. There were subsequent cases as well, but the significant part of the holding held the board's authority and duties with regard to proposed constitutional amendments are limited to determining whether the form of the petition complies with the statutory requirements and whether there are sufficient signatures to warrant certification of the proposal. In that case, the court held that it was error for the board to consider either the merits of the proposal or the lawfulness of the proposal. Also noting in that case, the court said that it is well established that a substantive challenge to the subject matter of a petition is not right for review until after the law is enacted.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Listen, I'm the newcomer here, okay? You guys have all done this before.
I think I'm the only one.
Well,
Sorry, Richard.
we're all new at this.
Fresh board.
If I'm just hearing all the legalese put aside, what I'm hearing you say is the form of this petition, the form, whoever blessed it in March or whenever, or May or June, the form of the petition doesn't meet the standard that the Michigan law calls for. Is
Yes.
that correct?
That is
I
our
mean, it doesn't get any simpler.
Correct.
And it doesn't meet that standard because there were pieces that were omitted that a simple review of it back whenever,
Yes.
okay, would have called out and said, hey, this alters or this changes or this voids or abrogates Article 2, Section 2.
Yes.
Whatever the case might be. And so those pieces were left out, which means also that in spite of the fact that there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of signatures, in effect, hundreds of thousands of signatures signed something that wasn't a legal petition.
Yes, and I mean, and so to break that out.
That was a yes or no question.
Yes. I'm a lawyer, sorry. I have to make everything
When
complicated.
you guys start going beyond yes and no, that I get confused.
Yes, you're right.
That would be correct.
If there are any other questions.
Not for.
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, sir. That bring up Mr. Trebilcock on behalf of the sponsors and supporters of this. And we'll give you the initial 5 with the understanding that you'll probably need to go a little longer in questions. So please do just state name, who you're with, and we'll go from there.
Good, I guess we're afternoon, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah, jeez. Good afternoon. Good to see you all again. Member Hauskamp, nice to meet you. Welcome to the party. And thank you for your opening statements, Chair Daunt. I think they were dead on, although you're not much of a warm-up act for us attorneys. Thank you. Compared to recent petition challenges this board has reviewed and will yet review today, this challenge is as narrow as it is deep. Mr. Coate doesn't challenge the fact that PTV submitted over 500,000 valid signatures. He doesn't assert that PTV employed fraudulent circulators. He doesn't argue that a union bug contains too small a font size or there is some other issue at the forum. His sole and singular argument is that PTV did not list 5 sections of the Constitution that would be completely unchanged if this proposal was passed. And there is no other error in the petition sheets. That's it, no more, no less. And I think Member Hauskamp summed it up and said it is pretty simple. You're saying that these 5 provisions are abrogated and they should have been listed. What he fails to mention, and is hoping you all forget, and I think we've touched on, are 2 cornerstone principles that this board must follow. The Bureau and the board have already approved this petition as to form. And while Mr. Koch wasn't here challenging it because apparently he didn't have a client willing to pay him at that point, Mr. Avers did, and he had got his actual full rate, Chair Daunt, because he was here on behalf of Secure My Vote. And they submitted challenges, and yet they did not bring up alter or abrogate at that time. And let's be clear, there's 2 standards. There's alter or abrogate. They're not even saying anything's been altered. Altered is a more nuanced argument in that it could modify or it shifted and it should be listed. They're saying it abrogated, which is a complete evisceration, to quote Mr. Koch's old boss, Justice Zara, not exactly a bastion of progressive or liberal jurisprudence, says it has to be completely eviscerated. I don't think anybody reading this provision and gives it a fair, this proposal, and giving it a fair reading would ever think that those provisions are eviscerated and rendered completely inoperable. But those challenges weren't made back in February when this petition was approved as to form by this board by a 4-0 vote. Now is not the time to go back and revisit what was already done. Over 500,000 voters, Michigan voters, have supported this proposal as approved by this board, and it's time for this to be certified for the ballot. Second, the Michigan Supreme Court has cautioned that ballot committees are not required to get prior judicial determination as to whether a provision is abrogated or not. That is not the requirement that ballot committees are held to, but that is just exactly what Defend Your Vote is arguing for. To weigh into these issues at the level of complication and detail requires a constitutional lawyer, and you've heard the various debate and not everybody understanding what this court said or that court said. Those are judicial determinations as stated by Director Brader. It is not your job to defend your vote's water. The duty of this board, as quoted in the case by the Attorney General in 2002, is to make sure the form of this petition substantially complies with the requirements of Section 482 and has submitted sufficient valid signatures under the Constitution supporting the people's right to put these types of proposals on the ballot. They have done that. You've heard from the volunteers who have been before you. They have done that. The board's duty is to certify this petition. Now, assuming you decide to delve into and address any of the substance of whether things were actually abrogated, applying the standards of the Supreme Court, which a court would be doing, I think the issues are actually relatively simple and straightforward, which is lucky because, as you know, I'm a simple youper with a public education, not some big private school in the Flint area, you know. So I was amazed to learn from reading the challenge that we had erased Election Day from the Constitution. Had I known, or that your jobs are going to be a lot easier because we've eliminated the power of the people to bring any statutory or constitutional initiatives forward going forward. I was amazed because those things are not in there. If it sounds absurd, it's because it is absurd. Those things aren't in the proposal. Give it a read. Not before any of these arguments were made did any single person think that we're getting rid of Election Day. Come on. Or that we're eliminating ballot proposals in this state going forward? Come on, give me a break. It sounds absurd, and it is absurd. Simply put, the challenge did not even argue, much less establish, that the 5 provisions they cite would be rendered wholly inoperative. That's a quote from Mr. Coates' old boss, Justice Zara, in Protect My Jobs. Wholly inoperative. And quote, change that would essentially eviscerate an existing petition. He focused in, apparently because that's the best argument he has, on the provision in the Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, that grants the permissive authority to the legislature to deny incompetent individuals and felons from being qualified voters. All you have to do is read our proposal. The only changes that are in there are for qualified voters. We don't touch the right of who is a qualified voter. The argument of DYV ignores the introductory clause of that provision that was cited where it says qualified voters. You can't read that out of the proposal. I'm sorry, even your middle school English teacher would agree with me on that, Chair Daunt.
High school, but you got to
High school, you know. That's just how simple it is. You know, I don't think I need to go through every single point. We submitted it. I trust that you've read it. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. But I think you're all wise enough and experienced enough to see through this misinformation that was put forward and make the courageous vote. As we all know, it's time to make courageous steps sometime. And now is the time to take these courageous steps, look at the form, and follow your duties without any measure of what the substance of these proposals contain. So we would respectfully request that you make a motion to certify this proposal for the ballot and that you affirmatively vote in favor of that proposal, or that motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Director Brader has said in the staff report that the challenge raises legal questions. Do you contend or understand that this board, let me back up a minute, Member Hauskamp and Member Daunt and Member Gerwitz are all new to this, relatively new to this board, and have not addressed these complicated issues before. But I think we do understand that we are not a court, and that we cannot decide questions of law. Is alter and abrogate, whether provisions in the Promote the Vote initiative, whether they alter and abrogate existing provisions, is that a question of law?
Absolutely, and the Supreme Court has stated that. It's a question of law and requires constitutional lawyers, which, you know, it's a pretty high standard, and I think one that the statutes and the Constitution don't vest in this board. And I don't view alter and abrogate any different than the challenges that are put up about single object or whether a proposal is a complete rewrite to the Constitution. The courts have been very, very clear in those instances. The time to make those challenges is after the people have voted on it. That is no different than right now. This should be approved, and any of those such challenges should be brought up after the people vote. Let the people vote.
Can I ask a question there? Again, I'm coming at it from not being an attorney.
Bless you.
I read your response. Yeah, well, I read your response, and I read the challenge, and I read them not only once but a couple times. I have to tell you, it was well written, but I did fall asleep the second time. If I'm understanding this correctly, a big part of your argument is that we aren't attorneys, and therefore we shouldn't be making legal decisions about, or legal opinions about whether it's abrogated or not, and that's really the province of the court, probably the Supreme Court. If this committee sends this proposal out and doesn't let it go to the ballot, what happens then? Does it then go in front of the court, and the court then makes this decision? What happens if we say, yeah?
So let me say a few things. First, I'll have to use your tip and read my briefs to my kids to get them to sleep, because that takes more than a couple of readings, I think. Second, if this board does not vote and perform its clear legal duties as required under the Constitution, then as the proponents to get this on the ballot, we would have to go to the Supreme Court and file a writ of mandamus and a complaint for declaratory action and ask the Supreme Court to direct you to do your clear legal duty. So that's the short answer. I think the longer answer is that I think the courts have been clear in terms of what issues should be brought up after a vote of the people, and that goes to the substance, and that includes things like title and object, alter and abrogate. Is it a complete rewrite of the Constitution or not? And so those things come up after a vote of the people, not here. I think the Attorney General, Mr. Grill, provided this board absolutely great legal advice, as I would always expect, which is quoting the Supreme Court from 2002, the board's duty is to certify the proposal after determining whether the form of the petition substantially complies with statutory requirements and whether the proposal has sufficient signatures in support. In this case, you can look at the four corners, and there's other cases that say the board's duties and authority is restricted to the four corners of the document, reviewing the signatures submitted, things of that nature. If you look at the four corners of the petition form, which you already did once, and if you choose to do it again, it substantially complies. It's 3 pages of provisions that include provisions that would be altered or abrogated. So to sit here today and somehow suggest that this petition does not substantially comply with the form as required under the Michigan election law, I mean, the arguments put forward are kind of absurd. We're getting rid of Election Day? Mr. Hauskamp, if you read that petition, do you agree or do you think it got rid of Election Day?
The problem is, I read the petition and I also read your challenge, I read the responses. Part of the problem is that part of what the challenger is saying here is if you read it, it really makes sense. And maybe not the Election Day issue as much as some of the issues of any ballot brought up or anything that the citizens do or anything that the legislature does is impugned here.
I guess.
I hear what you're saying about, well, we push it on the ballot and then worry about it later. But that doesn't seem to be, I mean, that's not a solution in anything else we would do in life, right?
I don't think there's anything other in life. I think we're restricted to what the confines of this board.
So if we believe that there's a problem with the form of this petition, what I hear you saying is ignore it.
No, not at all. That's absolutely wrong. What I'm saying is that this board, one, has already reviewed the form. You want to talk about due process and ignoring things. There was a chance for people who challenged this ballot initiative to appear before this body in February and make arguments why the form of our petition was insufficient. Mr. Doster was here, Mr. Avers was here, Mr. Koch may have been here. And some of them spoke out against it and challenged the form. This board listened to those concerns and voted 4-0 to approve the form of the petition. They didn't bring up any abrogate problems then, as they could have, and they didn't. Separate and apart from that, I am not saying ignore it. What I am saying is that the board's duty is to look at the four corners of the document and determine whether or not it substantially complies. So if this board can sit here today and look at the form, as it did in February, and say the proposal lists provisions that are altered or abrogated, which it does, then it complies with the form. What Mr. Koch is arguing for is that you sit as a judge and jury to make a judicial determination, as Director Brader said, over whether something is abrogated. And I'm saying that is outside the confines of this board. But let's say you're even right, Mr. Hauskamp, that it is your duty. Apply the standard. Go ahead. It's obvious. Look at it just like you said. You go, well, maybe not. You're not getting rid of Election Day. Look at the arguments that they have on all the other ones. They're just as silly as Election Day. To say that you insert a fundamental right to vote into the Constitution that somehow eliminates now the power of the people to bring other constitutional amendments?
Here's the problem that I have, and I should have brought that up first. When I read through this, and I read through the challenge, and I look at the articles and the sections of the Constitution that the challenge is saying should have been in the proposal to make it square. If I take those and I put them into your proposal, and I read it that way, your proposal makes perfect sense. But if I take those articles out, the argument that the challenger is making has a little more weight to it. So then I come back and I say, okay, so really what's happening is there were some pieces that were not in the proposal. And that's the question I'm asking is does that invalidate the form of the proposal?
I think if the Supreme Court made a decision that there were provisions that were abrogated that were not, that's the role of the Supreme Court, not this board. I would say second, that there are not provisions that were abrogated. I think the proposal was clear and the form was already approved, that we listed the provisions that would be abrogated, if at all, by the proposal. I guess I keep going back to, and I respectfully, you're glossing over and saying all five, you're telling me that all five of the challenges they say should have been listed as abrogated, that they think that our proposal, we should have said we've abrogated Election Day. If our proposal is changed, we're no longer going to have Election Day in this Constitution. That's what they're arguing.
What I'm saying
That's
is,
what they argued, though.
What I'm saying is when I add the missing articles and sections to your proposal sounds absolutely perfect. When those are not there,
To quote Mr. Daunt at the last hearing in February, he called the petition form beautiful. It was in the quote.
I don't remember that.
Maybe it was the summary. You said the summary was beautiful.
Probably
Maybe that's what it
yes,
was.
Because I probably wrote some of it.
There
Or
were-
suggested some of it.
You know what? Following your high school English teacher, I think you did. I think it was brilliant. But I think the requirement again, what, Mr. Hauskamp, I think what you're suggesting is that there is a standard, which the Supreme Court has directed is not the standard, that you have to get a judicial determination now prior to this board approving anything, whether or not something was abrogated. And again, abrogation means total evisceration. If you're sitting here today telling me that you believe this proposal, which over 600,000 Michigan voters supported, over 500,000 valid signatures as determined by the board, that they signed something that got rid of Election Day? Really?
Did they?
I just...
I think, there are four things I think I want to address, and if I may, and then it's a little after 1, I had said 12, if we go past 12:30 for lunch, so I think we're going to try to wrap this portion up and then break for lunch so that we can get, I enjoy going back and forth with you. I do think I would be remiss if I didn't point out that I think you are slightly misrepresenting the issue of the election day. As I read it, what they're arguing is that it would get rid of the single day election day requirement and make it multiple days.
Can we not vote? Can we not vote early now? I cast my vote 3 days before the election day.
I haven't paid much attention to that argument. I just think that the way you're phrasing it comes across as that they're saying it would just get rid of election day, we wouldn't have elections anymore. And that's kind of what you've been saying. So I don't think that is correct.
I think
On the three other points, you've mentioned substantial compliance. Is it not strict compliance? Those are different terms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So
Correct.
I wanted to clarify that. The issue of timing on this. In previous meetings, have stated displeasure with things being brought up somewhat late. I believe it was related to the word "the." It was annoying, it was frustrating, but also important points were made that, well, you know what, this was discovered before anything had been done, before decisions had been made. It's our duty to address them. So I think that, though frustrating, we should strive to get it right. And then the issue of the previous approval to form with the board then determining that there was an abrogation issue, which they thought was form, or certain members thought was form. That was part of that case in 12, and I have in slight text here, and I'm not saying Mr. Grilly is misleading at all. And this is why I was confused. It says the Board of Canvassers, this is from the Court of Appeals case.
Can I just ask who sent that to you?
Sure, Mr. Avers did.
Okay, Mr. Avers in the audience sent that to you. Okay.
The Board of Canvassers had previously approved the form of the petition, and the Director of Elections found that there were sufficient valid signatures to qualify the proposal. However, the Board of Canvassers subsequently deadlocked on whether the petition should be placed on the ballot, with 2 members voting to place the proposal on the ballot and 2 members voting not to place the proposal on the ballot. Under the statute, the proposal therefore did not qualify for the ballot. And so that was my recollection of what I had read about that specific form issue was raised after initial form approval had been given, because like I said, I don't want to be just making things up on the fly. There needs to be a conflict and some evidence pointing to a conflict, which I think that provides. So I wanted to state I knew I wasn't crazy thinking that had been an issue, as well as the issue of timing, that though frustrating, I think it's up to us to address it when it is brought to our attention.
Right. And I do find it ironic that Mr. Avers, who spoke out in February and spoke to the form issues in February, didn't bring or raise that issue in February.
And just like the issue with the word "the," it is frustrating that things are not brought up, but when they are noticed and we haven't made a decision, I think it's important that they are addressed.
But
we probably disagree on that, but
I think there's a difference because ballots weren't about to go in the mail.
well, Mary Ellen.
Oh, I do note that Mr. Koch's challenge did say that the election day provision was rendered wholly inoperative, was totally abrogated. And what he has also said is that 4 other provisions of the Constitution are wholly abrogated, that the ability to, and I think he's wrong. Let me say that. I think he's wrong, but I'm basing that upon my legal analysis of this issue, of how I put together the proposal and what is already in the Constitution. So it's hard because I think that's not our role, to put together the various pieces of the Constitution with regard to this alter and abrogate. So it's complicated, and we are sort of complicated, I think, between form and content. And we recognize that it's our obligation to determine whether the form is correct, but we are not supposed to be, we don't have the statutory responsibility or right to engage too much with the content of the proposal. And I think what in the guise of supposedly challenging the failure to alter and abrogate, I think what the challenger is doing here is asking us to engage in a lot of interpretation of the provision, which I believe we are not supposed to be doing. I don't know if I'm clear on that, but.
And that was an important piece for me of understanding precedent, how had that been addressed in the past. And on the election day issue, what I'm saying, I'm rejecting that argument, number one. I don't think it provides,
Do you agree with me?
I'm not going to say that, but I think the way you're phrasing it to me seemed like you were making it sound as though they were saying, election day's over, we're no longer going to have any more, we're not going to vote anymore.
So the Constitution says, by the text of the Constitution says, the election day shall be, the first Tuesday in November?
After the first Monday.
After the first Monday, yeah, after the first Monday. First full week. Abrogate means totally eliminate and make it inoperative, which would mean that day goes away. So what other way to read their argument than to say we're eliminating election day?
You were referencing it as though it was elections altogether. That's how I interpret it, and that's why I wanted to push back
I thought I was saying, I'm pretty sure I
That's-
said we're getting rid of election day. I think that's what I've said repeatedly. But,
There were more. There were 5 items in there. And,
Right.
yeah, and I think each one of them are just as absurd as that. I mean, they led with that, which you have to assume is their strongest one, and then they didn't even bring up the rest. They go with that we're totally rendering inoperative the legislature's authority under Article 2, Section 2, which goes to qualifications, which if you read Article 2, Section 1, says here are the qualifications and as prescribed, except as otherwise prescribed in the Constitution. That otherwise prescribed by means it's subject to Article 2, Section 2. So that's a qualification. We don't touch qualifications. We say qualified electors in the proposal. You follow?
I do follow.
Okay. So that's why even if you're in the camp of, look, we can sit in the shoes of the Supreme Court or we can make judicial determinations on abrogate, apply the standard. I welcome you to, because if you apply the standard, their 5 challenges, you give them a read, and like I said, a simple youper like me can read it. There is no way that these provisions are rendered wholly inoperative or are completely eviscerated, which means essentially written out of our Constitution by this proposal. This should be a non-issue, okay? They didn't come here challenging whether or not we got enough signatures. They're not challenging that it's unclear or there was some other error. The Union Bug font wasn't the right size. Abrogate. We completely eliminated sections of our Constitution, 5 of them, and failed to list them. I think you can tell from this debate whether or not something's eviscerated. I think that by very definition shows that these things haven't been eviscerated. Smart, intelligent people can have honest disagreements about whether that has been abrogated or not. And if that's the case, something has not been clearly eviscerated under the standards set by the Supreme Court. So for those reasons, the form complies with the statute. We have submitted tens of thousands of more qualified voter signatures in support of this proposal. Let the people vote on this proposal.
If I could just ask if the AG's office would like to further clarify the precedent, just because there's been so much back and forth on it.
Under the Protect Our Jobs decision, which has been quoted extensively today already, the first part of it would be what is the meaning of alter or abrogate, and the court's conclusion on that reads as follows. An existing provision is only altered or abrogated if the proposed amendment would add to, delete from, or change the existing wording of the provision, or would render it wholly inoperative. At the end of the opinion, the court also provides some examples of when something is or is not altered or abrogated, noting I'll just read all 5. When the existing language of a constitutional provision would be altered or abrogated by the proposed amendment, republication of the existing provision is required. The language of the amendment, number 2, the language of the amendment itself, rather than how the proponents or opponents of the amendment characterize its meaning, controls whether an existing provision would be altered or abrogated by the proposed amendment. Number 3, when the existing language of a constitutional provision would not be altered, but the proposed amendment would render the entire provision or some discrete component of the provision wholly inoperative, abrogation would occur and republication of the existing language is required. Number 4, when the existing language would not be altered or abrogated, but the proposed amendment would only have an effect on the existing language, and the new and existing provisions can be harmoniously construed, republication of the existing provision is not required. And number 5, when the existing language would not be altered or abrogated, but the proposed amendment would only have an effect on the existing language, thereby requiring that the new and existing provisions be interpreted together, republication of the existing provision is not required.
Sir? Other questions?
Hopefully that's not where any of you fell asleep while reading my challenge, because I restated that. Were you awake for that part?
Out of deference to you, it was very late at night.
All right, all right.
If you had put pictures in, that would have.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions of Mr. Trebilcock.
2 minutes, yes.
The purpose of the alter and abrogate and republication requirement is, quote, to advise the elector as to the purpose of the proposed amendment and what provisions of the constitutional law it modifies or supplants. That is not something that can be dealt with after the election. That is something that has to be dealt with now. It is part of the form of the petition required by statute, MCL 168-482 subsection 3. The statute says shall, that is mandatory, which means it is subject to strict compliance, not substantial compliance. The other examples of challenges that can be raised afterwards, single object, are not form challenges. They're substantive challenges. Alter and abrogate is not saying that it's a good idea or a bad idea to do what the petition does. It's saying that the form of the petition does not include the list of constitutional provisions that would be altered or abrogated. And just to reiterate, in Protect Our Jobs, there was a petition filed. It was approved as to form. The board subsequently deadlocked. There was enough signatures. The board deadlocked, and that was the complaint for mandamus that was dismissed, which means the courts rejected the challenge and allowed or upheld the board's non-action and did not force it to be on the ballot.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
I got a 12-year-old daughter. I got lots of patience.
Mine's 13, oh my goodness. I wanted to go back and just clarify, or make a fuller response to Mr. Hauskamp on what could happen in terms of, and I mentioned that if the board deadlocks, that we could go to court, or votes no, we could go to court to put it on. Well, I just wanted to clarify that if the board votes to approve and certify it for the ballot, Mr. Koch and his client could go to court and say that, no, you were wrong, it shouldn't have been certified. So I just wanted to clarify that point as well.
Since you're clarifying, can I ask you to clarify one more piece of that? If this ended up in front of the Supreme Court to address this issue, whether it was form, whether it wasn't form, whether it abrogated, whether it didn't, if this were heard by the Supreme Court right now to answer this question, would they in fact weigh in on whether these on whether these were abrogations, whether these were, how far down the road did they go?
Well, if I could predict what our Supreme Court was doing, I could triple
so
my hourly rate for sure.
So I'm asking you a
But
question that's not a...
generally, they would weigh in on whether or not there was a clear legal duty for this board to certify or not. They could very easily punt and say, no, we're not going to get into whether or not Mr. Koch is right or wrong on that until the people vote. They could kick it then, and then there would be another lawsuit. So again, I don't, like I said, if I could predict what our Supreme Court was going to do, I could charge a heck of a lot more.
Oh, thanks for answering.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you want 15 seconds or? Oh, damn it, I'm kidding.
I clerked for Justice Viviano, not Justice Zara.
All right, thank you. Are there other questions or, okay, I guess it would be time for a motion of some sort.
I would like some further discussion, not questions to the advocates, but I thought that the challenge was creative, that Mr. Koch was desperately trying to find something where he could argue that the proposal abrogated provisions. And it seemed to me, as it does to Mr. Trebilcock, pretty silly, in fact, to suggest that the ability of the citizens to initiate constitutional amendments is abrogated by this proposal, or that Election Day is totally removed, or that the legislative powers of the county boards of supervisors are eliminated, abrogated, totally inoperative. They don't have any, but if they had any, this would not preclude them from exercising whatever powers they have. And so what I'm saying is that I think that the legal argument, if I were called upon as a Michigan Supreme Court Justice, if I were called upon to say whether the alter and abrogation argument is valid, I would say it's not. But I don't think that's for us. I think what we're supposed to be doing is saying, are there sufficient number of signatures? And on that question, I think we know the answer. Whether the alter and abrogation argument it's a legal argument, as Director Brader has said, and it's not one for us to address, nor is it one that would preclude us from saying that there are a sufficient number of signatures.
So thank you. I think I disagree with some of that in the terms of where I agree is the signatures they have enough signatures. That's not an issue. That's not the only thing we're asked to address. The staff has done remarkable work looking through these in a timely fashion. Ultimately, looking back at past practice of this board, despite form approval being given, when something is brought to the attention that is a form issue, This board has disagreed among themselves. The court has taken it up, and the court has not said, you can't deal with this, that this is not a form issue, you should not deal with it. That, to me, is enough to take seriously this issue of alter or abrogation, because if it is addressing an issue that the public is supposed to be voting on, or that they will be voting on, if it is not clear what they are voting on, that is a detriment to the voters of this state. That, to me, is an important issue, and I really hope that the court can provide some clarity on the issue of form and when it can be addressed, as well as this for sure or for sure not being a form issue, because it's not pleasant to sit up here and have arguments thrown at you and have to make a determination on which one are you going to believe. Ultimately, I think if there is a question of what is before the voters, they should know that before it is placed before them. So.
Chairman Don.
Yes.
And I know that you have said that the court should make that determination. And you and I were both on this board when this petition came before us, and I know that you want to have answers and solutions for this, but I do feel that there are a lot of questions even for the four of us on this board, and there are a lot of questions out here that I feel are more legal questions that we should be given, that would allow for a judge to basically, and may I also remind everyone that we do not have promulgated rules for this board. I'm sorry, I had to put it in there again. We went to get them, and then we were deadlocked on getting promulgated rules for this board. Myself and my previous Democrat voted to move to go to those rules, and the former chair and the previous member decided no. With that, though, I feel that it is a legal question. I am not a lawyer. I know we have one on the board, but I am not a lawyer. So I will make the move, I move that the Board of State Canvassers accept the staff recommendation and find the petition submitted by Promote the Vote 2022 sufficient.
Motion, do we have support?
Support.
Okay. We have a motion, we have support. Is there further discussion on this?
I have just one closing piece on the discussion. I still have this fundamental problem. We've got all these signatures, but I have this fundamental problem that what we got the signatures on, what we presented to them, and what we told them was the story was not the full story. There were pieces that were missing. You know, again, I'm not an attorney, and so I really, truly am not. I keep telling you guys that, but I'm really good at doing partial stories. I do them with my wife all the time. If I want to do something and I'm clever, I'm very selective about what part of the story, the more important it is, the more selective. And I have that same feeling that's part of what's been put to the people signing this petition. And I'm not hearing anything that's telling me that wasn't the case. I
don't think that the petitioner, the sponsors, have any reason to hide anything.
No, I don't think it was deliberate.
But they have in fact, they need to look through, and I know they did, with a number of very, very good constitutional lawyers, to see how and that's what any petition sponsor does, because it's important to say, these are the other provisions that are affected by this, that are either altered or abrogated, that is totally eliminated. So that is something that is done in advance. What we are doing here, what we're asked to do today, I think, is to determine whether it's sufficient. If, in fact, we did determine that there are a sufficient number of, that the petition is sufficient based upon the number of signatures. And if we decided as well that there is a legal issue which we're not going to address, as Mr. Trebilcock said, if there are people who believe, or ballot opposers who want to take this to the court, they could do it tomorrow. And before the people were called upon to vote, the Supreme Court would make a decision about that. So what is presented to the electorate, before it is presented, that alter or abrogate issue could be decided if it were a serious issue. I don't think it is, but it would be decided. You would not be presenting to the electorate a proposal which had implications or effects of which they were unaware.
Okay. Discussion. Okay. I guess that would mean we have a motion, we have support. It will be time for a vote. And all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, aye.
Want me to say aye for opposed?
Or nay?
How about if we do nay?
Nay. Nay for opposed.
I would vote nay.
Nay. We deadlock at 2-2. I do want to state, I do not believe that it was deliberate, but I believe that the importance of people knowing what is before them is worthy of decision before it gets to them. So.
We are still in a meeting, so applause is.
Would again ask folks not to demonstrate, to applaud. You've done a good job of that thus far, mostly. I do have a question before we recess for lunch. Because I think I speak for myself and Board Member Hausman, abide by whatever it is the courts decide. That's not at issue. Should we proceed with the assignment of number in consideration of the 100-word summary so that that is taken care of when the court completes its action, or should we hold on that?
I would recommend that we do that because the court, if the court does overturn this board, they may give the board very little time to implement that. And so as much as the board can get off its plate before that happens, I think the board should do.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Then in that case, I would like us to take up number 5 at a minute. Number 5, agenda item, assignment of the number designation for the constitutional amendment sponsored by Promote the Vote 2022. And then we can break for lunch and address the rest of the items.
Chairman Don, if it's okay if I make the motion? I
Yep.
don't think we need to have a discussion about this one. We've done this one before. And just so everyone understands, we do have to make a motion to designate what this would be on the ballot. So I move that the Board of State Canvassers designate that the constitutional amendment submitted by Promote the Vote 2022 as proposal 2022, 22-2, sorry, on November 8th, 2022 general election ballot.
I'll second.
We have a motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. What is the board's pleasure on taking the 100-word issue now or doing lunch?
Lunch.
Okay. We are at recess until 2 o'clock. Going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order at 2:28 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for your continued patience. Going to move forward with Agenda item number 6, which is the consideration of the 100-word summary of purpose for the constitutional amendment sponsored by Promote the Vote 2022. And I think it would be important, there may be some question as to why we're moving forward with these couple of steps given the deadlock on the certification. I think Director Brader can speak to that very ably, so we'll turn it over to him and then discuss the issue of the 100 words.
Thank you, Chair Daunt. So, the staff's recommendation and the board's plan at this point is to go ahead and proceed with the ballot numbering and ballot wording for this and the next constitutional amendment, regardless of where the board lands on certification there, for a couple of reasons. One, there's no doubt a lawsuit being drafted currently already, if not very soon, regarding what the board just did. At that point, the Supreme Court likely will either say the board's decision not to certify by a 2-2 vote was correct, in which case the board wouldn't have to do anything, or they would say the board's decision was incorrect and the board has to put it on the ballot. That decision could come close to, hopefully before, but close to the date of September 9th, which is the deadline by which ballot contents have to be added to the ballot. And that may leave the board very little time to reconvene and effectuate any order that the court makes. So by getting these steps out of the way now, there will be less for the board to do if it in fact has to do anything on September 9th. The other thing that is at play here is that the counties need to have their ballots ready to go. So as soon as the ballot's contents get finalized on September 9th, that starts a too short, but constitutionally and statutory mandated period of 15 days between when the contents are finalized and when ballots need to be proofed, reviewed by candidates, printed, distributed to jurisdictions and tested so they can be ready for our military and overseas voters by the 45th day before the election. And so in advance of that, the counties are already starting to lay out their ballot proofs to see what the ballot will look like. And so giving them as much information as possible at this point in terms of how these constitutional amendments will appear, if they do appear, will put them in a better position regardless of what the court does between now and September 9th. So with that in mind, we'll get all these steps out of the way now, and then what actually appears on the ballot will be up to the court in the case of the Promote the Vote one, and then up to the board and the court in the case of the Reproductive Freedom for All one. Should I go ahead with the?
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead and just roll right into the next part.
So with that said, this is this concerns the 100-word statement of purpose for the proposed constitutional amendment sponsored by Promote the Vote 2022. The election law in the Constitution provides that the Director of Elections drafts and the Board of State Canvassers approves a 100-word summary that will go on the ballot itself to accompany constitutional amendment provisions that are put before the voters. We also have to, I also have to present to you a caption that will summarize even more succinctly what this proposal is about and what the voters will also see if this appears on their ballot. I will just note that there is no obligation for the board, for myself or for the board to use the exact same language as the board used for the face of the petition. But what I presented to you is very, very similar to that, and I'll explain what's different and why. And we did receive many public comments about what should go on this summary. So I'll start by reading the caption, which the caption I'm presenting, which is new. This is not something that the board has previously considered, would be a proposal to authorize additional absentee voting provisions, early in-person voting, and donations to fund elections, and add current legal requirements for voter identification and post-election audits and canvasses to the Michigan Constitution. I'll just note that in putting this together, I did look at the caption for Promote the Vote 1, which was the one that was on in 2018. 2018-3. That used a similar structure to this, where it was also a very lengthy and complex set of changes to the Constitution that would affect a lot of provisions of the election law. And to try to keep this as succinct as possible, I kept the description very high level, and those sections that are basically codifying current law are noted as putting things that are already in statute basically into the Constitution. And that's what my predecessor, Director Williams, did for the other proposal in 2018 and what the board approved at that time. And then moving on to the 100-word summary, it reads as follows. This proposed constitutional amendment would recognize fundamental right to vote without harassing conduct, require military or overseas ballots be counted if postmarked by Election Day, provide voter right to verify identity with photo ID or signed statement, provide voter right to single application to vote absentee in all elections, require state-funded absentee ballot drop boxes and postage for absentee applications and ballots, provide that only election officials may conduct post-election audits, require 9 days of early in-person voting, allow donations to fund elections, which must be disclosed, require canvass boards certify election results based only on the official records of votes cast. Should this proposal be adopted? Yes, no. It's exactly 100 words, and the difference between this and the one that was on the petition is that I have condensed require state-funded absentee ballot drop boxes and postage for absentee applications and ballots into one bullet point and saved a couple of words there, whereas on the petition summary, they're broken out as separate clauses. That was necessary because the first 5 words, this proposed constitutional amendment would, were longer than the petition summary, which said constitutional amendment 2. So I had to save 2 words somewhere, and that seemed to be the most efficient way to do it, keeping with what I think is a fair and impartial summary that's also very similar to what the board already approved.
Okay, thank you very much. I would assume there are discussion and questions on this. I do have one question that comes to mind for me, and I apologize if you address this. I was trying to put my stuff together while you were speaking earlier, Director Brader. If part of the reason for the deadlock was the issue of potential abrogation of a section that could have bearing on what the proposal does, would there be an opportunity to address that at the meeting? Let's say the court decides, yes, it does, but it's not, for whatever reason, it does abrogate that, but it isn't enough to keep it off the ballot, come back. Do we have are we set in stone on what we're doing here if there was a need to address because the court's decision altered some of the potential impact of the amendment?
I think certainly if the court instructed the board with regard to anything regarding the summary, that could be addressed on the 9th. I will say that, or whenever we come back, probably the 9th, if that ends up being when we would be reconvening. Sorry, my mic's not on. I'll say that again. If the court orders the board to change anything with regard to the summary, I think that would be something that the board could certainly do. I will say that I think the issue of other sections that need to be noted as altered or abrogated is probably a little different from how to best summarize what this does in 100 words, because I think to the extent we're talking about what this proposal would put in the Constitution and what would be affected, I think those discussions, in my opinion, have already kind of been reflected in what I drafted and what the board discussed last time and then what the board will discuss today. But certainly I think that if the court instructs the board, then the board can, of course, reconvene and fulfill what the court instructs it to do.
Thank you. I do have, for this issue, for number 6, I've got a couple of folks who would like to speak. Make sure I get them correct here. Looks like it would be Chris Trebilcock for number 6 on the 100 words. Do not have anything from challengers indicating desire to speak, so take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to see everyone again. Chair Don, as we talked earlier, following the lessons of the high school English teacher,
Mike.
Steve, you got it?
There you go.
All right, there we go. For me, it was my varsity basketball coach who followed the KISS principle and told me to follow that all the time. Keep it simple, stupid. So let me do that. We do not object and accept the summary presented by the director. The board spent a lot of time refining it back in February. Chair Daunt, I think Member Gurwitz, both added language to it and modify it. And we don't think there's an intent or a need to reinvent the wheel now. I would note that, the proposal was clear enough back in February that we were able to agree on a summary of what it did and did not do. And so I'm glad to see that there's agreement that we can still do that. We do have a few comments that I just want to add on the caption piece of it that I think are worthwhile and can improve the current caption that was presented. Just a quick sidebar is, and we stated this in our presentation, is we do think that a caption, in the plain meaning of a caption, is something that should be short and simple and not just a further distilled version of what the caption is. But practically speaking, and we understand that the director, as is right, decided to go a little bit longer than a sentence. And that's certainly, I think, been the tradition of a lot of ballot proposals. But we think going forward, we'd encourage the Bureau and the board to take a look at doing shorter captions. I think the current Constitution uses very short, concise captions for the provisions and all the articles and everything. And so we'd encourage the board to take a look at that. We proposed one, if the board is so inclined, we proposed one that we think is acceptable and meets the standards of being in plain English and not providing, not being biased one way or the other against the proposal, but accurately summarizing it in plain, ordinary English. So we would, if the board decides to go that way, we certainly would encourage them to adopt that. Now that said, if we're going with and working with the director's version, we do have a few points, and if I may, I would like to present the board with an alternative caption to the one presented, and I've got it in writing so you can actually look at it. I think that might be helpful.
Thanks, sir.
All right, the caption before you, it includes what I think were just two omissions that somehow were not included in the director's version. And the first is that this provision starts with approval to amend the state constitution. The current version of the director's does not start that way, which is different than the proposal you approved last week, and is also different than the language presented for the next proposal you're going to consider. And so keeping that consistent on the ballot when voters are reading, assuming, all these, or if these three all get on the ballot, like I think should happen, that consistency with how these constitutional amendments read, I think is important and would be helpful for voters. And so that, I think, maybe it was just an oversight or an omission, but to keep it consistent, have them start the same way. And then second, as you heard from a lot of folks this morning and what we debated earlier, this is talking about the fundamental right to vote. And in that caption currently, the fundamental right to vote is not mentioned, and it should be mentioned first in the list, which is first in the summary. It's one of the cornerstones of the proposal, and I think it was just perhaps, trying to keep things short, an omission that we think needs to be included. Couple of other quick points about this version. It contains 47 words, which is just 14 more than the 33 in the director's proposed one. So those are the two omissions, I think, that were just more oversights than anything. What I do think, there's two other things that I think would also help improve the clarity and provide much-needed clarification. Once again, the summary includes a reference to military ballots, and we think that should be included in the summary and the caption as well. This is a new right that is a cornerstone of this proposal for the men and women who so bravely serve our country. And the failure to include that in the caption, I think, is just a misstatement, and it needs to be included. It's an important part and should be in the caption. And finally, we believe inserting one word, disclosed, before donations. That's what the summary states and requires, and it makes sure voters are informed that this isn't dark money or anything else nefarious such as that. So those are the only differences really between what the director proposed and what we inserted, is the word going in reverse, the word disclosed, including the reference to military ballots, then including fundamental right to vote, and just really bringing where the director concluded with a proposal to amend the Constitution, moving that up front. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yes, sir.
We do well with questions. Question for you on your words, and disclosure of donations to fund elections. Isn't that a little bit, that's not really what your proposal says. Your proposal's adding the ability to have third parties donate to elections. That's, Mr. Brader's got it in as add.
It says require, though. If you looked at the beginning of that sentence, the word require modifies require disclosure of donations to fund elections.
Okay, again, you know,
So the proposal requires the disclosure of donations to fund elections.
Right.
Currently, you can fund elections with donations. This is making sure that in our Constitution that any such donations are required to be disclosed. And so it's important that in the caption, because it's in the substance of the proposal, that the caption reflects that the donations, or the key are, disclosed.
okay. All right.
In my mind, I'm going to start with a slight agreement.
There we go. See, now we're getting somewhere.
And then proceed to disappoint. I do agree on the consistency issue of a proposal to amend the state constitution. I think we can, I think that would make sense to add that in, unless Director Brader, there's some reason it was left out. And then the rest, I think, these are all things that are addressed in the following text, and I don't see much reason to kind of relitigate what the majority of us, aside from Mr. Hauskamp, who was not on the board at the time, have agreed to as pretty fair language. So, go ahead.
If I could just weigh in on a couple of these. So this format in terms of the way proposed constitutional amendment is listed, that was done differently intentionally. And this is the same thing that happened in 2018. So in Proposal 2018-2, which is about the Redistricting Commission, the caption on that read, a proposed constitutional amendment to establish a commission of citizens to do all the stuff they did. And then Proposal 2018-3, as was drafted, said a proposal to authorize automatic voter registration, automatic and election day voter registration, no reason absentee voting, and straight ticket voting, and add current legal requirements for military and overseas voting and post-election audits to the Michigan Constitution. So I believe that, I wasn't around, but I believe the reason it was structured that way was because of the element of it that was noting that some of these things are in law but being added to the Constitution, and that was the most word economical, and for the purposes of a ballot, space, inches on the ballot economical, was to put that at the end rather than the beginning. So it was intentionally structured differently. I do acknowledge that it creates a lack of uniformity in terms of how voters are seeing that this is a constitutional amendment in terms of at the beginning or the end of the caption. But I think that it's the best approach to save space, and that's why I did it that way. In terms of the note about the military ballots, in the proposed caption, that is summarized as part of add absentee provisions for absentee voting. The changes in question are to how ballots that are for military and overseas civilians are treated. And that, a lot of that stems from a federal law called the Uniform Overseas Civilians Absentee Voting Act. So that federal law, UACAVA, is about how military and overseas civilians can vote absentee. I do think all things being equal, it is helpful to clarify, and the summary does clarify, the 100-word summary, that there are different provisions if you're a military overseas versus if you're a domestic, non-military absentee voter. But for purposes of the caption, which does need to be more concise, I think that the most efficient way to do it was just to put them under the umbrella of absentee voting provisions. So those are, just a response to those questions raised. That's why it's structured the way it is.
Sir, were you?
I'm good.
Okay. Really? Thank you.
You want?
No.
What else you want to talk about, Tony?
Steve, get his mic. Any other?
Yeah, I agree with you, Member Daunt, that it should be parallel construction. So it should say a proposal to amend the Constitution rather than just a proposal to authorize. But I have real trouble with the length of the summary, because what we have done is summarize the summary. And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I think that a caption should be a couple of words. I did, Mr. Trebelcock mentioned the Constitution, and I looked at the way it labels provisions, and it's very efficient, a couple of words at most. So I decided what I would do if I were Director Brader. I would call it a proposal to amend Article 2 of the Constitution to add provisions regarding elections. And then, a person sees that, and then they say, oh, what are they adding? And they go down and they read the summary, which we work so hard on. So I don't see any reason to work hard on a summary of the summary.
Amen.
And at times, we've kind of used that caption to come to a consensus on this board as to what was left off in the summary. But I think in this case, we worked very hard to get the summary to where it is. And so I agree with Mary Ellen, and I agree with you, Chairman Daunt, that a little bit shorter might be a better idea on this one. Because that's, and honestly, like in my role in my time here, that caption has been used to kind of diffuse issues of the summary and putting that into the caption. I think the last time, I believe it was the mineral rights. It was actually a joint House resolution. I think there were certain, I'm trying to remember that meeting. I think there were certain things that we didn't get in the summary, so we put it into the caption to kind of alleviate a deadlock here. And that was coming from the legislature, so. I agree that shorter is sometimes.
And that that's what you kind of alluded to at the very beginning, correct? And,
Yeah,
okay.
It goes with my KISS principle, right?
Yep.
And it gives less fodder for guys like me or men and women like me to come and argue with you over certain words. So I do think simple is better. I don't have any real grounds to disagree with what Member Gurwitz proposed as a short caption, if that's the board's desire. We presented an alternative in our submission, so I think either one would be fine if that's the direction the board wants to go. Otherwise, I've stated sort of what minor revisions we do to the director's piece.
Well, I would be delighted to use a shorter caption. Our county clerks and local clerks definitely would prefer that, I'm sure, because it gives them more space on the ballot when they're laying things out. So the length and descriptive elements of it were based on the most recent round from 2018, but certainly it has been done other ways in the not too distant past. So shorter is great as far as I'm concerned.
Let it be noted that there is wide agreement on this issue. So in that instance, Member Housecamp, any no? So appropriate steps of adding that, replacing what you have with what Member Gurwitz has, and then approval.
Could we hear that again? I'm sorry, what you've got it. Proposal to amend, and is that the only constitutional article that's being amended? So again, the the suggestion was a proposal to amend Article 2 of the Constitution to add provisions regarding elections. That strikes me as simple and accurate. I just want to verify that Article 2, is that the only one being amended? I know there's this separate discussion of alteration and abrogation, but I just want to verify that this doesn't amend anything else, any other article.
It should be only Article 2, I believe. Yeah, Article 2, Sections 4 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, so that seems very workable. We can just, all we need to do is print it out and bring it back before the board, right? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can we take a short recess to allow the Bureau to do their work?
We will recess until 2:55.
That was easy.
No, we do have a faster printer, but it's not quite that fast.
Amendment, we'll give them till 3 o'clock.
They might have to go upstairs to get a printer.
Go outside and get warm.
Call this meeting back to order at 3:07 PM. And Director Brader, why don't you walk us through what you and Mr. Fracassi did, and we will take it from there.
Sure. So apologies if this is like picking out shades of paint, the hardware store, but I do have a couple of options for you. We were looking at examples from the 2012 ballot to look for a reference for when we just do the shorter version. And we noticed that with those ones, it typically just said a proposal to amend the state constitution. For the sake of options, the one that was suggested previously would be, which we have before you, is a proposal to amend Article 2 of the Constitution to add provisions regarding elections. A second option would be a proposal to amend Article 2 of the state constitution to add provisions regarding elections. So the same thing, but state constitution. And a third option would be a proposal to amend the state constitution to add provisions regarding elections. I would be comfortable with any of these. I think the one that just references the state constitution is probably the simplest and more consistent with what was done 10 years ago. But I would be happy to present any of these if the board has a preference.
Thank you, sir. You want to talk? Go ahead,
No, I was
sir.
waiting to respond to questions.
Does anybody have questions or want to discuss? I personally am very comfortable with the shortest and the simplest, a proposal to amend the state constitution to add provisions regarding elections. I think that gets to what we've all talked about.
I am also in favor of the shortest one.
Should we make an emotion?
I'll just read into the record just to clarify what the board is approving. So I think, do I just need to read the new caption? I don't have to read the whole thing again, do I? Okay, so what I'm proposing, go ahead, sorry.
To the better judgment.
I just want, you're talking a proposal to amend the state constitution to add provisions regarding elections. It's the most simple.
Yep.
Your high school English teacher would be proud. Yes, we agree.
Thank you. All right, awesome. Mr. Brader.
So what I'm proposing, presenting to the board is the same 100-word summary I read off previously, but with the caption being a proposal to amend the state constitution to add provisions regarding elections.
Believe we would entertain a motion at this time.
Seem to be the makers today. I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the statement of purpose prepared and submitted on August 31st, 2022 by Director of Elections for proposal at this time 22-2 on November 8th, 2022 general election ballot.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, take a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. That would appear to take care of the promote the vote issues before us. And thank you again, everybody, for your commitment and time and patience. We will now move on to agenda item number 7, consideration of the sufficiency of the initiative petition submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All. Mr. Brader, would you please give us a synopsis of what we're dealing with here and what your report says?
Thank you, Chair Daunt. So this was the second citizen initiative constitutional amendment that we received from Reproductive Freedom for All. This one was from Reproductive Freedom for All. It was also submitted on July 11th, 2022, and as with the other one, it required 425,059 valid signatures. The total filing consisted of 752,288 signatures on 152,799 sheets. As with the other constitutional amendment petition, we followed the same procedure, whereby we first did a face review to eliminate any sheets that were wholly invalid because of errors that affected the whole sheet, and then proceeded to sort, count, stamp the petitions, and drew a sample from which we projected the validity rate and the, projected the number of estimated total signatures based on the validity rate of the sample. We did identify during face review that there were 16,849 signatures on 4,805 sheets that were invalid. So that left our universe of potentially valid signatures remaining at 735,439 signatures on 147,994 sheets. So still well over the, they still had a large cushion over the minimum number that were required. In this instance, the sample size was 513 signatures, and out of those 513, they needed at least 314 to be valid in order for us to project that they would have enough total valid signatures and recommend certification. We did not have any disputes about the universe or challenges filed regarding individual signatures here, so it was limited to our review. And we determined that the sample contained 416 valid signatures, which projects to a total estimated number of 596,379 valid signatures. And again, as with the other petition, because of the large margin over the minimum, the confidence level under the statistical model is 100%. So as with the other petition, we did not receive a challenge regarding individual signatures, but instead there was a challenge that was filed by Citizens to Support Michigan Women and Children, and that challenge was based on the spacing of the text of the constitutional amendment, which you've of course heard about today. So the challenge states essentially that the petition should be rejected because of spacing issues in the text that render it unreadable or gibberish, because of the lack of differences between spaces in some cases between words, those being similar to the spaces between letters. We reviewed this challenge. In our view, this is a challenge to the substance of the petition rather than the form of the petition. The Michigan election law, again, Section 482, as we discussed with the prior provision, it does contain statutory required elements for the form of the petition, which the board has to verify are present for sheets to be valid. There isn't anything in that section that goes to the substance of the text within the constitutional amendment and the spacing between letters. There is a provision that specifies a typeface size that the balance of the petition, including the text of the constitutional amendment, has to be in. but it does not give us any basis to evaluate what would be an acceptable level of spacing between letters. And so based on that, we think this challenge is about the form of the language, the substance of the language that would go in the petition rather than the form of the petition as complies with the statutory elements. And therefore, we're not weighing in on the sort of the legal merits of that argument as it pertains to the substance of the petition. And we are recommending, based on our review of the signatures involved, that the staff have determined that the board approves certification of this petition.
Thank you, Director Brader. Any questions or comments for the director before we go to witnesses? Go ahead, Jeanette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Brader, this petition before us, as I kind of preliminarily said at our last petition that we were looking at, this came before this board twice, correct?
Yes, is that correct? Yes, it did.
And there are no challenges to the signatures of this petition, correct?
Correct. There are not challenges to individual signatures.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, I would like to bring up Eric Doster on behalf of the challengers. Mr. Doster, welcome back. We will kind of keep to what the loose requirements of time of, around 5 minutes, please. But if you are, continuing to make points related to your arguments. That's not helpful. No, it isn't.
You can take Steve's.
Thank you.
This isn't a supplement to your supplement.
No.
Oh,
you already got it. You already got it.
Is this the one that we have?
You already have it.
Okay.
Mr. Doster, if you would just kindly state your name and who you're here on behalf of.
Yes, I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Eric Doster on behalf of Citizens to Support My Women and Children. I have passed out for the board and the court reporter a couple things, a few exhibits I want to refer to, and also the supplement, the hard copy of the supplement that we filed on Monday. My comments this afternoon are divided in essentially three parts. First, how we got here today. Second, what our challenge is and what our challenge is not. Third, how this board's past practice requires petitions to have actual words. My client is not the sponsor of this petition. The sponsor is Reproductive Freedom for All, and it is the sponsor that bears the burden of establishing that its proposal qualifies to be put before the voters. And according to the Michigan Supreme Court, and I quote, entitlement to be placed on the ballot requires a showing of actual compliance with the law, end of quote. In its brief filed, or its response filed yesterday afternoon, the sponsor admits that it has the burden of proof. And this burden of proof means that the sponsor of the petition must demonstrate to this board that its petition's form complies with law. On March 23, this board conditionally approved the sponsor's petition as to form in an effort to assist the sponsor to meet its burden. This is a common and accepted practice of this board. And the form of the petition approved by this board was the March 7th version, which I have provided to you as Exhibit 1. As you will notice, there are actual words in the full text of the sponsor's proposed amendment. But the form of the petition filed by the sponsor on March 30, and which is the petition before you now, is not the same petition that this board saw and approved at its March 23 meeting. Please see Exhibit 2. As you will notice, there are at least a dozen places where actual words do not appear in the full text of the sponsor's proposed amendment. It cannot be overemphasized that this is the very first time that this board is reviewing this particular form of the sponsor's petition. And the question becomes, would this board have approved the form of this unapproved petition at its March 23 meeting or at any time? Now, I know that the sponsor says over and over that this petition was signed by over 700,000 people, and that means that the form must be okay. Well, over 9 million people in this state either refused to sign or didn't sign this petition. So if numbers matter here, the simple math says that the form is not okay. But these numbers are irrelevant to today's discussion, as again, the question is, would this board have approved the form of this unapproved petition before you today at the March 23 meeting or at any time? And our form challenge here is very simple. The Constitution and the Michigan election law both require that the petition set forth the, quote, full text of the proposed amendment, end of quote, and that's from Section 482 of the election law. We cite numerous Michigan cases in our challenge and refer to common dictionary definitions, and they all lead to the same conclusion. The bottom line is that the full text of the proposed amendment must be actual words. And since the unapproved petition before you right now for the very first time uses collections of letters, which are not actual words, this is not the full text of the proposal. It cannot be. It contains nonsense passages, and nonsense cannot be put into the Michigan Constitution. And because the petition before you right now does not conform to the form requirements under Michigan law imposes a duty on this board not to certify the sponsor's petition. The reason that the sponsor of this petition has yet to provide this board with any example of the board approving the form of any petition with these types of errors is because that no such example exists. It's hard to meet a burden of proof when you don't provide any proof. Instead, in response to our challenge, the sponsor charges that because we are challenging the form of the petition as it relates to the full text of the actual proposed amendment, that this somehow means that we are attacking the substance of the proposal. The board and its staff report also appears to suggest this as well. But case after case, including every case cited by the Bureau in its staff report and by the sponsor, indicates that a challenge to the substance of the proposed amendment means either a challenge to the merits or to the constitutionality of the proposed amendment. Our challenge raises none of these many legal challenges that may be raised should the proposed amendment be adopted, such as its violation of, federal constitutional rights to equal protection, due process, or any other substantive constitutional challenge. I refer this board to Section 482 sub 3, which indicates that, quote, the full text of the amendment so proposed must follow the summary and be printed in 8-point type, end of quote. If it is correct that any form challenge to the proposed amendment were automatically a substantive constitutional challenge, then this board would have no ability to enforce the form requirement that the full text must be written in 8-point type. This is just simply incorrect. Our challenge is a form challenge, which this board has a clear legal duty to enforce. What deserves special mention here is that all of these form requirements have as their purpose to make these petitions more understandable to the voters signing these petitions. Whether that form requirement is the full text requirement or one of the various font requirements, the goal here is to make the content as understandable as possible. Please note that the Bureau staff report, the March 7 version of this petition that's set forth in Exhibit 1, and the sponsor's 2 responses to our challenge, each had spaces in between actual words. Actions do speak louder than words. As we point out in our challenge and in our supplement filed with this board, it is simply contrary to the form requirements to allow this type of confusion in the petition process. Although the sponsor argues that there is not a specific space requirement, there's also not a specific requirement that a petition must be in English. But this board has never approved a petitions form that wasn't in English. There's also no specific requirement that a petition not have an extra L in the proposed amendment. And yet last September, as we set forth more detail in our challenge that we've already filed, this board unanimously rejected a petition form with respect to the Secure My Vote petition for having these capital L typos in it. All we ask here is that the board consistently treat this petition as it did the Secure My Vote petition and refuse to approve the form of a petition with mistakes, errors, or typos. The sponsor also argues that despite the petition's errors, that voters could understand the full text of the proposed amendment. In our supplement, we provide the academic research that when there are no spaces between words, the reader loses the ability to comprehend what they're reading, or they simply skip the gibberish. In its response to our supplement on this point, the responsor said nothing. In an attempt to counter the printer's affidavit that we filed with our challenge, which looked at the present petition by means of a high-resolution scan and found no spaces between words in the proposed amendment, the sponsor also provides its own affidavit that indicates that based on its printer's electronic file, which led to the printer version, now before this board, there really are spaces here. The sponsor here is really telling you, believe us, not your lying eyes. And this is the same sponsor that stated on pages 9 to 10 of its response, and I quote, "Finally, for any member of the public that was legitimately confused, WAC does not identify a single signer of the petition that was, the full text of the proposed amendment is available online for review," end of quote. The fatal admission here is what they are now admitting is the, quote, full text of the proposed amendment. And I have provided this online document to the board as Exhibit 3. This is what they're saying is available online for review. Significantly, this document, available online that they say is the, quote, full text of the proposed amendment, end of quote, uses actual words and looks exactly like the form of the condition of the petition conditionally approved by this board on March 23. Again, this is not the petition before you today. What more can I say here? This fatal admission says it all. And another point about this full text that the sponsor says is available online. The sponsor represents to the board, or at least suggests, that this Exhibit 3 was available for legitimately confused signers. However, by going on something called web.archive.org, and I've given that to you as Exhibit 4, you can see that as of August 9, well after these petitions were filed on July 11, this full text did not yet exist on their website. But returning to the board's duty as to form, this board has consistently invalidated the entire petition for incomplete words, whether or not the reader could decipher the meaning. For example, when one of my former clients, Michigan Values Life, circulated petitions in 2019, we filed petitions with some of the words were missing letters because they were folded and sometimes folded paper rips. The Bureau threw out entire petitions because of a missing letter, and its determination stood. I do have an example of this that I provided to you as Exhibit 5, where there was a letter missing from a single word, and the Bureau threw out the entire petition. But this is consistent with established Bureau practice, and according to page 5 of the Bureau's guidance on this topic regarding other fatal defects that render an entire petition valid, and I quote, damaged, mutilated, or torn petition sheets where any of the mandatory elements are illegible or omitted. The Bureau did the same analysis with respect to this petition because the sponsor used Sharpie markers that bled through the paper and they covered up a letter or two in the back pages of the petition. Even if the reader could arguably decipher what the actual word was, the entire petition was invalidated. Again, if actual words, actual complete words, were not required for petitions, then the Bureau and this board would never invalidate a petition for having a missing letter within a word. But as we point out in our challenge and our supplement filed with this board, actual words are required to meet the full text requirement of the form requirements of the Michigan election law.
Mr. Doster, if I may, you're wrapping up?
I'm going to wrap up.
Okay,
I promise.
thank you.
And that's not a Christopher Bilcock promise, I'll promise it. Okay, and this actual word requirement is what we hear from members of the board who consistently indicate the petitions are, quote, legal documents. Legal documents require actual words. So do petitions. So accordingly, on behalf of citizens to support my women and children, those citizens who wish their voices to be heard, and those whose voices cannot be heard, we respectfully request that the board perform its clear legal duty and reject the form of the petition currently before you, which is before you for the very first time. Call these typos, errors, mistakes, or whatever. This gibberish now before this board does not satisfy the full text requirement under law, and this board has never approved a petition with these types of typos and errors. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Are there questions for Mr. Doster? You have one? Go ahead.
Well, I have a question about the website.
Yes, sir.
Put a piece in with Web Archives, and you put the copy of the site in your Exhibit 3. Is that the copy that's there now?
Oh, yeah, I was trying to hurry and you rushed through this.
No, you're okay, but I mean, what
Yeah,
you put in here is...
but if you look at Exhibit 3, that's what's there today, right now. And that's what the sponsor said was available for people that were legitimately confused.
So they could have gone and looked at it any time after the...
Right. But you see, thank you, Mr. Hauskamp. Because I went through this very quickly. If you look at this WebEx or webarchive.org, it archives, and as of August 9, and the August 9 date is kind of highlighted up in the top of the document. You see that where you see these question marks, and you go to the sixth question mark, and it says preliminary injunction regarding 1931 law. That's what was there on August 9. But if you look at you tick through Exhibit 3, you notice that now says, today it says, what does the proposed amendment say? So at some point they swapped that out. But as of August 9, it was not there.
So during the time that the petitions were being, the signatures were being gathered, the actual content of the site was preliminary injunction regarding 1931 law?
Correct. According to webarchive.org, yes.
So no one could go to the website and look at the full
Not
text?
at that time, no. Today they can, because I
can
gave
now.
that to you. Today they can, because I gave that to you as Exhibit 3, but not then.
Mr. Chair?
So your argument is that this is defective or fatal 2 times. One, because it's an admission that it's the full text versus what they actually circulated, and
correct,
that it was not there while the circulation was occurring.
Yeah, because they used that in their response as, hey, if anyone was legitimately confused, they could have gone on the website. Well, I'm saying, according to archive, whatever that website is, web.archive.org, it wasn't yet there as of August 9. Okay, but again, that's the fatal admission here, because they're saying, here's the full text of the amendment, and we're saying that what Exhibit 2, or what's before the board today, isn't the full text of the amendment because it doesn't contain actual words. But what they gave this board back on March 23 did have actual words, and their website, which they says is the full text, that's got actual words. So that's our form argument.
My question actually is to Director Brader, but it's to the point that Doster's bringing up about posting of petitions. Director Brader, or to Mr. Fracassi, when was this petition posted on the Michigan Secretary of State website, which all petitions are posted so that individuals can read them?
The version that was circulated would have been posted after they submitted their copy of the petition to us, pre-circulation, which they have to do under Section 483A of the election law, and that happened sometime soon after March 30th, I believe. But that was the version that was circulated, that was posted online.
So that would be after our meeting where we approved what's listed as the 23rd.
Yeah, and I can clarify the timeline a little bit, because it was in the staff report, but I didn't mention it when I was presenting the summary of it. So this petition came before the board to get preliminary approval as to form. The board provided conditional approval as to preliminary approval as to form with the condition that they would take that was on the face, the actual face of the petition, that they would fix that. Yeah. And they did fix that.
There was a union bug issue too, right?
That was the first time.
Yeah, yeah. But in correcting the that was on the front, that they also submitted that version that had the spacing issues that are in dispute, which are different from what the board had before them previously, which didn't have those spacing issues. So yes, this version with these letters and this spacing was not what accompanied the version of the petition that was presented to the board. Staff's view is that that is still a challenge that would not be within the board's purview under form, because it's still going to how the text is arranged in the substance of the petition, and not something like typeface, which is specified in the statute. The other thing I would just note is that, that's also a difference in terms of, like, if a letter is missing, if we kick a sheet because there's a whiteout or a tear or something and one of these letters is missing, that's because in that case the full text of the petition is not there because it's missing a letter. So in my view, that's a distinction, but just to clarify, the version that was that accompanied the version that the board conditionally approved as to form previously did not have these spacing issues on it.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Doster.
Thank you. Thank you for your opportunity.
We have, for the sponsors, Olivia Flower and Steve Liedl. And if you could both just, when you get there, I don't think either one of you have been up here yet today, so if you wanted to spell your name for our wonderful court reporter and who you're here on behalf of, and then we'll give you time to respond.
Thank you. Olivia Flower, Olivia Flower.
And Steve Liedl, Steve, last name Liedel, with Dykema representing Reproductive Freedom for All.
Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. We appear today, like Steve just mentioned, on behalf of Reproductive Freedom for All, which was supported by over 750,000 Michiganders, signed by Michiganders from every county in our great state, who have each put pen to paper to declare that they want to restore the protections of Roe in Michigan. Their overwhelming message is that this proposed constitutional amendment is needed to ensure that Michigan women have the freedom to make highly personal decisions about abortion themselves, instead of having politicians decide for them. Your staff at the Elections Bureau has worked hard on your behalf. They've done good work and determined that the petitions submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All include sufficient signatures consistent with the constitutional requirements. Accordingly, the director and his team at the Bureau recommended that the constitutional amendment proposed by Reproductive Freedom for All be certified and placed on the ballot. We agree and urge you as the board to approve their recommendation. We've heard from a lot of people today, and we urge you not to be distracted from the task at hand. As affirmed last year by the Supreme Court in Unlock, Michigan, you have only two duties, and they're the two duties that Chairman Daunt mentioned at the beginning of this meeting. The staff first determine whether the petition includes sufficient signatures. The staff report prepared for you clearly indicates that it does, and not a single party contests the sufficiency of the signatures, not a single signature in over 750,000. Second, you must determine whether the petition complies with all the requirements relating to the form of petition mandated by the legislature. You previously did so on March 23rd, and page 4 of the staff report confirms that the petition complies with all statutory requirements. Courts have repeatedly indicated that the board has no authority to impose new requirements or consider anything else outside of what the legislature has provided. This is consistent with the guidance from the Bureau, which confirms that the staff report has no legal authority to otherwise act on the contents, text, or substance of a proposed constitutional amendment. If any doubt remains, the court has also spoken to this. We remind you that the right to amend the Michigan Constitution has been reserved as a fundamental right of the people of Michigan. It must not be restricted or interfered with by the board, the legislature, or even the judiciary. Our courts have been clear on that right. When in doubt, reserve all of those doubts in favor of the exercise of the right to amend the Constitution. This means you must ignore the challenges and their fabricated criteria intended to distract this board. While not a matter the board can legally consider, affidavits confirm that the spaces actually do exist between the words, and that's consistent with the version that we provided the board on the 30th of March. More importantly, more than 750,000 people had an opportunity to read and understand this proposal. Not a single person who signed this petition came up here today and said that they could not understand it. They did, and they signed it in record numbers. Persons who couldn't understand it had a remedy. As Counselor Doster reminded us, there's plenty of people that didn't, but the Constitution requires an affirmative number of signers. If some claim they can't understand what the proposal means, a court can provide guidance after adoption. But this is not the board's job right now. Under our Constitution, the voters decide. We urge you to finish the job today so that the voters can do theirs. And we would be happy to answer questions, but I believe Steve is going to address the challenge.
Yep, we'll just provide a couple additional comments based on some of the additional information you've got today. You've heard a lot of talk about the full text, and the full text is important. In our Republican government, the plain text of language used by the legislature is what's most important. Focusing on the full text of a proposal is, but when you consider the text of the proposal and the full text of the Reproductive Freedom for All proposal is included in the petition, you need to look to the text of the legislature. What has the legislature said? Your director has already informed you. The only mandatory element under the statute relating to the language that appears in the text of the proposed constitutional amendment is that it must be in an 8-point font, and it is. We hear a lot of distortion about, you should look at other things, or that this board has never approved the form, and it's as circulated. The director indicated earlier today, there is no statutory provision for approval of the form. It's an optional process that the director and the board offer as a courtesy. And so there is no requirement that the full text of a proposal be submitted or approved. And there's no requirement for the board to review the actual form of the proposed amendment itself. That's the voters exercising the reserved constitutional power. One last note on the website, just to clarify. We didn't indicate that the proposed constitutional amendment was available on our FFA website in our response to Mr. Doster's challenge. That's a distortion. That's wrong. We said that it was now available. We also pointed in that same challenge that the full text as circulated was available to anyone, for anyone to look at on the Bureau of Elections website at all times when the petition was being circulated. So it's just inaccurate to say that for some reason that the petition was not available. The full text on the website represents the text of the proposal as it would appear in the Constitution if this proposal were approved by voters. As submitted to you, the text includes spaces between the letters. All full words are there. The full text of the proposal is there. In 4 lines, there are differences in lines in word spacing. But the board doesn't regulate word spacing. The legislature has not delegated any authority to this executive branch board, and nor does the board have any authority to adopt standards on its own. So as your staff directors indicated, the form of this petition fully complies. And we believe the duty based on both that and the number of signatures submitted requires this board, under the prior precedent of the court, to certify this proposal to the ballot. Happy to answer any questions.
I have one right now. It is accurate or inaccurate that what we approved at our meeting did not look like what you circulated, or what was circulated. That is accurate or inaccurate?
What the board approved is not the content of the proposal itself. So everything that you had authority to approve and you did approve is on the petition. The text is identical. The only difference is the word spacing in 4 lines. But that's not something that the board approves or considers. There's no statutory provision for that.
I think it's very important to point out, from my perspective, and I don't dare to speak for the rest of the people on this board, if what was circulated had come to us for review, it would not have received approval because of the severe defect in the spacing and in the form of the language as it was laid out. I think there's ample history of our work on this board to reject things because of issues exactly like that. So I have trouble understanding why we should let this one go. It's a tragedy that it happened.
Right. I think that's
but
well
it happened.
Yeah, I think that's well understood. But if the campaign had never come before the board, right, the situation would be the same. And the statute does not require the board to approve. So, and there is no statutory basis to reject the petition based on word spacing in the proposed amendment itself. I mean, and so that's why the only legal requirement is that you file with the Department of State a copy of the actual petition circulated before you circulate it. And as your staff report indicates, all provisions of the law were complied with. You may prefer, it may be your preference, that you would prefer to see things formatted in a different way. In a Republican form of government where you're exercising delegated powers, if you believe in strict construction and implementing the text of statutes, your preferences are not a matter for consideration of the board. What is a matter for consideration as a matter of law are the mandatory elements enacted by law, by the legislature, which you have taken an oath to faithfully execute, being complied with. And your staff tells you you have, we submit you have. And the question is, given the status of the law enacted by the legislature and the duty it imposes on you and the oath you have taken, do you have an obligation based on the statutory requirements, regardless of what you think of the content of a proposal, how it's presented? The law indicates, and your staff has recommended, that this proposal be submitted to the voters and the voters decide the question.
I deeply respect the work of the staff and Director Brader. They've been nothing but straightforward and helpful. It's not unprecedented that we disagree with what the staff says on certain things. Mm-hmm. And what I think is important, content aside, I worked very hard months ago with people to make sure that we could find 100 words that all sides could get on, we could get a vote and not have a delay and have that go to court. Content is not the issue here for me. I want us to be consistent with how we treat these things. And this is a egregious error of the form and the way this is laid out. And so I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. Not sure if you want to state anything else, but it looks like, no, oh, okay.
I have just a question for you. You've obviously put an enormous amount of money, an incredible amount of organization, a ton of people power into collecting these signatures and making this a reality. And you've done a great job collecting signatures. How is it that no one, and it had to be multiple people that this passed through their hands, how is it that nobody caught what you were putting on these petitions? I mean, we all come from different areas of life, but I mean, certainly, sir, you have probably done direct mail pieces in your law firm before. If you put 80 letters together and decided to create, I mean, unless you were doing a Mary Poppins with supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
right,
And I suspect that even Rogers and Hammerstein had spaces that may have been in there originally. But how did you get this past all of your proofers?
I think that isn't the question for the board, respectfully, for you as members today, is why would people sign it? They had the opportunity to read and sign it, and an unprecedented number in Michigan were able to read and understand it.
And not one of those people raised a question?
No.
Nobody brought that up to you? No one,
No,
not in
I'm not aware of
900,000
anyone
people?
indicating that there was an issue with the formatting of the text by anyone who signed the petition.
Not even in passing? No one said to you, wow,
No.
this really doesn't make sense? So,
No.
so a significant population in Michigan doesn't even recognize that there's missing spaces?
No, I think if they recognize the spacing is less than optimal, they can still read it. I mean, you need to look no further than the nameplates in front of you today. You have one which has very broad spacing between the letters and a serif font. Mr. Daunt has a slightly smaller font than Member Gerwitz. Member Bradshaw is in all caps, and it's scrunched together, and there's minimal spacing between Jeanette and Bradshaw.
We took your PDF. As a matter of fact, I read your affidavits from your printer that said she used InDesign, and this was just a matter of, gee, it just happened.
Yeah.
Okay, and that there really were spaces, even though they were invisible. So I took your PDF, and first I tried to open it in Acrobat Pro.
Yeah.
Of course, Acrobat Pro doesn't recognize any spaces because it's an image. Then I blew it up, and then I blew it up on my laptop. Couldn't find any difference between letters and no spaces. Okay. Then we blew it up on a monitor about the size of the one on the wall. Okay. And there were still no spaces, not even little teeny ones that might have been ignored. So there's no spaces.
Well, you have an affidavit from the person who prepared that says there is. It's prepared under oath. And I also can say, take the electronic version of the petition that was filed with the Director of Elections on March 30th, copy and paste the text from that petition into any other software, and the spaces are there. And so, is it accurate to say the spaces are there? Absolutely. What is the issue? A word spacing issue. You have an affidavit issued under oath by the person who produced the petition indicating that. Is the full text of the petition there? Absolutely. The full text is complete. There's not a single letter missing. Every word is there. Every word presented in prior versions of this petition to the board is there. I mean, I'll note, this is not, with any proposed constitutional amendment, the format in which you see a petition in which it's ultimately going to read in the Constitution itself. Petitions typically are formatted in all capital letters. Because they indicate changes in the Constitution. That doesn't mean they then become all capital provisions of our Constitution. Typically, petitions don't indent the paragraph, right? But when it's put into our Constitution, paragraphs are indented. That's a deviation not at all in the text, content, or words, but in the formatting. Oftentimes, the formatting of the petition language as printed by the Secretary of State and posted in every election polling place differs from the formatting of the text printed on the petition itself. It may be one thing to be concerned, could it have been done differently? Absolutely, but the question is, one, what does the law require? And does the law require it to be spaced in any particular manner? The answer to that is no. And there's clearly variation in word spacing, even amongst the 4 lines, where while the line spacing is not optimal, you can see variation in line spacing. So in terms of what's before you, you have your staff recommending, and we are counsel for the proponents of this, and we remind you that the substance of whatever someone's proposed is for them under the Constitution. They are exercising their reserved constitutional rights. The courts have said no one can interfere with what they propose, be it the judiciary, the legislature, except unless the legislature passes a specific requirement. Well, there is no specific requirement passed by the legislature with regard to the petition before you that has not been complied with. You have no specific provision cited to you by anyone, including the challenger, that says the text as it appears complies with the plain language requirements enacted by the legislature. If there was, we wouldn't be before you today because it would be non-compliant. But there is no provision of the Michigan election law or the Constitution that provides for any authority to regulate the content, the spacing, the formatting, beyond it being in an 8-point font of the actual proposed constitutional amendment, because we so respect, as a Republican government, the reserved power of the people to exercise, free from interference of government, their power, reserved power to amend the Constitution.
Mr. Chair, it actually wasn't even a question to, I was actually going to make a statement about, you had set out rules beginning of this meeting for everyone to be respectful. And I hope that we can continue that respectfulness as individuals are speaking, even if it is not the viewpoint that you agree with. I'm noticing,
I was actually going to address that, so thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that we did address that.
It's like a long car ride with your kids. People have been really good. Let's keep it up. There's just a little bit longer. And so, yeah, thank you. I was going to address that. You know, for me, I'll just be very straightforward on this. This is a much clear-cut issue at hand here than the previous one in terms of what is form and has it failed. We did not approve what was circulated. We simply did not. All of us have said repeatedly that these are legal documents. You would not sign a mortgage that had this type of mistake in it. You wouldn't turn in a term paper that had this kind of mistake, and if you did, you would likely get knocked down for it. The point being, we have rejected language for these exact same reasons. And it's a form issue because it's how it looks, it's what's before the people, it's what is their understanding of it. I was genuinely hopeful that these issues with the amount of signatures, that they would come before us, we would deal with the signatures. Unfortunately, mistakes were made by the people who put these forward. I intend to apply the same standards to everything that comes before us. There have been multiple petitions that have come before us that don't have these problems. There will likely be many that come before us that also do not. Those that do will get the same kind of treatment from me. I did not approve the form of this as it was circulated, and I wouldn't approve it now. I don't know how much more clear to be. I'm sorry.
I agree with you that this is much clearer than the previous case, because here all we're talking about is content. And we have no authority to address or complain or challenge the content of the petition. Everyone who spoke earlier today spoke about the content. They were able to understand the content. While the words are compressed, I think it's easy to read. And 700 and some thousand people obviously also found it easy to read, whether the words were compressed or spaced more completely. So we simply have no authority to reject this petition based upon challenges to the content of the petition. The form is something different. But we're not talking about a form challenge here, however Mr. Doster wants to characterize it. We're talking about a challenge to the content, and that is not within our purview. As Mr. Liedl has said, the full text of the petition is there. Obviously, people can read it. I can read it. And 700 and some thousand people could read it. I don't think there's any confusion, but confusion, if people were confused, that's not for us to be concerned about. The full text is there, and I think we have no choice but to certify.
I'll just politely but strongly disagree on the issue of content form. It is, in my mind, exactly the same as the issue with Secure My Vote months ago, probably almost a year ago, I think, where the L had been substituted for semicolons. It was obvious what had happened. It was obviously a mistake. It was a typo. It was a grammatical issue. It was something that interfered with what people saw. We made them come back and fix it. I am insistent on being consistent.
Chairman Don, it was more than just the L's. There was other things on that, but that is not the petition that we have in front of us. Because if I remember right, that was Chairman Schenkel's also thing. If it was just the L's, that would have been one thing, but it was more than that on that petition. But that's not the petition we are talking about today. I agree. I can sense this already, that we are going to disagree on this. Both of these this petition was approved on condition. The first time with removal of the union bug. The second time, when the word "the" was brought in front of us, which was not brought in front of us the first time. So here we are the third time, and now it is another thing. Now, I understand this. I'm trying to think of the time, how long I've been on this board, of spacing has ever come in front of us. I think it was, but it was when it was an approval to form before the petition even went anywhere, because they had used a condensed font. And they tried to basically put everything they could in a condensed, I think it was an 8-point font, and you could not read it. There was no spaces at all. So if you would take the petition, there was no spacing. It wasn't a line. The entire petition was completely condensed and tight, that you couldn't even see where the paragraphs were. But for this, it's been here twice with conditional approvals, only 3-1. I was a no vote because I don't do conditional approvals.
You may have a point, but.
I do. But on this, I feel that our role is clear, and that is that the subject for us today is the sufficiency, it's late. Yeah, it's 4. Our role is, do they have enough signatures to be put on the ballot, which is exactly how I feel about the previous. They have enough signatures to be put on the ballot. Any of these questions are going to have to be handled in court. So you kind of know where we are going today.
If I could just clarify on the issue with the Secure My Vote petition. So with the Secure My Vote petition, there was an issue with the printer's affidavit. So they had the name of the ballot proposal incorrect. So that was an issue. It's also true that the L's were noticed and discussed. In staff's view, and this is complicated by the fact that the approval as to form that happens at the beginning is not a statutory procedure. It's a procedure that the board does as a courtesy. So we don't have strict statutory requirements that govern what the board is doing there. But the staff does present this as approval as to form with the understanding that it does not extend to the substance of the petition. I understand there's an argument, so meaning even if there were problems in the substance, the text of the amendment, other than the 8-point font issue, that's not what the board is approving when it does conditional approval as to form. But it is also the case that the board or staff will sometimes notice things in the substance that we will flag for petitioner. So that's, I think, likely where some of the confusion stems from. But in staff's view, just to reiterate, I've already said this, but our view is that the form issues are limited to the statutory elements, which are the things on the face of the petition and 8-point typeface text in the substance of the petition.
Thank you. And Mary Ellen, you were going to say something too.
As I recall, the motion that was made was approval as to form with the understanding that that did not extend to the content of the petition. That is what we regularly say when we are approving as to form, and this is content, this is not form.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think just to add, your approval did extend to the 8-point font, which is, still before you in the petition before you today. And I think this is distinguishable from the prior proposal you've been referencing. we're not talking about board action, and you had actual characters that deviated. Right? There's no typo here. There is no misplaced or misspelled word. There is a spacing issue, as attested under oath to this board by the person who produced it. And so the only question is, do you possess the statutory authority to disprove this petition on a form requirement that is not addressed in any way under the Michigan election law, that being the spacing? If you do this, you are setting a precedent that you can disapprove petitions for made-up reasons without any basis in a statute. That's not faithful to the text of the Michigan election law enacted by folks that sit here some Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays throughout the year, right? And if you're committed to the rule of law and to the plain text of language as enacted by the legislature, I would suggest you have an obligation to ask yourself, what exactly does the legislature permit me to regulate? Because there's nothing here that's at issue other than the spacing between words on 4 lines. And I would urge you to look long and hard, and you will not find any precedent or any text in the statute, as confirmed by your staff, that you have any authority to regulate, question, fail to approve a proposal based on word spacing in the content of a proposed constitutional amendment.
Mr. Doster would appear as though he would like to make a quick rebuttal, but I want to make sure we finish up with the
My
witnesses.
question isn't for Mr. Lyle, sorry.
It isn't?
It's actually for Director Brader, but.
Okay. Are there other questions for Mr. Liedl or Ms. Flowers?
I still disagree with you when you say that there's no typos. Missing spaces are typos.
Perhaps we can, agree to disagree, Member Hoskamp, but our view, as backed up by the affidavit, is that the spacing is there. And 4 lines, it's less than optimal, but again, the spaces are there. There's variation in word spacing that you can see just by looking at the printed petition itself.
Are no other questions? We'll politely, kindly dismiss the witnesses. Mr. Doster, when they do, please feel free to take a seat. But Jeanette, you said you had a question for Director Brader? I do. Thank you.
We went to paperless, so I have to help sometimes. No, Director Brader, how many petitions do we have currently that are being circulated that did not come in front of this board for an approval to form?
Currently being circulated, I don't know what's actually out there right now.
I believe we have 1, don't we?
So
maybe.
I don't know if it's currently being circulated, but what I can say is that there is 1 petition that did a 483A filing that did not come for approval as to form or approval as to the 100-word summary.
That was an election-related one, wasn't it? One of the kind of offshoots of certain things? Yeah. Thank you.
We did find the motion, just for reference, if it's helpful, when the board did the conditional approval last time. The motion was, I move that the board conditionally approve the form of the constitutional amendment submitted by RFA, provided sponsors remove the definite article "the" prior to the word "constitution" in "we the undersigned" sentence prior to circulation, with the understanding that the board's approval does not extend to 1, the substance of the proposal which appears in the petition, or 2, the manner in which the proposal language is affixed to the petition.
Thank you. Mr. Doster?
Thank you. I was just
brief rebuttal.
Thank you. It'll be brief. I'm just trying to get some semblance of equal time here if I can. Just a few very quick points. The fact that it is an absolutely incorrect that this is anywhere remotely close to a substantive challenge to the form of the petition. I mean, the cases, again, that we cited them in our supplement, the cases that were cited in the staff report, talk about this form versus substantive challenge and substantive challenge are challenges on the merits of the proposal. We're not challenging the merits of the proposal. The substantive challenges are constitutional challenges, equal protection, due process, whatever. We're talking about form, we're talking about text. And I want to, although I absolutely respect my friends from Dykema, I got to admit they're a heck of a lot easier to follow than that young Ms. Kaufman this morning. And Ms. Kaufman, said it best about the words that go into our Constitution, and may have been the most eloquent speaker that's been here today. But one thing that Mr. Liedl says, that you don't have any, there's nothing in statute that says that you have any authority in this issue. But I said it in my challenge, I said it in our supplement challenge, and I said it again here just, an hour ago now, that the statutory requirement that imposes the clear legal duty for this board to reject the form of this petition comes from section 482 sub 3, and I quote, the full text of the amendment so proposed must follow the summary and be printed in 8-point type. That is a clear legal duty that this board has to follow. Now, all due respect to Chairman or to Director Brader, he said, if it's dealing with the full text of the amendment, you can only regulate, or when it deals with the actual proposal, he's only reading half the statute. He's saying you can only regulate the 8-point type part of it. But that kind of analysis to say you don't have any authority fully ignores the first part of that sentence, quote, the full text of the amendment so proposed must follow the summary. So if you can regulate the 8-point type part, you can also regulate, and you have a duty to regulate what's the full text. And I don't know how clear to explain it, but text requires words. And in our challenge, we just went to the simple dictionary definition of text, and it consists of, and I quote, the original words of something written or printed, as opposed to a paraphrase, translation, revision, or condensation, end of quote. And that's a simple dictionary definition of the word text. This isn't the full text that is before you today. They admit in their Exhibit 3, what's available on their website, what they now say is the full text, which has actual words. The version of the petition that was before you on March 23 had actual words. So again, I promise to be brief, and I'll just leave one last point. The fact is that they have provided you no examples that give you any precedent where these types of errors, typos, mistakes, call them what you will, have ever been accepted by this board. And the reason is they do not exist. So thank you, and again, we ask that you perform your clear legal duty and reject the form of this petition. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Well, what would be the board's pleasure at this point?
I will make a motion.
How about I hit your microphone? Oh, it's on. She's on. Yep.
Oh, I move that the Board of State Canvassers accept the staff recommendation and find the petition submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All sufficient.
Support.
Okay, we have a motion and support. Will there be any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, I'll move for a vote. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. We deadlock. Jeanette predicted 2-2. Correct, yes.
It's got to be a little bit louder, Richard.
Nay.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll have to go back to the roll call votes.
As with the previous issue, promote the vote, I think there is a desire to move forward on items 8 and 9 on the assignment of number and the 100 words so that we can get those issues handled. I think Jonathan's explanation from earlier would suffice. That being said, I think we can move through number 8 relatively quickly with an obvious caveat that will be addressed in terms of what happens if the court rules that the promote the vote issue should not go on the ballot and that numbering of 22-2. So I see no witnesses seeking to speak on number 8, so looks, Mr. Hauskamp, as though you have
Want me to make this motion? This is the revised motion that, Adam, you handed me. I say I move the board conditionally designate the constitutional amendment submitted by Reproductive Freedom for All as Proposal 22-3 on the November 8th, 2022 general election ballot. I further move that in the event the proposal submitted by Promote the Vote does not appear on the November ballot, that this proposal be designated as Proposal 22-2. Does that make sense?
Okay, we have a motion and we have support. Do we have discussion?
Normally, I am a no vote on conditional votes, but I am a no vote on conditional votes when it comes to approval to form, because I feel that those have to come back in front of us. This is a motion when we're just talking about designation. So I will be in a vote in affirmative for this motion. I just wanted to give an explanation before our vote, or I could have done it afterwards.
No, either was fine, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving on, agenda item number 9, the consideration of the 100-word summary of purpose for the constitutional amendment sponsored by Reproductive Freedom for All. I will turn this over to Director Brader once again for his synopsis of what he put together and why, and then we do have a couple of folks who wish to speak on this item. Director Brader.
Thank you, Chair Daunt. So as with the prior issue involving Promote the Vote, the election law and Constitution provide for the Director of Elections to propose a draft summary of the provision that constitutional amendment that will appear on a ballot, along with a caption, and the board to approve those things. The summary, 100-word summary, in fact 94-word summary that accompanies this is the same as what the board approved for the petition summary, with the exception of the changing of the proposed constitutional amendment language. The caption, again, is new. That's not something that the board has approved before. And as with the other one, I attempted to, at a very high level, go through what this amendment does, although with the newly recognized consensus regarding brevity, I'm certainly open to a shorter caption if the board can agree on something. And I can propose a couple ideas there. But what I have for you to start with, and I know that we have comments on this, the caption would be a proposal to amend the state constitution to establish new individual right to reproductive freedom, including right to make all decisions about pregnancy, allow state to prohibit abortion in some cases, and forbid prosecution of individuals exercising established right. And then the full text would be 94 word count of the summary, I should say, would be this proposed constitutional amendment would establish new individual right to reproductive freedom, including right to make and carry out all decisions about pregnancy, such as prenatal care, childbirth, postpartum care, contraception, sterilization, abortion, miscarriage management, and infertility. Allow state to prohibit abortion after fetal viability unless needed to protect a patient's life or physical or mental health. Forbid state discrimination and enforcement of this right. Prohibit prosecution of an individual or a person helping a pregnant individual for exercising rights established by this amendment, and invalidate all state laws that conflict with this amendment. Should this proposal be adopted? Yes, no. And that is 94 words.
Thank you, Director Brader. Do have cards for Mr. Doster, as the challenger on this issue has requested to speak on item number 9. Come on up. Yep.
Actually, I think in this case, it'd make more sense if Mr. Lidl spoke first, but I
just can't get it right today.
Yeah, that's okay. But I'll speak. Eric Doster on behalf of Citizens for My Women and Children. Doster, D-O-S-T-E-R. I think that Director Brader has done a pretty good job of encapsulating the hours that we spent to come up with the petition summary. Three of you were here. I don't know if Mr. Liedl was here for another proposal, but Mr. Brewer was representing his client at that time. And I think that, again, Director Brader encapsulated, pretty much the petition summary language. And the only point that I would make was one of the hot button issues of negotiation with this group was Mr. Brewer, and I don't think Mr. Liedl knows this, but Mr. Brewer was actually the one that wanted to have in the petition summary a reference to invalidating the 1931 state criminal abortion ban. And I've got copies of his comments if that matters, if you doubt me that that's what he wanted. So what that caused me to do was start listing off all of these other invalidating state laws. And the compromise, if you'll recall from last January, was, okay, we weren't going to mention this law, this law, this law, this law, this law. We were just going to say, invalidate all state laws that conflict with this amendment. And that was the compromise after hour, 2 hour, I can't remember, 90 pages of transcript. So I think that given that, the compromise was pretty significant with the deliberations of this board. My only suggestion for consistency, and again, in keeping with the spirit of the negotiations that happened, on the petition summary, is that in the caption, we also add a phrase about invalidating all state laws that conflict with this amendment. And then with respect to that phrase that's kind of nestled in the bottom of the third bullet point there that has no relationship with anything else in the third bullet point, just make it a fourth bullet point. And that's it. Again, I commend Director Brader for his efforts here to bring this before the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Liedl, and I do have also, in addition to Steve, Lancitu Kitaba Gaviglio. All right. And if you, having not been up here previously, wouldn't mind spelling that out for the court reporter, that would be helpful.
Sure, thank you. Bansitu Kitaba Gaviglio.
Oh, hit it again.
There you go. There it is. Okay. We'll get it right. Bansitu Kitaba Gaviglio, Bonsitu Kitaba hyphen Gaviglio. Thank you.
Thank you again, Chairman Daunt. We just want to briefly address, similar to Mr. Doster, the language. We're certainly aware of the negotiations that occurred before. Well, we also note that the Attorney General has indicated that ballot language adopted for purposes of a petition summary is not binding, and the board is not required to use that. A couple quick things. One, for two purposes, I want to make sure Chris Trebilcock does not get credit for shorter captions. I think I was the one to first propose that to the board in a submission a few days before Mr. Trebilcock. So I'll remind him of that regularly.
I'll happily give it to you over him.
Right. And look, it's certainly less things for lawyers to argue over, whether you're paid by the word or by the hour. So I think it's a good development. We would encourage that here. In fact, we proposed a brief caption. We think that's the term the legislature has used, and if you're a strict constructionist, plain text type of person, caption means basically just a heading. Our proposed, I think we said we can do that, name that caption in 5 words, a constitutional amendment for reproductive freedom. So is that 5 or 6? So something like that we think would be advisable here as well if the board is so inclined. Beyond that, I think a couple of things. A couple items in the caption. With the changes in front of you, we think it's important to remind voters that what this proposal is about, and it's mainly about abortion. And we have no problem, we think it better informs voter if you're going to have a longer caption to add the words "and abortion" after pregnancy in the second line. We think that, we agree that the director has done a good job with the summary. The word regulate is probably more accurate than prohibit. Regulate is the word that's actually used in the proposal itself. And, we can regulate alcohol, which we do. And alcohol is still available, but it's not available in certain circumstances. Or we can prohibit it, which we did in the past, prohibition. And so I think there's a significant difference between prohibit and regulate. And given that the proposed amendment actually uses the word regulate, we think that's a better summary of the actual text of the proposal itself. The third of the four changes would be medically. Unless the current language prepared by the director indicates, unless needed to protect a patient's life and so forth. The Constitution is much clearer about what that need would be. It's not just any need, it has to be a medical need. So it has to be a medical necessity. So we think it better informs the voter of the content to add one word, medically, that still keeps you under the 100-word limit. And then I just will note, and I understand the discussions that occurred before, in my view, it's not fully informative to voters to say that the constitutional amendment itself invalidates all laws. And while it may, with the actions by executive branch officials and the judiciary effectively, invalidate the 1931 law, what it actually does is prevent enforcement. And that's the case, with the 1931 law right now. It hasn't been invalidated by the courts. Its enforcement has been prevented by judicial action and the action of executive branch officials unwilling to enforce it. And so it's a quibble, but I do think it's something that we want to bring to the attention to the board and the public, in that the constitutional amendment itself cannot on its own invalidate other laws. It requires either action by an administrative official, a prosecutor, or other executive branch official to choose how to or not implement some or all of a law, and or action by the judiciary or changes in the law by the legislature. So with that, have I covered everything we're supposed to?
Yes.
So we're happy to answer any questions and happy to discuss with you a shorter caption, or even with Mr. Doster any changes as well, if that would be helpful to the board.
Thank you. Are there thoughts or questions from the board? I guess I'll take the prerogative as chair just to say kind of, again, I like the idea of shorter and sweeter. I think what Director Brader has put together in the summary language is nicely done. If we were to follow what we did on the previous issue, it would say something like, a proposal to amend the state constitution to add provisions regarding abortions. I know that's not going to be what people want, probably on either side, so we can't do it that succinctly. But it does appear that they're hashing some things out.
There might be some agreement.
Well, that's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. I wanted to ask Chairman Daunt. We worked really hard to get this summary. How are you feeling about moving or adding the words medically regulate and the prevent enforcement to?
Can we do one at a time?
Yeah, I'm just like general, and then we can go one at a time. Yes.
So if I may suggest, we take a 5-minute break and let them have a discussion and let me utilize the restroom. That would be fantastic.
I'm okay with that.
No, that's
We may have something that may facilitate getting more.
Chairman Daunt needs to use the restroom.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break for 5 minutes. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes and come back at 4:35.
I don't think
I'll let you.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Richard.
I just want to write it down.
It's great to meet you.
Yeah, okay.
You've
that's
got
fair.
a,
Do you have
can I
another
just flip my
sheet?
monitor?
Because I wrote on this.
We've
All
got
right,
a
thank you.
proposal to amend the state constitution to establish.
Folks, just a quick note. Folks, just a quick note. We do need to be out of here by 5 o'clock. So if there are discussions and you're coming to an agreement, let us know. You're good? Okay. In that instance, then we will call this meeting back to order at 4:45. And it looks like both of you would like to come up, and I please feel free to do so. Let us know what you've got in mind, and we'll hopefully wrap this up.
Meredith, if you want to go ahead and we'll
sure.
just weigh in if there's something.
Yeah, absolutely. Members of the board, Eric Doster here on behalf of citizens supporting My Women and Children. Working from Mr. Lidl's draft, that's probably the easiest way to start here. We would agree to his caption changes. We would also agree to on the second bullet point where he said regulate instead of prohibit, adding the word medically. And then the third bullet point that starts with forbid state discrimination. What we'd like to do is to take that phrase at the end where it says, he put prevent enforcement. Let me read that. So in other words, the third bullet point would end at the word amendment. So for exercising rights established by this amendment, semicolon, add a fourth bullet point that reads, invalidate state laws conflicting with this amendment. Is that what you had, Steve?
That works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Invalidate state laws.
Invalidate state laws conflicting with this amendment. That's a separate fourth bullet point.
Mr. Director Brader,
Yeah,
please.
So all of that is agreeable to me with one exception, which is the changing the second bullet point to say allow state to regulate abortion after fetal viability unless medically needed to protect a patient's life or physical or mental health. Medically, that's fine. But when you change that, when you remove the word prohibit and substitute it with regulate, it makes it sound as if the state cannot regulate abortion when it is medically needed to protect a patient's life or physical or mental health, when in fact it can, it just can't prohibit it. So what the constitutional amendment says is that, literally, the state may regulate the provision of abortion care after fetal viability, provided that in no circumstance shall the state prohibit an abortion that in the professional judgment of an attending healthcare professional is medically indicated to protect the life or physical or mental health of the pregnant individual. In those circumstances, when it's needed, the state can still regulate it, but it can't prohibit it. So I don't believe this is accurate if you just swap out the word prohibit with regulate. And we actually did have this discussion when we were talking about the petition summary at the previous meeting. So the word regulate can be in there, but if that's the case, then there needs to be an adjustment made on the back end that says something like allow state to regulate abortion after, maybe allow state to regulate abortion after fetal viability, but not prohibit it if medically needed, or something like that. You need to reflect what the clause actually does.
But not prohibit, unless medically needed.
I mean, I guess I would propose allow state to regulate abortion after fetal viability, but not prohibit it where medically needed to protect a patient's life or physical or mental health.
I think
What-
Mr. Doster and I are going to discuss
Yeah.
a brief reversion to keep us within, 100 words to the best we can.
What is he?
Unless, after fetal viability, but not prohibit unless medically needed. Just add 3 words, but not prohibit. We're going to need to discuss that.
Yeah. But it won't take.
But not prohibit where, but not prohibit, oh, if, yeah, that would work,
medically
yeah.
needed.
Yeah. So after viability,
Yeah,
but
that's
not
fine.
prohibit would be added. Subject to discussion, unless medically needed. That would continue without other.
Allow state to regulate abortion after fetal, yeah. Allow state to regulate abortion after fetal viability, but not prohibit if medically needed.
Yes, that's correct.
Instead of unless.
Right.
Sure.
But the rest of it would be in there, right? But
Yes.
not prohibit if medically needed to protect a patient's life or physical or mental health.
Right.
Okay.
We're gonna type it up. Yeah, go ahead.
We will recess for
No, because I think.
5 minutes.
Allow state to regulate, I mean,
I'm just asking.
I think it's okay. I think that's okay. That's okay.
Sergeants come in and just start beating up.
No, because it only says they can regulate it after fetal.
I will call us back to order at 4:56. And we've got 4 minutes, and then I think the sergeants come in and start sweeping us away. So it looks like there has been some discussion and hopefully agreement. Director Brader?
I'm just gonna read what I've drafted. Caption, a proposal to amend the state constitution to establish new individual right to reproductive freedom, including right to make all decisions about pregnancy and abortion, allow state to regulate abortion in some cases, and forbid prosecution of individuals exercising established right. The proposed constitutional amendment would establish new individual right to reproductive freedom, including right to make and carry out all decisions about pregnancy, such as prenatal care, childbirth, postpartum care, contraception, sterilization, abortion, miscarriage management, and infertility. Allow state to regulate abortion after fetal viability, but not prohibit it if medically needed. Sorry, I'm going to start that over. Allow state to regulate abortion after fetal viability, but not prohibit if medically needed to protect a patient's life or physical or mental health. Forbid state discrimination and enforcement of this right. Prohibit prosecution of an individual or a person helping a pregnant individual for exercising rights established by this amendment. And then new bullet point, invalidate state laws conflicting with this amendment. Should this proposal be adopted? Yes, no. 95 words.
Thank you, Director Brader. Counsel for each side, are we in agreement that we have something?
Reproductive Freedom for All is prepared to accept the director's proposed language.
Thank you.
Here, do you want to sit?
No, I won't stand up. Thanks. Citizens supporting my women and children are okay with the language with one exception. There are actually 2 exceptions. To go back to Director Brader's language about prohibit in the caption, and then his second bullet point, prohibit abortion after fetal viability and unless medically needed. The word medically is fine, so I hope that makes sense. So we're okay with what Director Brader just said. The word prohibit comes back in the caption. In the second bullet point, prohibit instead of regulate, and then the word medically, leave it, just leave, this is Mr. Lidl's initial language for the second bullet point, minus the word prohibit versus regulate. So we're really talking about just a couple words. Oh, thank you. Was that as clear as mud?
Yes, I am confused as to what the.
Here, no.
And just to clarify there, Board, in the second bullet point, there's two types of actions happening. There's regulation after fetal viability, and then prohibiting abortion if medically needed to protect the life or physical or mental health of the patient. And so those two concepts are being reflected in the director's new proposed language.
I think that what was read by Director Brader matches the back and forth we had with both sides. I'm lost as to what your.
Three changes from what Director Brader
Before I let you go any further, are the changes that he is suggesting okay with you?
No.
Okay, then did you have something to add, Jeanette?
We have 1 minute.
I have no problem with what was laid out by Director Brader. I think it matches the intent of both sides. I fail to see what would need to be changed. Mr. Hauskamp?
I'm not an attorney.
That's what I thought we were doing. I thought that was the conversation, was the short caption, not to the summary.
It was, but
Look, we'll get to that next time. Apparently,
Not this time, yeah.
the two groups could find consensus by adding words,
Yeah.
as Member Brader suggested,
And
or
we've been
Member
able
Bradshaw
to
suggested.
negotiate up until now.
Yeah.
What was your objection? What were you looking to do?
We, in terms of a short caption, a proposed constitutional amendment for reproductive freedom, or, we would also be fine with a proposed constitutional amendment regarding reproductive freedom and abortion, whichever, some concept similar to that.
I think at this point, we want as close to agreement and acceptance from both sides as we can get. I think what Director Brader read is very fair from my perspective. It doesn't shorten things, but it does address each side's concerns. I would be comfortable with a motion on that. Is there other thought or discussion on that?
I don't know whether we have time or not, but a short caption that would work for me would be a proposal to amend the state constitution to establish new individual right regarding decisions about pregnancy and abortion.
I don't think you would have support from either side right now for that. I think we're, very close otherwise. But obviously, we're more comfortable with the director. We had agreed to change some other words prior to the concerns raised by the director. We'd leave it to the board at this point to decide in which direction to go.
Okay. Thank you very much for both sides for working on this.
Thanks all for all your time today.
The beauty of government at work. All right, so we have language that the director has read. From the standpoint of a motion, should it be reread or?
I'm sorry.
I don't think it needs to be reread.
Okay.
Are we going on the first one that you read or the second one that you read?
I think the motion would be on the revised caption and summary that I read a few minutes ago, not with the proposed shortened caption. So it would be the full caption and summary that I just read together.
So which incorporates the word regulate. Is that the one that you were talking about, Chairman? Okay. Sorry. I got it. Okay. I move that the Board of State Canvassers, oh, wrong one. Sorry. Oh, why? I tried. Oh, I have it. I move that the Board of State Canvassers approve the statement of purpose prepared and submitted on August 31st, 2000. 2022 and read by the Director of Elections for Proposal 22-3 on November 8th, 2022 general election ballot? Or do I need to?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and support. Do we have any discussion? All right. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries 4-0. And I know there is one last item that I probably need to do, to be any other business properly submitted to the board that we need to discuss.
Not from my standpoint, no.
Okay? All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm okay with the update on legal at our next proposed meeting.
Okay. All right, everybody, thank you. This meeting is adjourned at 5:03.